We got time on our hands, gonna have fun, we got no plans. We could party on the beach like we just don't care. We can follow the sun till the night has begun. We'll share it all, that's what friends are for. Na 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 na, na 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 na, na 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 na, na na na. Na 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 na, na 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 na, na 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 na, na na na. There's a rock and roll band playing acoustic in the sand. We are flying, we are free, what a precious moment. We will always be young, we'll be dancing in the sunshine. We'll share it all, that's what friends are for. We'll look back one day and see smiling pictures and faces of you and me. That's what friends are for. 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 Yeah. That's what friends are for.
feeling down, wanna come my way, gonna lift you up. Let me hear you say, yeah, we're living on love. 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 Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. When you hit the ground, don't you lose your way. Gotta get back up. Let me hear you say, yeah, we're living on love. Yeah, we're living on love. Oh, oh, yeah, we're living on love. Yeah, we're living on love. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah, we're gonna take you higher. We're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Take you higher. We're gonna lift you up. We're gonna take you higher. Take you higher. We're gonna lift you up. When I feel the darkness descending upon me, then I close my eyes to seek escape. Something in the darkness calling to me, but then I realize it's okay. La 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 I'm going all in, it's too late to fold now. Don't you wish you could start brand new? Still running in place on this hamster wheel. But when I close my eyes, here's the view. La 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 la.
blushing like a fool, 'cause she caught you staring, watching every move. Is she taunting you? Is this a sign you need to stay cool? You made a fact that you can't deny. No, you're not in control. Once you connected, you feel the fire, and she's pulling you close, you close. The dance of love, aye, aye, aye. The dance of love, aye, aye, aye. The dance of love, aye, 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 aye. The dance of love, body language. Fumbling for words, you feel so naked. You wanna tell her, but you don't wanna blow it. She can't hear the words that you're saying. The music's so loud, so let your body say it. The fact that you can't deny it. Yeah, it's taking control. Oh, it's so intense and she feels the fire, and she's stealing your soul, your soul. The dance of love, aye, aye, aye. The dance of love, aye, aye, aye. The dance of love, aye, 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 aye. The dance of love, body language. The dance of love, aye, aye, aye. The dance of love, aye, aye, aye. The dance of love, aye, 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 aye. The dance of love, body language. No, you're not in control. Oh, once you connect, she feels the fire, and you're pulling her close, her close. The dance of love, aye, aye, aye. The dance of love, aye, aye, aye. The dance of love, aye, 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 aye. The dance of love, body language. The dance of love, aye, aye, aye. The dance of love, aye, aye, aye. The dance of love, aye, 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 aye. The dance of love, body language. The dance of love, aye, aye, aye. The dance of love, aye, aye, aye. The dance of love, aye, 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 aye. The dance of love, body language. Ay, bailar.
Ever since returning, nothing stopped my heart from yearning for the pretty little bird I found on holiday. Every moment now I'm dreaming, every thought of mine is leaning back to see her, my pretty little bird. Take me back to Pájaro Bonito. Bring me to her, to my papagayo. Setting sun and shining waters couldn't match the lovely colors that you bring to bloom, pretty little bird. Pretty little bird, la 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 la. I'm among familiar faces, but my thoughts are other places, or across the sea with my little bird. Take me back to mi pájaro bonito, bring me to her, to my papagayo. Empty days and endless hours, bending down like wilting flowers, till I kiss you again, my pretty little bird. Fly to me, love, to my arms, love. Fly to me, love. Who knew that I'd come home safe, but leave my heart in another place on holiday with my little bird.
When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. Listen. One afternoon on a walk, he met this woman, their eyes locked. His world was rocked, he gave her his number. That evening she called him and they talked. They had so much to chat about. There was no doubt that they were perfectly matched and that he had to ask her out. She said alright, he could tell she liked him, but knew she could hurt him even more. He bought some flowers. In an hour he arrived at her door. She let him in, she seemed uneasy. They got ready to leave. He began to wonder if he and she were meant to be. He thought, when is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might decide that love is blind, but it may not be what it seems. She laid eyes on this guy and was overwhelmed with attraction. She saw he had the exact same reaction. It felt right from the start, but if he played her and broke her heart, she knew she'd never recover. She promised to wait for a man who truly loved her. She said yes to a date. At 8 he came to her place. The club they danced and embraced. It was so fast-paced, her pulse raced. Then he pulled back like he needed some space. Her heart sank, she quickly thanked him and went home. Turned off her phone and spent the night in her comfort zone. She might have known he wasn't the one. She did the right thing by deciding to run. Or was she a jerk and it could have worked? A cruel fate, she found her soulmate. She wanted to believe she'd been naive, not deceived. She thought, when is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might decide that love is blind, but it may not be what it seems. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry.
Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. May you live forever.
Late 80s, early 90s, it came into its prime. Microphone prodigies with complex rhymes, sublime denser beats, deep sampling feats. Pure genius rose steep from the New York streets. Meet at Mars, the building from Milky Way. Payday, the tunnel, the red zone, new music cafe. Beat street, fat beats, downstairs rockin' soul. In the music factory, stacked 12-inch gold. The innovation was cunning and stunning, nothing was contrived from 86 to 95. New York kept it live, BDP, King PE, Ultra EPMD, Rakim, Stet, Slick Rick, MC Light, Biz Marquee. The Jungle Brothers, De La, A Tribe Called Quest, Brand Nubian, Gangsta, G-Rap, LO, and SP, Rockin' CL, Black Moon, Beatnuts, DITC, The Woo, Nas, AZ, Redman, Big L, and Biggie.
Good old days. Do you remember? There's no bringing them back.
Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. May you live forever. You see, the elements converged into spoken word and hit a divine note that human ears had never heard. It emerged to what the mainstream considered absurd. They laughed at it, now it's generational, they're all addicts. 40 years later, now we reminisce, cause through all the shape shifts, it hurts us deeply that it hasn't been the same since. Large pro walking through that front door to cherish or neglect the black sheep. The choice is yours. Case Solo spelled it out for you. The Fugees kept the score, nice and smooth, made it funky for the junkies abroad. The Outcast elevated it. While Dre let me ride, he kicked me out. I had to start running with the far side. Lost my breath. All I need from Mary and Meth is ice water. Please give my full regards to the chef. Watch son get wrecked, cause all they rickety really want is effects. Gucci link shine, stretching Bobito, 89 Tech 9, y'all. Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. That ever lasts forever.
I just want to tell you it's alright while I'm smiling through the tears in my eyes. 'Cause when I'm broken, I still want you to be fine. I think we're both just attached to the friction. If you need me, I'll be pacing through my mind, and I can be the one to get you through the night. I lose the battle every time you pick a fight. Too afraid to combat this addiction. You're so bad for me, I can't stand to be without you for another moment. This is agony. It's like gravity, you're pushing down on me when I'm around you, but without you don't know where I'd be. Out of sight, lost in time. One more night, you and I. Friction. 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 Where we are, I can't quite figure out. I wanna take all of the blame from you now. No matter what, I've gotta fix it somehow. You only know how to play it like the victim. You're so bad for me, I can't stand to be without you for another moment. This is agony. It's like gravity, you're pushing down on me when I'm around you, but without you don't know where I'd be. Out of sight, lost in time. One more night, you and I. Friction. 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 Friction.
We're free, I don't look back. With me, we'll stay on track. Are you ready to go? So I'm waiting for you. Ready, let's go. There's so much for you to do. Are you ready to go? So I'm waiting for you. Ready, let's go. There's so much that we can do. Take
said, could things be harder? Said nothing. Heard from a friend that I hadn't spoken to in a couple of years or so. It would be alright as long as the sun keeps poking its way on through my curtain light. But something tells me that if we keep singing our songs,
keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. Keep on reaching high. I keep my love. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high.
We got time on our hands, gonna have fun, we got no plans. We could party on the beach like we just don't care. We can follow the sun till the night has begun. We'll share it all, that's what friends are for. Na 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 na. There's a rock and roll band playing acoustic in the sand. We are flying, we are free, what a precious moment. We will always be young, we'll be dancing in the sunshine. We'll share it all, that's what friends are for. We'll look back one day and see smiling pictures and faces of you and me. That's what friends are for. 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 Yeah. That's what friends are for.
When you're feeling down, wanna come my way, gonna lift you up. Let me hear you say, yeah, we're living on love. 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 Oh, oh, we're gonna take you home. Oh, oh.
武林传说，在峡谷之巅有一位高人，无数人争相求见，希望能领悟侠之强者的真正含义。
大师，我等不远万里，终来此地，只为寻求侠之强者的真正含义。
哼，那倒是说说，最强之人的真正意义是什么？
运筹帷幄，足智多谋，聪明绝顶，侠人诛心，可谓最强。哈哈哈哈！力能刚鼎，气吞山河，身经百战，刀枪不入者，可谓最强。哼，一介莽夫，文不能测字，算什么本事？嘿，两脚书橱，武不能防身，拿什么吃了？面对强力 AD， 连扳对手5员大将，令对手无将可用，如此才智，可谓最强。左帅将军以1敌4，还能全身而退，如此神勇，才是最强。直面黑粉，坚韧不拔，改过自新，不吃蛋挞。凡强者，内心也必须强大。威武小将梦，相传秀神转世，勇挑中弹，最强称号也可以是他的。盛夏已至，你怕是忘了最强的骑士团了吧？哈哈哈哈哈！谁敢横刀立马？你敢说安吉不是最强的吗？
住口！你们都住口！不要再吵了啦！
看来你们还没有领悟最强的真正含义。何为最强？就是要不断突破自我，不畏艰辛，时刻保持一颗学徒的心。
我要像杰克一样强！
不畏惧强大的对手，就算实力悬殊，也要迎难而上。
这本武林秘籍就传授给你了。
哇，我也要成为小小虎一样的将军！
不仅是自我强大，更要带领群众强身健体，始终保持着一个为社会做出贡献的心，勇攀高峰，登峰造极，翻过一座又一座山，永远有着一颗不服输的心。这才是侠之强者的真正含义。你们可要牢记于心呢。
大师，我等破译匪浅，茅塞顿开啊！大师，我们一定会把侠之强者的含义传遍于峡谷，警醒世人。
从此，峡谷之中又出现了无数位强大的英雄。Welcome, one and all, back to the LPL. We are jumping straight into day 4 of week 5. We had a bit of a dark day yesterday as we're coming up to Hanfu weekend. I am Oshin. I am joined, as always, by the absolutely fantastic Dagda. And yeah, it's always fun. I remember we got one in Shanghai last year. It was a little big for me, but you know, they're a lovely dress sense, and honestly, I love the holiday as well.
Yeah, I was just looking because I've got my little Hanfu hat up here. I don't know if I can.
Can you get it? Can you grab it?
There you go.
What?
So I got my little hat.
You got it?
See, yeah.
There you
So
go.
we still have it. Yeah.
little Hanfu hat. We'll maybe put that on a little bit later. But before we can talk about Hanfu, that's obviously this Saturday and Sunday. We got to talk about what happened on our last day of games, which was Wednesday. It's been a little bit of a time off, and we got ourselves a pretty bog standard return for V5's rookie as he just dominated RA and really looked like he's just, again, one of the best players in the world.
Sometimes you don't know how much you miss something until it's gone. And having Rookie back in the league, oh my god, it was so much fun to watch him back. That Talia game was absolutely nasty. I'm so glad the Rookie's back. Dream definitely deserves his spot in the LPL, but he just can't compare to a Rookie. He absolutely slaughtered Rare at him.
I mean, that's the thing. It's like, Dream, you had a fantastic few runs, 6 games, 6 series, to be honest with you. You did exceptionally well. Rookie is still Rookie. And, of course, FBX taking a 2-1 on a bit of a bounce back. And remember, they were 0-5 at one point, maybe 1-5. And now all of a sudden, it's 3-5. They might be able to get themselves up to 4-5, which is far better in the standings as they finally find themselves in the top 10.
Yeah, I mean, definitely looking like a team that deserves to be there now that they've kind of got themselves situated with Summit coming into the roster, and the fact that you got Click kind of working well with him on that top side as well. It feels like the team is starting to slowly but surely get together, and as you're saying, you know, already in the top 10, meaning they, at least if they stay in this position, they keep playoffs, but certainly I think this team wants to try and climb higher.
Yeah, I think so, and I think they can climb higher. Seeing a lot of good things now that Summit's in the roster, and of course, we got to talk about today's games. We got ourselves a couple of a mixed bag, shall you say, as we come into today. We've got OMG coming up against Team WE. OMG looking semi-decent, still needs to try and, you know, round out, smooth out those edges. WE, of course, still hunting for that first win. And then later on today, LNG versus JDG. That one is a little bit of a flip because my money is on JDG, but LNG have a power to just drag people in and play in the mud. I don't get it. It's just it's a weird one.
I don't get it, and I don't want it, to be perfectly honest with Shane. But I gotta say, looking at OMG, I'm kind of happy to see OMG's kind of rise 3-4 now, just off the back of that win over EDG. You know, I mean, I don't think they're going to be in a playoff contention, but it's nice to see kind of the growth from OMG over the course of the last few splits as they've actually invested in this roster.
Yeah, absolutely. And speaking of investing into that roster, we got to talk about their top laner, Shanji, because Shanji is just honestly looking like an absolute terror right now on the top side, bringing out picks like the Shyvana, becoming one of his pocket picks alongside his other pocket picks like the Rumble, etc. So this guy, look, 3rd in KDA, 7th in damage percentage for team, 1st in solo kills for top laners. He's making a name for himself.
And it's really interesting to see how OMG have kind of grown into playing with Shanji now more and more over the course of the split. Initially, we saw a lot of OMG focusing on the bot side, particularly Aki, trying to make sure that, you know, these aggressive picks from Abel like the Samira, the Tristana that we even saw the other day would be able to do well. But actually, we're starting to see him kind of teeter more towards that top side, giving resources to Shanji, where traditionally he'd be that weak side top laner, and he's starting to flourish with it. I mean, the Shyvana has been absolutely unstoppable. He's been one of the few top laners we've seen bring it out, even willing to blind pick it pretty consistently. So definitely something that he's kind of brought into the fold and looks for spectacular on. And now as we start to look towards like team fights and these kind of things, Shanji's actually been a bit of a menace with the extra resources that he's been able to pick up.
Yeah, I think the way you kind of look at it as well, we're going to have a little bit of a highlight on EDG, and specifically those Shyvana things. Like, he only has the Yuumi with him, but he's unafraid, undeterred, and kind of just shoves himself into 5 members and doesn't go down.
Yeah, and turns out a whole bunch of damage as well. I've actually been really impressed with the Shyvana gameplay from him. I think he's showing what this pick is actually capable of, especially when he's diving in towards the back line. I mean, taking on 1, 2, 3 members sometimes at a time and still coming out with a kill and surviving. Shanji kind of showing that when you do give these resources to the Shyvana, where she can actually turn into that lane bully, where she can become that big threat in the later portion of the game, this pick is something to be feared.
Yeah, and even here, you can see it here, like the Baron goes over to OMG, but then EDG start to turn it around at the 5v4. It's not looking great. Then look at Shanji, 1 kill, then just completely zones Viper and Mako out. What can you do? And it's just the chase down potential of this pick is just working so well for what OMG want to work around.
Yeah, and it's been really impressive to see Shanji kind of stepping up because, as we said, you know, he came in, we would see him bring out some of these kooky picks that people had to respect, like the Rumble, but we never really saw him kind of take over in the top side apart from on some of these weird picks. But now we're actually starting to see that there is a bit of, like, well, obviously there's a depth to his champion pool, but has many other threats than just the 1 or 2 picks. And now you've got to actually respect not only his Rumble, but things like his Shyvana as well. And the Gangplank's been working out great for them. And that's where I think that you're actually going to have to start looking at Shanji as a real threat on OMG.
Yeah, absolutely. We got to look at the other side of this matchup now for WE, because for WE, it's only uphill from here. It's a tough season. Look, there are no quote-unquote easy games in the LPL, but there are definitely ones that you would prefer over others. You can look at the trajectory right now. OMG today, RNG, JDG, anyone's legend. This isn't going to get any easier.
And that's the biggest problem that I have with WE right now. Like, I just don't know where they're actually going to be able to pick up steam or pick up the wins. I think at this stage, it's hard. Like, it's unfair to say that they're completely out of the equation because there is still a good amount of games left to play. But the split only gets harder from them from here. They've already played teams like TT, Rare Atom that are kind of sitting at the bottom of the table alongside them. And the only other team in the later portion of the split that really is not really threatening for playoffs is someone like LGD. So you're not really having a huge amount of wiggle room left for Team WE, and it just feels like they haven't found themselves the identity that they really want to try and play around, and that's the biggest struggle for them right now.
Yeah, it really, really is, and I think that for WE, it is just going to get about figuring out how they want their roster to perform, because don't forget, summer 2021, this was a team that was looking to go to the World Championships. This is a team in the winners finals of our playoff bracket before they got knocked out of it, you know, or knocked down off of it. But it's a bit of a bittersweet memories for them, because you look at their WE roster from 2021 summer now into 2022 summer, you can see that the pieces from that roster are doing exceptionally well. Breathe and RNG, Elk and Ultra Prime, who are kind of finding their footing, missing on the high-flying JDG. It just doesn't, you know, unfortunately for Bayshang and Shanks, they've kind of had to say goodbye to their friends.
And the problem that they're having is that identity has gone with it. Like, how they want to play the game was very simple back in 2021. It was like, hey, we're going to give some resources to Breathe. We're going to then start to play heavily around bot side, make sure that Elk and Missy are in a good spot, and then we can try and go for these crazy team fights with Elk being our main damage source. But now when you come into the new WWE, the new WE, it hasn't been looking so strong. Yeah, yeah. They don't have the steel chair. They've got nothing. You know. And that's the problem, is that honestly looking at this squad, it's like, okay, well, who do you try and give the resources to? Shanks, I think, was a very high prospect coming in from the LDL. Looked great on control mages when it was that kind of style of play. Especially, there was that Cassiopeia play that he was famous for coming up from the LDL. But since we've now come into WE, he hasn't been able to find that success. Even the meta not really fitting him at the moment in that respect. You look at SMLZ, who is the one getting a lot of the resources on the squad at the moment, but I think his position in teamfight has been really lackluster. Even his willingness to put himself in harm's way to carry the fight hasn't been there. So despite the fact that he gets these early leads, oftentimes you kind of see him playing that more safe style, and it does end up costing WE because he's not putting himself forward to actually carry despite these gold leads that it might have been set up. You even see it here in this fight where he's 4-1 right now, but isn't really able to get any sort of damage off onto any of the main carries or any of the main threats.
Yeah, and this was a 5v4 in favor of WE. They just taken Dragon, they just picked off the Nautilus, I think it was Uyanja, and they just get kind of funneled in against a Zeri and a Viego who are just constantly running them down, constantly getting kills on top of them, and that's just the issue we're having with WE. The funny thing is, even during this series, we were full of praise. It was myself and yourself actually casting this particular series because we were full of praise of how great their macro was in the early game. They were denying waves, getting good trade-offs around the map, really playing smart League of Legends. And then they just kind of throw it away. So it just feels a little bit disjointed for WE. And it's very difficult to stay positive about this side because even though they show us good things, they're not keeping them.
Yeah, and I think that's the problem, is that there doesn't seem to be the coordination that they need in team fights. Even just trying to set up for simple front-to-back fights has been a bit all over the place for WE. And again, I think they're just lacking that identity of like, okay, well, who's actually going to step up in those clutch moments to be the carry? Who's going to be the one that we're giving those resources to? And it feels like in an awful lot of situations, Beishong's kind of just running around, hoping that he'll, find a lucky charm, like give some sort of go to someone who can carry a game. Yeah. But it just hasn't really come up clutch for him just yet.
Yeah, and look, this is going to be probably one of the easier games they'll have in the next 4, quote unquote, but it is still OMG. OMG has still have plenty of ways of playing around this. And again, like you said, like OMG are not a team that we instinctively say, yes, this team is going to make it into playoffs, but there's still a chance. 3-4, if they can win today, they go to 4-4. That's a very, very solid scoreline coming up to the halfway point.
And I'm hoping that we can see a little bit of that from OMG, because I feel like this is a team that is steadily starting to ramp up, as you said, like, again, playing a little bit more towards Shanji, having their bot lane able to step up. I think that Abel is starting to sit into the meta a little bit more as well, because he has always performed on things like the Samira, the Kai'Sas, these kind of short range, very early game focused AD carries. And I think that the fact that we're starting to see things like the Callista and that rise up are giving Abel a little bit more flavor in this meta. So I think OMG have the tools to potentially do it. It's just about trying to find that consistency in the mid game where they can overextend for a pick, or they all kind of collapse on towards mid lane consistently, and that's a very readable or very exploitable style to the game that I think teams are going, oh well, as long as we can meet them in mid lane, we're going to be totally fine.
Yeah, I think that's the way it kind of works as well. And I think the way you always have to kind of respect things like the Shyvana, that means you're going to lose a ban. So WE saying, look, we're on blue side. We don't have to ban things like the Wukong or maybe even the Zeri. We can start to focus out some of these other things and get rid of those pocket picks.
But that's the thing, right? Because you're WE, you have to respect these pocket picks, which can leave things open like the Senna, these kind of big picks that we're looking at to see if it's going to be strong. Because don't forget, we are over on 12-12 as well, so there are buffs to things like the Seraphine that we're starting to see come through more and more. I would have to see if WE want to try and go for some of these more creative picks that we're seeing on the new patch.
Yeah, we'll see what they want to go for. OMG now going to wait to see what they want to ban last. Lissandra, going to be the thing. So banning away something that Shanks will feel very, very comfortable on. And again, just getting him onto something that maybe doesn't have as much agency, but the Sylas does. Picking it this early on, though, is a bit risky, shall we say.
So I've actually started to become a bit of a fan of early picks to Sylas. I know you can try and tailor your composition on OMG's side so you don't give it big ultimates across, but it's actually incredibly hard to do, especially when you want like engage and these kind of things. Like a lot of those ultimates still work very well with the Sylas, and I think Sylas is incredibly hard at the moment to actually bully out of the lane. Because the durability patch, he works out great. The nerf to his grievous wounds means he's even harder to deal with in team fights. And because team fights tend to last longer, he's actually getting more Kingslayers off, which means he's getting even more value and uptime in fights. So I think Sylas is actually rising up as an incredibly strong pick, but also something you really don't want to give across the Cream.
I was about to say, I was like, oh my god, if he picks up the Zed, I'm going to be so happy. But
that would have been so good. I was like, oh yeah, but
yeah, we never talk about hovers, but they do go with the Ahri.
I'm not actually a fan of the Ahri. The reason that we started to see Sylas come into the meta a little bit was as an answer into Ari, because Ari's early game damage isn't actually there to try and push the Sylas out of lane. Like, she's got some used to it, but between Kingslayers and the ability to get on top of the Ari with the Absconded Duct, you can trade relatively well as the Sylas in lane. So I'm surprised to see Cream opt in towards the Ari. I thought we might see something a little bit different coming out from him, but yeah, it just means that in theory Shanks should have an even easier time in the mid lane here.
In theory, we'll always, wait to see if that theory is proven or disproven, as we do see the Jinx Nautilus kind of being locked in. And I'm a little sad right now, because I won't lie, with 12-12 coming in, we are starting to see teams default back to the ADC handshake of Jinx, Aphelios, right back down into that bot side. And it's just, I get it, they're strong, you want big team fight AD carries. It just makes me a little sad, Dagda. Just a little sad.
Yeah. I mean, I honestly thought we'd get to see the Senna coming through here for SMLZ. I think it's just incredibly strong at the moment, especially if you're going to play something like the Sylas. Having these healing capabilities just makes it incredibly strong, and I think that's probably the direction that we're going to see a lot of this patch go, is towards these more healing orientated picks. But not so much in the LPL at the moment, as this is looking pretty much like a very 12-11 draft, like what we've kind of been stock standard, apart from the Thresh, who's just there to offer a little bit of safety from the Nautilus in this matchup.
Yeah, it becomes a hook champion kind of setup there. If the Nautilus does go in on top of your AD carry, you have the Lantern, of course you have the Flay, and your own hook engage as well. Just covers a lot of very good bases for something like the Aphelios and gives you a lot of versatility. Now we come back into the picks and bans, and more so the ban phase. The Gwen going to be banned away. The Trundle, which was hovered earlier there by OMG, is actually going to be banned by WE as well. So we're seeing a little bit of a different priority here. OMG saying, look, we want to try and take Bew off of things that maybe he can have agency against Shanji with, and of course on the other side WE saying we want to give Beishang as good of a matchup as we possibly can.
Yeah, I'd love to see Aki going back towards something like the Lee Sin here in that jungle matchup, because I think Aki's always worked best when he's on something that can be very proactive in the early stages, like Lee Sin, the Vi, these kind of things, because it just means that OMG are able to get off the ground running as early as possible. And this is a team that definitely likes to snowball, because a lot of their game plan in the mid game in general is like sending Cream and Shanji out to push sides and then 5-man mid very, very quickly. But that's hard to do when you don't have that early advantage. And because their macro is kind of working off of a more base level or a basic level, they need this kind of snowballing to get themselves up.
Need a snowball. We won't be getting the Glacial Prison. So more Freljordian champions being banned away, as the Sejuani is the final ban here for Team WE. And now OMG, I imagine you'd want to be taking your jungle here and then leaving the counter pick for Shanji in that top side, like we talked about in our pre-game. Shanji has very much been a focal point for this side, and Aki going to go back to the Lee Sin. Something every single jungler in any single league in the world needs to be able to play, and it's going to be good for him. It's going to be good if he can get that 2v2 going in the mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, this is a very strong 2v2, but as you said, I think Aki just works better on these kind of aggressive early game junglers. And I'm curious to see what WE are going to go for here. This is a pick that we haven't seen for a little while, but Volibear, I think, something we see a lot over in LEC and even the LCS, but incredibly strong on this patch and can do really well against the Lee Sin. And I wouldn't be surprised to see something like a Gangplank here for Bew as well, because I think he can cause a lot of issues for the way OMG want to function. Like with the Aphelios trying to push forward, you have range here on WE side if you want to, but making life very uncomfortable for the Aphelios with Cannon Barrage and team fights is going to be great.
Yeah, and it's exactly as you say. They are going to take your logic and completely agree with it. Now, OMG, you've got to figure out how you want to round out this composition. Do you go for lane prowess in the top lane for Shanji, or do you try and go for that again, kind of disruptor, team fight centric kind of carry? Right now, they're going for the Aatrox. Hasn't been locked in just yet, but can do a little bit of both if given the right resources, and they're going to lock it in.
What? We don't get the Azir top? Man, this is
no
crazy.
Anivia? What's happening, man? What happened to our meta?
No, I do like this from Shanji. In general, with the nerf to Grievous Wounds, Aatrox actually becomes quite strong. And as well, because he tends to be able to land the extended Q on towards Gangplank and get some decent trades, it means that you don't actually get pushed out of this lane too bad. Even having the healing, at least the sustain built into his passive, makes things a lot easier for Shanji in this lane as well. And it gives you 2 lanes now in OMG that you can play, or even 3 lanes honestly in OMG, you can play around pretty nicely. Like play through mid jungle, lean up top side, maybe look for a potential dive. The obvious choice of going and trying to help out the Aphelios in the bot lane. So there's a lot that you can work with here now on OMG's side.
Yeah, well, we got OMG Setting themselves up for strong laning phases, of course, Team WE, not to be outdone. This Silas early pick, that's where my focus is going to be. You pick it first, you've got yourself a decent matchup in mid with the Ahri, and honestly, some really decent ultimates to choose from as well. You've got yourself the Lee Sin kick, the Ahri Spirit Rush as well is a very powerful tool, and even the tankiness as well if you steal away the Aatrox as well. There's plenty of options available to you to pick and choose when you need and what you need in particular fights.
Yeah, and I think that's the nice thing here is that you never really get to have a composition that completely takes away useful ultimates. As you say, the Lee Sin kick, pretty useful. Ahri, I think, is going to be the main takeaway for Shanks here. Just having that many dashes in your kit is fantastic, and each one of those dashes getting to proc your passive as well as the Silas always works out super nicely. So I imagine he'll be trying to take that. The box can be a little bit difficult for Shanks to utilize just because you have to get really good positioning, but it can do a lot of damage if you're able to get that positioning right.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. We are going to jump onto the Rift for game one of this best of three. WE still hunting for a first series win. It's been a hell of a long time for them, but OMG still looking to try and maybe get to the halfway point with a very respectful scoreline. Very much a different story for OMG if they go into the halfway point 4-4 versus 3-5. But both teams very aware that they don't want to try and give away the ghost right at the start of the game. So we're just going to see them fan out and look for a very standard 5-point setup.
Yeah, nothing too fancy, especially when you look across the WE side. I mean, late game scaling, your Gangplank and your Jinx, you want to just try and take this nice and slowly in the early stages and then utilize the fact that you've got good engage coming through from heal later. Probably going to be saying the same thing for Shanks at those later points as well, because he can take the Ahri dash and help close the distance very easily. So for WE, take it nice and slow. For OMG, you're definitely more mid-game focused here. Yes, you've got some scaling with the Aphelios, but the rest of your squad hits hard off of 1 to 2 items, and I expect that's where we're going to see them really try and play in towards that mid-game spike.
I know you mentioned very quickly earlier that the Silas going to be difficult to take the Thresh box to make it work. Does have 100% AP scaling though. So,
oh, it's absurd. The damage off of that is insane. It's just a case of like, how do you try and put
I was going to say, how do you make it work?
Yeah.
It's all good, but if no one hits it,
leave
you
a
don't get any
trail of
damage.
cookies just into the edge of it and go like, please, come on, you could do it. But it's a case of like, you abscond abduct in, and then you try and put the box down, and maybe if you get onto Abel, there is a position where you can try and use that box to like keep Abel close to you, even if he does end up getting lanterned, takes a whole chunk of damage off of it. But it's just super hard to actually get that use out of it. And I think when there's a lot of peel on OMG's side for Abel, I think your best bet is still to go towards some Cream's ultimate to just have as many opportunities to get that back on fresh.
Well, Flash has to be burned there. Shanks did nearly land the abscond abduct and gets himself back in a way. So Cream, he's had a very, up and down kind of split. Some games he's looking absolutely fantastic. Others he does kind of get a little bit too overzealous, not respecting the paths that could end up coming out. And this is the thing, is that, like you mentioned, the Volibear exceptionally strong. This is one of the things the Volibear, even back when he was meta a couple of patches ago, was that he was so good at, was those early level 1 to 3 ganks, really, that you could kind of pull off because he's got so much in his kit to be able to survive and also to CC.
And it doesn't even cost him that much in the grand scheme of things, because he just leans through mid. It's just transitional gank. He wanted to go to the bot side of the map regardless, because he wanted to farm up. So it'll cost him a couple of seconds, but nothing too major. Especially because, as you can see, he finishes his Raptors. Should be there to go straight towards the Scuttle Crab if he wants, but with SMLZ going for the cheeky reset to get his pull nice and early, he's just got to wait for the bot lane push to come back through before he goes for that Scuttle Crab.
See if he's able to make anything else work. The big thing we always notice that, yes, Cream did lose his flash. That's unfortunate for OMG. But if Beishang never comes back towards mid, that's where this kind of gets a little bit unfortunate. You need to be putting down the pressure, really kind of making sure that you're getting as much of an advantage as possible. But it looks like he's not going to go towards mid. This time around, though, he's just going to try and maybe make something work at this bot side, because the wave is pushing in. But Abel and Cold, they sense something is awry.
Yeah, I think heal is in the wrong spot here, although Abel...
Ooh. Haven't got it just yet, but don't forget, Beishang has not revealed his position as of right now. Still has flash. Cold. He's thinking about it. He walks in. He's going to get caught up. Flashed it on top of it. He's going to get taken down. That's going to be enough for a first blood. WE on the board. Very good patience from Beishang.
And really good understanding from Beishang about how the bottom lane was going to work there. Abel needed to crash that wave so he could reset and try and match the call from SMLZ, or at least match the early reset that came through from the Jinx. But because of that, had to play up aggressive in the lane to try and push it. So Beishang just reads it well and manages to be able to get into position to find that kill. So really nice job from the WE jungler.
Really well played. And again, this is a common theme we're seeing with WE's play. They do have very good plays in the start. Laning phase has never really been that big of an issue unless it's been against some of the much bigger and badder teams in our league. Against someone like OMG and even RA last week, this is something they have done consistently well. The problem is that they need to be able to try and stick it. They need to try and transition that pressure and that advantage into more advantages around the map. You can already see SMLZ going for 2 backs already. Got himself his High Noon Quiver alongside that Cole. So really trying to push the fact that I just saw double Cole there for a second. Abel.
Yeah.
I was like, no way, no way.
I didn't even know that was possible.
I don't think it is. I don't think it actually double stacks at all. But Cole's gonna have to try and maybe help out Cream here because we talked about not having a flash. He gets hooked up. He will not get himself away. His heal does land the auto attack, and that's another good kill for WE.
And this is really good stuff from WE. Like, I love the fact that Beishang is being this proactive early. I was about to say, if Beishang doesn't actually go back towards mid lane, he is definitely not worth his great assault. But honestly, this has just been such a strong early game from Beishang. Great gank, understanding of how to get into path onto the bot side. Good repeat gank mid, even having heal in tow. And this is how you should be playing Volibear. Like, you fail off so hard come the late game. So you need to get the ball rolling nice and early. And Beishang's done just that.
Abel with the Gravitum, looking to try and maybe set something up for his team, but it's a little bit difficult right now. Never mind, I'm going to say that. He's going to see him get him the proc off straight away. There's a hook down onto heal, but the Cannon Barrage is great. Abel just about flashes himself away, but look at SMLZ. He's almost got Aki. Aki just sidesteps away, and that's going to be a 1-for-0. But WE, they almost got it back, and OMG had to commit a lot.
Yeah, I mean, Abel now going to have to reset, so he's going to miss out on this massive wave. Although, I actually say that he's going to stick around, but I don't know if that opens up the opportunity for SMLZ to try and go for something on the bot side. Yeah, this is what I was worried about. Beishang can get in here super easily.
Yeah, he's going to be able to do it as well. You can see him now. He's going to jump in. Tower dead. Cold to follow. Double kill for Beishang. WE very much punishing it. Honestly, a little bit of a greedy OMG.
Yeah, but great pathing again from Beishang. Like, he ends up stealing away the Raptors on the top side from Aki. Path back down towards the bot lane because he knows that chances are Aki's going to try and make something happen on the bot lane. So he's there to support SMLZ on the dive. Now 2-0-2 in the Volibear. You're getting another assist for the Jinx. 2 turret plates as well. Like, SMLZ is now in a great spot. And one of the biggest gripes I've had with SMLZ is his position and willingness to play aggressive on these short-range AD carries. But Jinx isn't that. And in this sort of composition, he should be fine to go aggressive.
Should be fine. You can see Cold now trying to maybe make something work, but honestly, this is OMG looking a little bit flabbergasted. They're not really quite sure where they want to go. I will say Aki did pick up the first jungle and is immediately available for the spawn of the first Rift Herald, so should be able to start that one up and get that for his team. So in terms of neutral objectives, it's still okay for OMG, but you're starting to fall significantly behind. 2.5 or 2 and a little bit thousand golds just, you know, kind of falling to the wayside. And this Volibear 2-0-2, the catalyst of everything that's gone right for the side of WE, is really starting to get to a very powerful point.
Yeah, I'm curious to see now what the game plan is for Beishang, because you need to try and help out, at least cross map for this Rift Herald that's actually about to be placed by Aki in this top side immediately. So Bubu might be in trouble.
Might be in trouble, but he's still a Gangplank. Won't have Cannon Barrage just yet. Beishang back down in the bot lane, but doesn't have his ultimate. As they wait to try and really make the point now that Abel and Cold... Oh, beautifully done by Heal. The hook does come in. He does end up flashing in to try and get the auto attack to stun him up, but at the end of it all, you still get the kill, and you're losing so much here as Abel. You're already so far behind it, you're just losing even more.
Yeah, I mean, Abel is completely out of this. And unfortunately for OMG, Aki did go towards the Lee Sin early and hasn't been able to find the impact he wants because the Volibear just matches him so well.
Oh, he's going to have to kick him there. I knew it. He's going to have to go for it. But now Beishang in a lot of trouble. The Ignite taking, and he's getting taken out. A little bit too far forward. Shanks doesn't have the mana to really take this 2v1. And that's just a little bit of a mistake from OMG, or sorry, from WE.
Yeah, I mean, Shanks, no mana, no access to the ultimate, and was way back underneath the tower, so Beishan getting a little bit antsy, thinking that he had the opportunity. But this is what we're talking about with WE, is that they have these early leads, but slowly these mistakes start to slip through, where it's just one extra go, or a bit of go going across here, because somebody messed up and died, or they're in the wrong place the wrong time. So I want to see a smoother transition from WE into the mid game.
Smoother transition, but again, like, it's 2,000 gold lead. They don't have the Rift Heralds. We might see Heal thought about it, but decided against it in the end of it. Or maybe he just messes it up. I'm not quite sure. I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt and said he decided that. But let's have a look at the replay here. And again, just perfectly timed, perfectly set up. Heal, really, really well done from him.
Yeah, really nice job from Heal to actually get these. And it's nice to see Heal doing well on this roster. Well, relatively well on this roster, because this is the guy that's been bounced around a heck of a lot.
Yeah.
I mean, we saw him pop up in IG initially after being promoted from their youth squad. We're like, oh, this guy maybe could do pretty well, but never really got his chance. Then he moved across to Rogue Warriors, got bounced out of that over towards Victory 5 for a little bit when he was still re-heal. Then he ends up coming on to WE, so he feels like he hasn't really found a home since he left IG, and it's nice to see him doing better. But it still feels like he's got a lot to learn when it comes to the support role, despite the fact that we've seen him pop up in LPL a few times now.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, like you said, good positive plays, but still a bit to go. And honestly, you know, he might be feeling good about this particular play, but you're still 0-5 on Team WE. You need to make sure that you're getting as much as you possibly can. And with the trade of towers right now, yes, you get bot lane tier 1, but you've actually taken away tier 1 in mid. Such a powerful tower to have, because it opens up the map so much. We hear it talked about all the time in every single league of just how much darker your map becomes if your mid lane tier 1 gets taken so early.
Yeah, it does depend on the matchup and that kind of stuff, but Shanji?
Yeah, he might be dead here. He does flash. Puts himself between his turret and the wall, but Beishong was very much ready to go for that one there. And honestly, this is WE again, just very smart macro play, kind of putting SMLZ, their strongest player right now, into position to be able to snowball.
Yeah, I mean, SMLZ has an item and a half already, and Abel hasn't even completed his first item. Even looking at the CS that they got from the cull shows how early SMLZ was able to pick up that cull and how big of an advantage he's now gotten from it. So SMLZ has everything that he needs to carry this game. UBU has the cannon barrage to help keep him safe. You've got the opportunity there for Heal and Shanks to try and keep him safe. The only threat for him realistically is Cream, and Cream's found him.
Oh, Cream nearly found him. He did have Cleanse available to himself, but he does lose his flash. And this is, again, the small little moments that we talk about when we say, WE, we really want you to do well. We are rooting for you at all ways, but it just feels like they get those little tiny mistakes, poor recall positions, not respecting the fact that people could be rotating up to you. Those little things do add up in the grand scheme of it. So you have to be aware that now with the next Rift Herald spawning in a minute 20, SMLZ doesn't have flash. That's a big cooldown now, no longer there for what could potentially be a big fight.
I mean, I don't think we'll have anything too untoward at the next dragon. I feel like from WE's side, you are okay to give that if you want to just continue stacking up gold on towards SMLZ, even putting pressure in towards the mid lane. I think the third dragon the third dragon for OMG would be more so where we actually see the big fights kick off, but I don't know, we've seen kind of WE go for these fights regardless, and as you say, that flash could be the difference maker.
It really could, and honestly, the gold lead right now is just SMLZ over Abel. So if SMLZ dies, there is no gold lead. It's a straight up, you're just at a disadvantage right there. And you can see Aki looking to try and maybe make something work on the flip side of this. They will be able to get Shanji underneath the tower. He's tanking up a little bit. There's going to be the cannon barrage, but a good flash away. But the Sonic Wave lands on the back side of this one. Shanji, though, taking a little bit too much damage. You have to fully commit to it. And in a 1v2, you get a 2 kills for 1. WE will take that bargain any day.
I mean, that was just such an overcommit from OMG on that bottom side. You were never going to be able to get that easy kill. Even Aki messing up the Dragon's Rage means that you don't actually get UBU out from underneath the tower. And everyone ends up tanking up so much damage. And in that, UBU ends up getting the kill. And you've lost your top tower as well to SMLZ, who's now got 2 items above Abel, who still hasn't completed his mythic.
Yeah, and again, this is great play for the side of WE. OMG tried to make something work. You know, it wasn't really going to be able to work on the top side whatsoever, but let's have a look at the replay here, because again, Bubu is still a gangplank. He clears this wave so quickly, then Sanji just takes too much turret damage.
Yeah, I mean, Aki not being able to kick Bubu out from underneath the tower was a big issue. And as you say, Shanji just not being able to get out from underneath the tower because of the cannon barrage. Honestly, same kind of happening here with Aki, but I think the big one there is the fact that Bubu was able to clear out the wave right as that dive happened, so there isn't a wave really there to try and tank the turret as you set up. So everything has to be rushed then by OMG, and they end up messing up on the execution.
Well, next dragon spawning in 23 seconds. Still don't have a flash on SMLZ, but you do have a Rift Herald here in the back pocket of Beishong, as they maybe look to try and take him out. So will not be able to land the death sentence there, but still controlling the area for now. WE starting to move forward. You gotta be careful with these orbs of deception. A flash in though, straight away. You cannot click the lantern if you're CC'd for days. As we can see, Shanks now looking for a reset on that stolen Spirit Rush. Keep pushing himself forward. Beishong wants a little part of it as well as Shanji goes down. And honestly, this is WE kind of just owning OMG.
Absolutely destroying on the bottom side of the map, and now snowballing completely out of control. That's the Rift Tower going to go down in mid, so they should crack open the last outer turret for OMG, and they've even got the dragon to fall back for. Like, this is so well orchestrated by WE, and I mean, this feels like a very different style from them, where they've actually got SMLZ on these longer range AD carries. He's looking relatively comfortable to step up and try and play into these fights, but honestly, that was just Shanks and Beishong absolutely decimating OMG.
It really was. I will say, though, they haven't taken the dragon just yet. There are TPs available here for Shanji should he want to go for it. Beishong is on the dragon right now, but they don't really have vision control. They're going to have to be very careful with how they kind of approach this. I think the honest answer is they're not going to. That being said, though, Cream going to take a barrel to the face. Immediately the Everfrost has to come out. He's going to have to try and Spirit Rush away. The dragon hasn't gone down just yet as Abel finally joins his team. Flash away by Cold as finally WE secure the dragon. We can see Cream going in with the Spirit Rush as Shanji tries to make some work happen. He takes down SMLZ. That's the big carry. That's the gold lead. And you might have overstayed your welcome just a little bit. Beishong goes golden just to delay the inevitable. Shanji trying to get the movement speed back as he picks up 2 kills. And WE, they still get the dragon. They still trade back equally, but this is not exactly favorable for you.
No, the fact that you got that shutdown going over towards Shanji off the kill is going to be so nice for OMG, but it needed to be cleaner. It needed to be smoother, and we'll catch it here in the replay. Like, look at the positioning from WE. They have no front to back set up here at all. So Cream gets spotted out. Everyone starts to then separate and disperse, and the TP from Shanji is wonderful here because he manages to slip in behind WE. And now WE are caught between a rock and a hard place. SMLZ has nowhere to tank to. Shanji has direct access. Everyone leaves the Jinx completely by herself. Eventually, Beishong has to run from the top of the fight, the whole way down to the bottom of the fight, just to try and save SMLZ. And nobody else is trying to help out. And this is what we're talking about with WE, is that their team fighting is super uncoordinated, and no one seems to be looking out for each other especially when SMLZ is that much gold. He should be the VIP. He should be the person that's most important to protect in that fight.
Absolutely, and again, this is something that I feel like OMG are going to have to try and, continually get back at, as we can see Beishong. But Shank's going to try and catch out Cream, but Cream going to back himself away with a blast cone. But again and again, we're seeing WE, you're 4,000 gold up, you're in a really comfortable position, 2 dragons, you're stacking up a Mountain Drake, which is honestly fantastic for your composition if you look at how, Cream will want to try and burst you out, even the Aphelios as well with the Moonlight Vigil. These are players that, you want to try and survive against in terms of their initial burst, even if you do get caught. But if you end up losing those fights, if you end up giving over 2 kills over to Shanji so he gets up to his second or third item, you get yourself able a little bit of extra time to, farm up and get himself on equal footing to this Jinx. It's not going to matter that SMLZ was so far ahead because it doesn't make a difference.
Yeah, and I think that's the biggest worry now looking at WE, is that the confidence boost that you're going to have given to OMG about getting access to the backline is going to be so much more important now. And honestly, I think it's been a good job by OMG to have the vision control there that lets, like, Shanji TP in, these kind of things. This should have been stuff that WE should have already cleared out. It's about establishing yourself at these objectives nice and early. But because they end up getting a little bit hypey with having the Riptail to take the early tower and get some kills, they expected that they'd just be able to breeze into the dragon, and that's a massive mistake that you can't really make.
Watch Aki. Aki on the flank of absolute days right now. He is going to try and maybe get himself around this Baron pit. It's spawning in 5 seconds, but he's already got himself around the back side of this one here, and you don't have Bew, so it's going to be a 5v4. Yes, you'll have the cannon barrage, but he's already there. The charm lands on the heel, who already uses the dredge line to get himself away. They're going to try and re-engage on top of this one here as Cole goes down. There's the kick, and it's absolutely beautiful. They catch out SMLZ, finally heel, trying to see if he can do something there with Bew on the back side of this one as Shanks trying to deal with Shanji and Cream will back themselves away. It was a little bit too late there from OMG, but WE, they do lose SMLZ. They keep everyone else alive.
It was such a nice attempt by Aki, but WE end up turning the fight before he gets into position, and Abel dies immediately. So there's no real consistent damage apart from Shanji there, and that's not enough to try and carry the fight. So WE are able to get the win. They get the tower, and WE will get away with what was so close to being a disaster for them.
Yeah, you can see the low health bars there. We're going to almost certainly have a replay on this. But honestly, it's a great call here from Beishong to immediately go in with Bew's ultimate. You'll see it in the replay. He just immediately commits to saying, look, we're 4v4. We don't know where Aki is. We need to try and kill off Abel.
Yeah, and the fact that they're willing to do this when they actually don't know if this is a 4v5, but it feels like he'll, with that charm landing, that was the engage that they needed. But watch Abel on the backside of this. He instantly gets deleted by Beishong and Shanks, way too close to the fight, so Shanks can finish him off in the back line. And although SMLZ goes down, Shanji's too low to try and continue the rest of the fight. And that's really your main source of damage on this engage, because Cream doesn't have anything left in the tank. Like, Ari's not going to carry a team fight like that for you, so it had to be Shanji. But with the health bar that he had, he just wasn't quite able to do enough.
Yeah, well, Aki seeing if he could do it again, to be perfectly honest. No cleanse this time around on SMLZ, so if he does get CC'd, he's just going to die as the Dragon has spawned, and they're waiting to see if Shanks wants to try and take out that ward. But OMG not to be deterred this time around. This Cannon Barrage is back up and available here for Bewview, so he's not too far away from helping out his team. There we go. Cannon Barrage comes out. That's going to be the Dragon secured by OMG. Cream going to stop Shanks from really engaging on this. And if they get out with this, this is honestly a little bit of daylight robbery because they got the TP as well. Bewview trying to make sure that his team makes this one work, but the Gravitum just keeps everyone from really doing anything. They can't land the barrels. They're going to commit with Beishong, but he can't really go any further with this. WE, they commit so much, but they only are probably going to kill Aki.
I mean, Aki has a lot of mobility here, so he actually may just be able to get away with this now. He's just going to end up dying to the tower. But, actually, has he been hit yet?
Now he has.
Well, definitely has been.
Now he has.
Yeah.
Well, he's going to keep running away, but Shanks will get him, and that does delay a lot of the push there. But again, OMG, they delay the Dragon stacking, and this is WE, where we're kind of looking, yes, you're ahead by 7,000 gold, but it should be looking a little bit more convincing than this.
Yeah. And the fact that you're spending 30 seconds chasing down the OMG jungler means that OMG actually get their waves in order, so they can't really push up more, which is why WE are going, right, well, we got to do something with this time. Let's go towards the barrel.
Cream's already off the back side of this one here. SMLZ is on the side here.
Cleanse.
No cleanse, but does have flash charm, just go wide. Abel just down to about half HP already. The Baron down to 4,000. You're going to have to try and contest this one as best you possibly can, but I don't know if you're going to be able to. Moonlight Vigil completely whiffs. Abel in the wrong position, but Shanji wants to make something happen. I don't think he can do it, and eventually he'll fall down, but at the end of it all, you end up trading 3 kills for 1. The Baron, OMG, that was just sloppy.
3 kills onto the support as well. Like, that is not worth it at all. WE get away with the Baron. They get a bunch of extra gold in their back pocket, and now they can actually start pushing in towards these lanes. But you'll see it here in the replays. He said, I mean, Abel, this just hasn't been his game at all. Completely whiffing on the Moonlight Vigil. It was an Inferno, which meant it could have done a lot of damage in the pit, but not able to get much off. Cream doing a really nice job of pestering SMLZ in the pit, so then it opens up for Shanji to go forward. SMLZ can't really push forward in case Cream comes over the wall to deal with him, but with that Moonlight Vigil just completely whiffing, Abel's in a terrible position where SMLZ is free to hit him from the back of the pit with no real threat possibility from Cream, because Cream is too far away to actually dive onto SMLZ.
You know the crazy thing is, I think Cold's death sentence pulls Beishang, or excuse me, Biu out of the position where he'd get hit by the Infernum Moonlight Vigil. I think that's actually how it went down. So little bit unfortunate with the combination there, but WE honestly looking great. 10,000 gold up. Yeah, they're 2 dragons away, so they're not exactly a million miles ahead, but this SMLZ carry composition is working out for them, and I gotta give major props to Shanks as well. He's really been looking fantastic on this Silas and proving why it's such a high priority for them.
Honestly, look, I haven't been impressed with SMLZ in these fights. I don't think he's been getting a huge amount of damage off. I think it has been Biu, Beishang, and Shanks that have actually been the real carries for these engages. So again, we're kind of seeing with SMLZ all the resources he has, I think he could have done more.
Could have done more. Well, Beishang might have to use his ultimate to get himself out. There it is. And Moonlight Vigil doesn't really do anything when you're a 1.5 item Aphelios. So Cannon Barrage is going to be used to try and dissuade everyone away from defending this turret. And the base is almost certainly to be broken open. SMLZ very tentative to walk forward as Cream has to use the Spirit Rush to make sure he doesn't get hit by the Dredge line. Now the inhibitor goes down. You've got waves in top. You've got a wave coming in on mid as well. Cream really dancing with death right now, trying to just bait anyone in, seeing if he can get as much damage as he possibly can. But OMG get what they want, and they get themselves out.
Yeah, WE using nicely that Baron to actually get that bot lane inhibitor, and with a minute until the dragon, that should create a bit of pressure on this bot side that they can use to their advantage. Aki trying to be the secret agent here. I was going to say I thought he was going to try and get some... Oh, he actually does place a ward on the way out. But I wasn't sure if he was actually going to try and just stick around this bot side jungle for the next 45 seconds until Dragon comes up. Maybe look for an angle of attack on towards SMLZ. But honestly, looking at Biu with the 3.5 items that he's picked up, the damage that Shanks able to churn out as well onto Cold,
yeah,
they are your issues as well.
Yeah, Cold is dead. There's not really a lot else to talk about there as he just ends up falling down. And this hasn't been a great game for the bot lane of OMG. We talked about how OMG like to focus towards that top side, but the Abel and Cold kind of really hemorrhaging gold and resources on that bot lane really has not helped them whatsoever. And honestly, just WE have just completely punished them in every sense of the word. And now with bot lane pushing in with supers, you've got yourself mid and top to try and deal with here as OMG. WE could just take this one nice and slow. They don't have to overcommit to this.
Yeah, and WE are doing exactly that. They're just going to see if they can land a couple of shots with SMLZ having the rapid fire cannon and moving back and forth between the lanes. I will say, I would rather that they kept Biu in one lane rather than having him kind of group up with the team, but it works here.
Here we go. They're going to try and catch out SMLZ, but it just puts them closer to the fight. Your damage is dead. There's nothing else for you to do. The Cannon Barrage is just too hard to fight around, and that's going to be WE taking game one, and honestly looking very convincing while doing it.
Yeah, and they got the wave there as well. Going to be able to finish this one out. This was a nice game from WE, and I have to say again, like, I think Shanks, the first pick of the side, is working out great for him. Wouldn't be surprised if we're going to see this a little bit more often. And Beishang as well, bringing out the volley bear that we've been missing for a while, and finding so much success on that.
Yeah, Aki's still on the flank, by the way, in case you were wondering. Still looking to see if he can find that ultimate kick of days. But it isn't to be. WE in their home arena will pick up the win. And this, if they can continue this momentum, this is a positive sign for them. Maybe, just maybe, taking their first series win of Summer Split.
And now they just have to try and keep that coming into game number 2. I think Beishang was the massive difference maker in this game.
Oh, huge.
His early control towards both bot and that early mid gank gave everything that WE wanted. Like Shanks getting ahead, your bot side getting ahead. Then they were able to use SMLZ to get a bunch of these turret plates down. And again, when we got in towards fights, like Beishang and Shanks were on the exact same page at all points in time. Consistently diving onto Abel, making sure they're the real threats in the fight, and being able to carry this game. Like, that was such a good performance from the mid jungle of WE.
Yeah, it really, really was. And honestly, I think that a lot of positives to bring from it. And finally, we see them get their early game leads and continue it on with it. They didn't throw it away. They didn't... Fair enough, there were 1 or 2 moments where you're like, okay, that's not great. But they kept it consistent. And honestly, I think with the meta, specifically in LPL, moving back towards, like you mentioned, the Jinx and the Aphelios and Champs, so like having the Jinx, having that just very safe long-range carry for SMLZ. Fair enough, he's not doing an absolute boatload of damage, but he is going to be able to keep himself safe and not hemorrhage.
Yeah, I'm honestly kind of surprised that we got this Aphelios and Jinx coming through a bit more, because the there was like Senna left open available, who I actually think is probably one of the strongest AD carries in the patch at the moment. We still saw like the Callisto was banned away, so to see the Aphelios come through was a bit of a surprise to me. I think the Jinxes are just a nice response, but I'd be surprised if we get it coming into game number 2. You kind of see Abel didn't look that convincing on it, and I honestly believe that when we start to see the more mid-game focused style from OMG pay dividends more, that'll be where they really shine. I think the biggest issue for OMG in this one as well was just that Aki had absolutely no presence in the early stages. Because Beishang ended up counter picking with the volley bear, Lee Sin just can't really do that much. Even when you try to play through your mid jungle, like Shanks and Beishang actually have a great turn potential in a counter gank situation, so you end up in a position where OMG just can't play towards any of their lanes, and WE do a really good job of capitalizing on that.
Very dark image, isn't it? Like, just in general. Like the actual like image itself just looks very dark. I might have to brighten that one up just a little bit. But there we go. A little bit brighter, a little bit more vibrant coming in for us here. But yeah, honestly, I think Shanji tried his very best on the side of OMG. I think WE just really neutralized him. And like you said, having the gangplank very safe with the things like the Gwen and the Gnar taken off the board by OMG. WE said, cool, like we don't really have anything that's going to have super kill threat on him, at least something that's not currently in the meta, and that's why they just felt so confident to blind this, saying, look, there's not really much else you can go for here. The Aatrox is fine, it didn't do terrible in lane whatsoever, but it just didn't have the same impact. The Cannon Barrage is always going to have more.
Yeah, I think Gangplank probably the most underrated pick on the patch. The fact that we don't see it more often is super surprising to me. He has an insanely high win rate. He does incredibly well into most matchups and does incredibly well against most of the AD carries that we have in the patch as well. I mean, Senna struggles against them. Aphelios struggles against them. Callista massively struggles against them. Gangplank, I think, is one of the most underutilized picks that we have in the patch, and I think you're starting to see with all the damage he was able to churn out there is fantastic. Plus, again, just wanted to highlight, I was very, again, kind of disappointed with SMLZ's damage output. When you look at how far ahead he was, he should have been 35 to 36% of the team's damage, but a large portion of their damage percentage was still coming from Shanks and Beauty.
Well, we'll see if WE are able to replicate that win and make it the first series winner, or if OMG have got something up their sleeve. We're going to send to a quick break, and when we return, picks and bans for Game 2.
But at the end of the day, fantastic for TT. Beitron now trying to escape, using it all very early on. There's a chomp from Yagao. Yagao has to survive as well, though. There's 1 for 0. Kanavi going so deep on the back of the plate. Saoquin will fall, Xiaosheng alone. Puff knocked up in the meantime. Hope with a double kill. How do you lose the Infernal Soul and then take a fight so handily? Puff will go down. Hope with a triple kill. And he is a new Hope for JDG with a quadra, because that's the 4th Star Wars film.
Wait, is that the game? JDG, they've got the push. They can just run through. UCal needs to reset, and it's UCal versus the world, but I think JDG just ends.
And I think Yagao might have just grabbed himself an MVP with that engage there, making the pick happen onto Beichuan. UCal has to do what he can, but it's not going to be enough here. Trying to clear the way for the cannon. Well, that should go down. Or maybe it is enough. 369 is going to use his death passive. It's a pentakill! Hope got the pentakill somehow and then died afterwards.
We're going to see if Kara can find the engage.
This is a burger if I've ever seen one, and it's Flip!
Oh,
Flip gets the smite! And JDG are in some trouble. They are completely surrounded. FPX just need to close the pincer. The heroic entrance not going to go through for Care, but it does not matter. No one cares. JDG is moving down. Hope tries to get the plays, tries to get Summit. They've actually turned it. And 369 is back, but 369 goes down. Hong and Clid, they're trying. The resets for Clid. Oh, he can't get the 4th one. It's not going to be the Quadra, but FPX find the fight yet again. Oh my God, he still finds it. No way. He's got the red buff. He's got the damage, and he clean aces JDG. What a fight, and FPX are alive and well.
Now Clid is here. The Cataclysm is available. They want to try and continue this chase. They will get the flash out of Cube as the taunt does not land. Now Stripe goes back in with a 2-man Everfrost and forces Care into stasis. They do get the KO ultimate, but the Galio has gone down. Now iVoid trying to chase this one down as FBX have gotten a little bit too short of themselves. Never mind. They've got a Cataclysm and they've got a Zeri just sapping everybody and nothing you can do. LWX with the quadra kill.
Now it's into the dragon pit for the fight here as Care trying to go around the side, make sure the vision is okay. I'd be looking for over the wall. Big Todd, 4-member Todd, and Care makes the game changing, but it's a big AoE combo, and JDG, they're throwing it right back at him. Look at Hope. He just goes for the Gale Force. Yagao gets stunned up, locked up, and maybe he's just dead here. As now it's another kill for the ADC of JDG. It's turned back as the Chaos Storm.
Knight though, with a cleanse, maybe enough here as Odd flashes forward, gets the dredge line, the golden status of Knight. Willing Gale to fight this one back. It's so close.
He does!
He's doing
What?
it! Knight, you're on God!
What was that coming out from Knight?
Hey, come fly
上场打 OMG 的阿 K 选手是一个进攻性挺强的选手，然后我会小心应付的。OMG 中野打中野非常的厉害，然后我们中野也会选一些前期厉害的英雄跟他们碰撞的。
Pick an early strong pick, get yourself some early advantages. That is what Beishang thought was what he needed, and is exactly what WE needed. OMG did not need it, unfortunately for them. They do fall down 1-0 as we do come into our second game. Welcome back one and all to the LPL. I'm still Ushin. He is still the fantastic Dagda. We got to talk about our MVP from game one. It was Beishang himself. The man was just an unstoppable force of nature and just needed to be where he needed to be.
Yep, Beishang looking absolutely spectacular, and I feel like he kind of lived up to his words that we saw in just in that quick video clip there, because picking a strong mid jungle to counteract what OMG like to play with Aki and Cream was absolutely perfect. He gets the initial gank through mid as he transitions to his bot side camps, then he's able to come back here to punish that play again. Like, this was just really well orchestrated by WE across the board, and Beishang really understood how to get a lead on this volley bear and absolutely decimate OMG.
Yeah, and like you said, it was Beishang alongside those solo laners with Bew and Shanks really putting out the damage, putting in work for their team. And that's what ultimately led to a very successful, very good snowball win here for WE, even right at the end. Beishang was just someone they could 100% rely on to make sure that what they needed to do got done.
Yeah, I mean, I'll have to see now if you can bring that into game 2 as well. I think the volley bear pick definitely underutilized at the moment. Honestly, I think across the board, a lot of picks that are underutilized on the WE lineup, like the Gangplank. I think volley bear is a good example. Silas as well, I think we're going to start to see more and more of. So I'm curious to see how this adaptation from OMG is going to come through. They are on the blue side, which means they don't have to ban away your traditional Zeris and your Wukongs, although WE did ban away the Zeri on their last game on blue side as well.
Well, OMG now going to have to try and see what they want to try and ban away. WE still keeping the Shyvana ban away from Shanji's hands. He has been incredibly prolific off of it and has been one of the big reasons they were even able to take the series off of EDG. And it's still keeping the Sandra ban as well.
You need a Lee Sin ban, because then they're blue on the left and red on the white. No! WE, what are you doing? Come on.
The synergy has been broken. They went with green for the Akali. Do not want Cream to be able to get his hands on that one, but that does leave open things like the Zeri, things that can, kind of be very powerful. But I think OMG are kind of left themselves in a situation where, okay, we kind of need to take the Silas here, because I don't think WE will hesitate to take it again.
Yeah, and you can see it there, Cream taking that one for himself. Curious to see what the game plan is now from WE. I still think the Zeri, very strong pick, worth getting for yourself. She did get nerfed coming into 12-12, and the damage on her W down, but I still think she's a very strong pick on the current patch, and still something to be feared in that AD carry role.
Absolutely, we will see that locked in and loaded now. WE, they could go with the Bel'Veth. It is enabled on this particular patch, but we're going to see them maybe wait for that one. The Bel'Veth's an interesting one. Everyone obviously saw that, the kit was overloaded, everything like that. A lot of situations you need the Bel'Veth to really kind of hit into before you can pick it in.
Yeah, I mean, definitely a late game pick, so you're kind of leaning into a case of we want to slowly scale up, and I just don't think it can slot into a lot of situations at the moment in LPL specifically, because of how much action there is around objectives and everything else. I feel like she just kind of gets outpaced by the game from an LPL side of things, so I'm not surprised to see some teams starting to stay away from that, whereas she's much more popular over in the LEC, where you have that slower pace of game, where she can get time to get to that late game monster.
Absolutely, and now with your bot lane locked in here, OMG, it would not be surprised for them to go, ooh, okay, they're going for the Tristana here, so they're looking to try and just maybe get a bit of a counter, level 2 all in. Very difficult to do that against something like a Nautilus, but hey, if it works out, you could end up having a much better snowball of a time. If it doesn't, though, we might see a repeat of game 1.
OMG have run this Tristana already against EDG. Like, they actually just really like this pick, or at least Abel really likes this pick. And I think it can do reasonably well getting pushed on that bot side. You do end up having kind of a case of just outscaling as well against the Zeri when it comes to that range. So that helps out quite a bit. But Zeri's AoE damage in team fight still a huge amount. I do like that they're pairing it with the Amumu though. Amumu got some buffs, so you're only looking at 30 mana on his initial Qs. So those early levels 1, 2, 3 to 4 is where Amumu can actually get a lot of pressure in this matchup.
The Azir locked and loaded. We're seeing a lot more of the big bird man himself coming out into full fruition, and honestly does semi-decently into the Silas as well. So, and obviously it kind of fits into Shanks' wheelhouse. Not one of the three that I remember, of course. If you did watch Shanks back in 2021, it was very much the Syndra, the Ryze. That would be kind of those big picks for in terms of control mages. But the Azir can do similar things in terms of keeping a control of an area and scaling up to be a late game monster.
And I think that's what they're trying to aim for here on WE side, is just kind of bypass the mid-game spike that OMG have. But I've been a bit hit or miss on the Azir, because I think he takes so long to become massively relevant that oftentimes the game can bypass you. And it means that you're kind of taking your hands off the wheel as well when it comes towards the mid jungle as well, because Azir offers so little when it comes towards, you know, skirmishes and river in the early stages. Even setup or pre-6 is really difficult for the Azir. So I think you're kind of handing a lot of that control to OMG, which could be an issue now for WE when so much of their success in the last game came through that mid jungle.
Well, with the jungle and top bans now coming in, well, the Sejuani technically also still a jungle ban, but nevertheless, it is going to be the Sejuani, the Lee Sin, the Gnar, and the Trundle all being banned away. And honestly, I think WE, they could be happy to take themselves the Gangplank again. It did so well, and again, those big things that could kill it, the Gnar and the Gwen, not available to either side.
Yes, I'm curious to see now what's going to go for here. BBU going to go back towards the Gangplank, so happy to just blind pick this, it seems like, and I think it's a good shout. The only thing is you've got much more mobility on OMG side this time around, so you're not going to have as easy as a time with things like the Cannon Barrage and kind of dictating the pace of the fights, but just wanted to get it away from Shanji's hands. But I'm not sure what Shanji wants to try and answer back into with this. Opportunity to go for something like a Kayle or something along these lines if you want to in the top side of the map, especially when you have so many engage tools between the Sylas and the Amumu. Maybe you do just go for some sort of carry in the top lane for Shanji.
Oh, maybe they're gonna lock it in. There it is. I love this. So again, if you're only joining us, first of all, you a real one if you're joining us for this particular matchup. Not gonna say why, but we're gonna come back into it. But Shanji, massive Rumble player, was one of the few picks that he was able to pick up and do exceptionally well with when he first came into the lineup, and it's just become a standard pocket pick for him and his team.
Yeah, and I think it's such a strong pick into the Gangplank as well, because one of the big benefits of Gangplank is his ability to bully lane, use the Grasp of the Undying. He has the oranges to make sure that he's able to get away from any sort of hard CC, but Rumble doesn't really have hard CC. Instead, he's got a very damage heavy kit in the early stages of the game, something with a bunch of slows, so then you can try and keep pace with the Gangplank despite the fact he might have the oranges. And as well, the ability to chase him down is really high. So I think a nice pickup here for Shanji, and I think it works super well across the board, right? Rumble ult with a Mumu ult works super well. Even early game damage on your top side between the three melee champions and OMG is going to be sky high. Plus the opportunity to just lean into this mid-game spike we're pointing out for OMG is absolutely absurd with the composition they have right now.
Really, really is. You look at some of the big one-item spikes they have on them, it's actually kind of insane. When they hit level 6, they should, quote-unquote, be able to get themselves some very big advantages. But if that mid-game doesn't hit, if they do not hit hard and get themselves ahead or even fall behind, because you have the Volley Bear last pick there for Beishang, you're going to be in a world of hurt. A Gangplank Azir and a Zeri, you don't stand a chance in the late game if it goes beyond 25-30 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, at least looking at OMG's comp, I feel like they should have the opportunity to play very heavily around that item spike. I think you've got great mid jungle with the Xin Zhao and the Sylas, something that can set up for the Xin Zhao very well. You can look to try and lean off that towards both Dragon and the top side of the map as well, where you've got this Rumble that can be very strong. Great engage setup, because not only are you looking at the support engage on the bottom side, you've with the Amumu, you're also looking at the Sylas that has a ton of opportunities to steal away things like the Volley Bear ultimate. You got the opportunity to take the Nautilus ult as well. That sets up super well for the Rumble to throw down the equalizer on top. Across the board, you just have very easy to execute team fight, and I think that always works out very well for these types of compositions where they want to try and play around that mid-game spike.
Yep, absolutely. WE, though, they're going to have to try and survive the torrent of power coming out from OMG in this early to mid game, and let's see if Beishang can have the same impact he did in game 1. Remember, he was the MVP, and he also just straight up owned the jungle on this Volley Bear in game 1. So we jump into the map for game 2. WE 1-0 up. OMG looking to bounce back, and WE looking to see if they can actually take their first series win in a 2-0 fashion. Would be pretty damn significant for them.
Yeah, I mean, OMG, just off the back of beating EDG, a team that we talked about already starting to step up, and a team that, I mean, we have looked at in playoffs before, especially when Cream initially joined the roster. This was the guy that was the hype player on OMG, bringing out these assassins, bringing out these melee champions like the Akali that have been respected ever since he brought them to the forefront. Now on the Silas, back onto this comfort pick. We'll have to see if Cream can step up to be that big carry once more for OMG.
Wait to see now how it ends up going now. Again, a very early aggression came out from from WE in game 1. OMG needs to be very aware of that. You can see already they're putting down some decent wards, a bit more aggressive, a bit more kind of, covering their lanes. And honestly, if they could just stop Beishang from having that early impact he did, they'd be in a very, very good position. But like we said, it's all about how this early to mid game ends up going, is because Shanji and Bubu already going toe to toe, and you cannot underestimate the power of that passive from Gangplank. The first auto attack, getting that burn, can do a significant amount of damage.
You just have to be careful of Shanji's passive as well. The overheat damage that comes through on the auto attacks is insanely high, but very difficult to try and get at level 1. So level 2 is where Shanji is really going to start to come alive, because he can actually stack up the overheat rather than actually just finding you've got to spam that ability a ton if you even can. Honestly, you can't even get it level 1 overheated at the moment.
I'm pretty sure you can
if you start Q. Yeah, so Shanji definitely needs to wait a little bit before it becomes relevant in this lane. But I think from WE's perspective, just hitting back onto your point of being aggressive, they can't really do so, as you can see on the bot side, because you don't win this bot lane matchup at the moment, with Code having just a big push. Shanks isn't really got set up for Beishang in the mid lane, and Bubu is the same. So this volley bear kind of needs to act as a counter gank measure rather than an initial setup, and that makes things so much harder for Beishang in this regard.
That's why you're the smart one. That's why you're the one who comes out with the info. You can see through the lines. But I will say that Shank's doing very well at the moment to get the early push. Is to be expected. It is ranged into melee as of right now. The real matchup kind of begins for Cream. He actually went with the first strike, which is very curious there, to try and maybe get some early trades off for him. But Cold and Abel already using the priority in mid lane to try and roam themselves up. Very difficult to try and catch at a level 3 Azir. He's got the shifting sands. It's just become so slippery.
So that's exactly why that slipperiness we're seeing Cream go for the first strike. The Conquer is really nice for healing, really nice when you can go for these extended trades, and if you can get that working in team fights. But in this sort of situation, Cream, because you've got a ton of slipperiness on WE side, probably won't get these big extended fights where he can proc the Conquer and continues to use that throughout. Instead, he has to try and rely on that burst damage first strike offers.
Yeah, well, Beishang flashes away because he recognizes he doesn't have his top laner to help him out, or his mid. Now Cream going to get the abscond abduct. Beishang is going to go down. First blood to OMG. Much better start for them.
And this is what we were talking about. OMG have the opportunity to try and play around this mid jungle so much easier. This is the downside of the Azir and why he's sitting at, I think he's like a 38% win rate. Like, it's really abysmal because you don't get to have that early game pressure, and teams in the LPL are so good at abusing that fact.
Yeah, Aki just being a nuisance right now, spamming the emotes as well, saying like, hey, what are you going to do about it? You can't really go toe-to-toe with me right now. And yeah, this is just becoming a little bit of a problem now for the side of WE. We talked about how if they could survive the early to mid game, they should have a chance, but you got to get there. And right now, it is going to be Aki just putting down a lot more pressure on this Zhao at the moment.
I'd like to correct myself. I gave way too much credit to the Azir. He's at a 32% win rate. Yeah, it hasn't been working out so hot. And look, you can kind of see why. And OMG now, using the fact that they have good pressure on bot side, good control over top, start to establish that vision control. They take the Skull Crab and River. They've got a few of those wards start to drift in onto WE side of the map. And it's making things easier for Shanji here, who's bullying Bubu to hell. Bot side can get to play aggressive because they know, actually, Bubu are dead.
Yeah, Bubu flashes, Shanji flashes away, and that's going to be a nice solo kill for Shanji. We highlighted him at the start of the match, and we really said that him and top lane solo kills are huge for OMG, and he gets just that.
I don't know what Bubu was thinking. Like, you just got to accept that wave is gone. Like, there's so much damage that this Rumble could do, and Shanji, especially running the Ignite, was always going to get the kill in that situation. I'm shocked that Bubu died to that. Like, we're going to get the replay here, but like, good poke from Shanji. I mean, does overheat, so he's just kind of taking it slow, but I mean, you've got Arcane Comet about to come back up. Shanji's getting, like, a ton of damage off, and yeah, I mean, I don't get it at all.
Yeah, it's a little bit of greed, maybe a little bit of underestimation, a lot of disrespect, and now you got about 1,000 gold lead here for OMG. They've got solo kills in their solo lanes. Well, almost solo kills for Cream. But yeah, this is kind of going very, very well for them. And like you said, bot lane for SMLZ and Heal, they're not in a position to be able to make a big play, make themselves, you know, a 2v2 as such, because the Tristana and the Amumu are just going to have so much more priority than they will. So you're kind of sitting in this situation where you're just bouncing back the waves, waiting to react, you know, as you said earlier, to a gank coming out from Aki and hope that Beishang's in position.
I'm going to... That analysis is great. I just really dislike this Amumu skin. Because every time I look at it, I'm just like... I've just seen people int on Amumu every so often. And when you're wearing the porcelain skin, it just feels so... in sync with the way that some people play Amumu.
Yeah, it's like... no, it's not the porcelain skin, is it? I thought it was the birthday skin. No, is it?
He's a teapot.
Is he a teapot? Oh, he is.
Yeah,
It's a chroma. I forgot it was. It's blue and white. That's why I got really confused. I thought it was the other one. But we are gonna see. Ooh, that was very close there. If Cream lands that abscond built with the Amumu coming, would have been a very difficult situation. Bew now gonna get run down underneath the tower. That equalizer is burning him down. This is why you run the Sork Shoes as your first item, and putting the Cannon Barrage there honestly feels a little bit weird. It felt like he could have maybe waited for it closest to the tower, but Bew.
Oh no.
Bew.
I don't want to look. Look away! If there's young children in the room, look away!
It's going to be Bew saying bye-bye, and he's going to go down. Cream does not even have to use the Emperor's Divide, and yeah, this is the OMG I expected to come into the series, and honestly, looking at this Silas pick right now, this is looking like a must-ban in the Game 3 if we get there.
Yeah, we're going to have to see if WE can try and respond, though. Beishang is moving down here. Shanks is on the way as well, but looks like they're just going to be taking the turret plates instead for SMLZ, so at least trying to get something back, but Yubu, again, just kind of disrespecting OMG on the map and ends up paying for it.
Paying for it big time, and he might still get... Oh, they still have the
no.
Emperor's Divide tag.
Oh, no, cover the eyes
still
again.
Have it.
Cover their eyes again.
Oh, no, Bew. Where can you go? Absolutely nowhere. 3-0-0 for Cream. And now you have to make something happen. You can see WE, they're getting a little bit anxious. They're getting a little bit desperate. They know they have to try and make something happen because they're losing too much on the map. But you've already
Cream has TP. Cream has TP is going to be back up in a moment, and OMG know it. That's why they're just kind of sitting there trying to taunt WE underneath the tower, because they know Cream can show up. And now that the wave's been dispersed, WE have to disappear. And that's everything smooth sailing now for OMG.
Yeah, Beishang will pick up a very small consolation prize. Consolation? Not quite a star prize, but a consolation.
Oh, God. Oh, no.
Oh, Bew.
No.
He's going to be fine. He's going to be fine.
No, he's not.
I think he's going to be fine.
He's
probably not going to be fine. He's not going to be fine. He's not going to be fine. Oh, my God. Oh.
Leave Bew alone. Stop the bullying. This is so mean. Bew doesn't deserve this kind of treatment.
Not fair. I hope we don't get a replay. I hope
we will definitely get a replay. It's going to zoom in on Bew dying. I'm ready for it.
Oh, Lord. I mean, I'd argue that at this point in time, Bew spent more time walking to lane than in lane. Like, that's where we're at right now. And Beishang still trying to make something happen. He has a full top side of camps to try and take, but he just can't right now. He just can't leave this bot lane, because if he tries to go for something top, it's no point. Bew's so far behind now at this point. It's 0-4, and it doesn't really make a difference. He has to make something work. He's desperate to try and make it happen. They're going to try and fully commit to it. They turn off the tower. The cleanse comes out from Abel, but he knocks him back with the buster shot. Abel finally goes down. They're tanking this one up very nicely. WE eventually get 2 kills on the board, but I think Bubu's looking at them from the the window of the car that's going away from his best friend, saying, "I want to be where the people are."
Yeah, there's no place like home, but Bubu has kind of been on the fountain too many times, so it's basically his home now. The OMG, though, do manage to pick up the Rip Tail off the back of that. Starting to move in onto the red buff as well. Should be able to clear out all those camps you nicely pointed out. We're still up pushing. At least you are getting something back for SMLZ on that bot side as we get the replay here. Like, the majority of the wave was already cleared out, so at least Abel not going to miss out on too much there. I want to... Oh, he tried to buffer the rocket jump, but looks like he just didn't quite get it far enough. And the tower just being disabled for so long means that you're always going to get the kill, especially with Shanks coming down off the back of that. You can see Cream was trying to follow, but just short and a little bit late on the cover. Means that at least WE gets something.
They get something. They're actually only about 1,500 gold behind Bubu. He had an orange, so he's fine.
Oh, he's dead.
Oh, the flash! Shanji, though, will trade it back.
Shield?
No, the shield, this overheated scrap shield is enough. Shanji 3-0-2, and now he's up to 10 solo kills.
There's a reason people respect Ban the Rumble. Like, this guy knows exactly how to play this, and I just want to take a quick look at both Shanji and Cream's inventories, because they're running the Dark Seals. They ain't gonna let up.
Yep.
They want to make sure that they're able to put as much of those kills into that little ring, somehow magically transform it into a book. I don't know. I personally think the book is more cumbersome than a ring. I would rather that they did it the reverse way around.
This is the
but
thing,
whatever.
right? You know, the Medjai Soul Stealer isn't actually a book. It's an amplifying tome that has a Medjai Soul Stealer in it. It's a curse. That's what people don't get. It's not a book.
What do you think a tome is? A tome is a book.
I know
You
a
just
tome
said
is a
it's an
book, but the
amplifying
actual
tome.
Medjai Soul Stealer isn't the book. It's just in a book. It's like Yumi.
But you still gotta
Yumi's
carry the book.
Yumi's not a book. She's just in a book, you know?
Well, WB trying to book it right now.
I mean, they gotta book it. They're gonna try and run away here as Preem gonna find heal. Never mind, gonna be stolen by Aki. You get yourselves a dragon, so they give themselves a little bit of extra time. It's a good trade here for WE. I feel like when you're behind, you have to try and take whatever objectives you can get.
I feel like taking the Cloud Dragon, though, is just kind of helping OMG. Like, one Cloud Dragon isn't great. 3 potential X-Tech Dragons, though. I'm all on board for that if I'm OMG.
True. Does delay the spike a little bit in terms of the actually getting the soul. But yes, I do agree. It would be pretty nice to have that extra little bit of ability haste and, of course, attack speed. Arguably one of the strongest, if not the strongest. That's a 3-level difference in top lane. Just wanted to point that out. And it's going to keep getting worse.
Yeah.
I think
Bubu doesn't exist in this game.
Yeah, he does not exist. He needs to start taking, like, wards, camps. Honestly, right now, I think WE should just turn around and say, cool, let's just put Zeri in topside to collect waves or something like that to try and deal with it. I don't know. I'm probably talking complete
I think
garbage,
he'd have fallen
but
further. Oh, wait, no, Bubu. Okay.
It's fine. He had a ward. He had a ward.
Oh, Shanji knows. Shanji's just looking for him. So we'll actually spot him out, and he can hit him before he hits the wave. Okay. The cat and mouse game continues.
The tower's dead. There is no cat and mouse game. There is just death and pain for Bubu coming out here as Shanji is just using so much of this time to make sure he gets every single minion killed off before he takes that tower just before 14 minutes, and he gets the full benefit of the gold as well.
Well, Bubu, we barely got to see you this game. Unfortunately, I don't think you're going to get to see a huge amount going on for the rest of this game either. OMG, though, now getting, topside under their control. Mid lanes, nearly gone. Honestly, I think you just start to rotate Shanji around the map now, because if Bubu is smart, he will try and freeze this wave down in towards his own turret, so then he can try and get as much gold as possible without Shanji being able to really threaten him. But even then, I think with 3 kills to his name, like the 3-level advantage over Bubu, the 2-level advantage over Beishang, I actually think there's a potential he wins the 2v1 as well. So I don't really know, if you have a chance here on the top side for WE.
3,000 gold is the difference. It's a 4,000 gold difference right now. It's literally just basically on Shanji. Cream has a little bit of a gold lead, and like you said, the Aziri is just going to kind of perpetually scale forever. As now OMG just trying to create pockets of vision where they know that WE can't see where they are. They're going to try and maybe commit to this one. There's the Abscond Abduct, but a good dredge line on top of the tower means he'll keeps himself alive. And yeah, honestly, right now, as OMG, this is the big power spike you were talking about. The Rumble is massive. You've got an item or item on pretty much everybody on your team. This is where you're going to start to feel the pressure as WE.
Yeah, and the fact that you're even getting the double Night Harvester build actually coming through from OMG is super interesting as well. Night Harvester was buffed on the last pack, well, sorry, on 12-11. So then you got like the increased ability haste, the soul rend cooldown is down as well from 40 seconds to 30 seconds. So you're getting a ton more damage coming off at more regular intervals. And I think it makes a lot of sense in this scenario where you want to try and burst someone out. This is just going to deal so much damage so incredibly fast from both solo laners.
This is the thing, even if Shanji's playing quote-unquote weak side, he's not really playing weak side because he's got an equalizer. He's going to be able to equalize the wave, but no one's going to be able to stop him. Abel will jump over. Red buff has been taken. But yeah, this is basically just put BuBu in a hole and see what happens. Nearly 50 CS up. Nearly, honestly, look at his items. Like he's almost got himself his mythic, but it's just not quite there, and that's just going to delay you even further. Even looking down towards bot lane, SMLZ was ahead on goal, but still went for the Zeal second without finishing the Immortal Shield bow, so he's a little bit delayed as well.
Honestly, I think it's also a bit of a mistake from BuBu not going towards a Merc Threads in this scenario. Getting early boots in this matchup is super valuable just because the ability for Shanji to chase you down is sky high. The Merc Threads obviously give you a bit of magic resist there as well. So, I don't know. I know BuBu is a little bit poor at the moment, but I still think the Merc Threads over the Hex Trigger might have been a little bit more valuable. But either way, it probably wasn't a change too many things. I think Shanji just so far ahead at this stage. Also, SMLZ going for a bit of a weird build, I just noticed. Not finishing the Immortal Shield Bow, instead getting the Zeal, which I don't know if I'm the biggest fan of. I think, well, now he's just finished the Immortal Shield Bow, but I think the burst damage on OMG's side meant that the Immortal Shield Bow was going to give you a lot more value, but it doesn't really matter at the end of the day because they weren't going to replace, but just an interesting path that he took to that Immortal Shield Bow.
Yeah, delayed him a little bit like you said, but Dragon now going over to the side of OMG. You are still seeing BuBu just kind of freeze this top side as much as he possibly can. This is the problem when you want to try. This is technically the correct thing to do. BuBu is not a champion right now. He needs levels at minimum to try and have an impact on this game, but it is going to see heal. Oh, he gets hit by the bandage toss, and he's going to be falling down dead. I don't know why he flashes there. You know there's a second bandage toss coming, and that's going to be the summoner gone and his life. Good capitalization here from OMG.
Yeah, and you kind of were hitting on it there, Rushing. This is the downside, unfortunately, for that, is that you actually get to start moving people around the map to look for plays because BuBu needs to try and freeze the wave and topside to get some gold back into his pocket. And OMG, respectfully, just run around into the bot side jungle, catch out one member. Now they're going to push mid with this Rift Herald as well. And it looks like this mid lane turret shouldn't be left standing for very long.
No, and this is the thing. This is why it's so hard to turtle, so hard to continuously get gold or to kind of come back into a game, especially against LPL teams, because we don't, a lot of our teams don't allow you just to sit back and relax and take up farm. They're proactive. They're constantly looking for plays, even though they had everyone on the bot side of the map. Cream had a TP, which means they could fully commit to the bot side, fully commit to the mid lane, and then chuck up the TP up the top side. So they're not losing anything. They're not losing waves, and you're just falling further and further behind. 5,000 gold. I'm almost 99% sure that is exclusively on Shanji and Cream. No one else is either behind or equal in terms of their gold percentages, but now you got to try and figure out where the next play is here for OMG. Where do you want to try and continue this one now that you have a Medjai's Soul Stealer for Cream?
Yeah, I mean, you just look to see if you can get the Dragon in 3 minutes. Add a third one to your belt buckle. It means that then in 10 minutes time, you should have that soul for yourself. The biggest thing is just trying to establish vision control now on this bottom side of the map, so that then you can successfully contest this bot lane tier 2 push. Because I imagine that's where OMG are going to put a lot of the resources. Although, as I said, that BuBu is the one actually going bot, so maybe they want to try and play away from BuBu and actually just go up towards the top end. But either way, push mid, lean to a side, get your vision control established for the next objective is your best bet.
Just trying to keep control of your own jungle right now seems to be the biggest issue for the side of WE. They don't really have anyone who can face check comfortably. Yes, Beishan could technically go in, but even then, he's going to be bursted down so quickly. We're actually going to see a collector coming out from Abel in a second. They might go for a 20-minute Baron right now. OMG are thinking about it because they have full control, and there's no way that WE can even contest it, can even face check it.
And this is the OMG that just beat EDG. This is an OMG on comfort picks across the board, and they look so incredibly strong. And with 20 minutes on the clock, do we actually get the Baron before the fight?
Oh, they know what's happening, though. They pop down a Scryer's Bloom, so they know that it's going on. But this is actually a little bit of an unfortunate one for OMG because it's giving free time on the bot side to BuBu. BuBu isn't going to be contested, and that should just be a tower. So I like the idea, but this early on in the game, when at the full power to take it so quickly, you're just kind of losing out.
Yeah, and because Code didn't find the engage, he ends up standing at the back of the pit and taking a ton of damage off the Baron. But now BuBu...
Yeah, BuBu, you know what's going to happen. You know how this one goes. We salute you. Let's see how much gold he's worth. Not a lot. 176. So, you know what? It's still a net positive play for the side of WE. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, I mean, he's essentially a super creep. Realistically, 90 gold more. He's not that far off.
Yeah, I know.
So,
right?
might as well. I get the bot lane tower, get some gold back in your favor. And the thing is, because you don't get a kill, it actually doesn't reset your gold as the gangplank. So, honestly, kind of a good shout. Now, as the Merc thread's completed, working up towards the Maw Malmortius as well. But OMG just goes straight back towards this Baron.
They go win, but there's going to be the equalizer on the heel who goes into stasis. You can see already Cream trying to find something, flashes over the wall, and they can keep going at this Baron. They can keep pushing it forward. Cream does eventually go over the wall. SMLZ, what was that? That was awful there. Didn't hit anybody with his ultimate, but it still gets them off the Baron. Honestly, looking at the gold lead very, very quickly, it's only 3,500. It was 5. It's actually shrinking.
Yeah, I mean, it'll start to expedite again once OMG come out of the base here, go over towards the dragon. The only thing they were really trying to achieve there was, hey, look, can we try and get some picks? Because WWE have really good wave clear. When you look towards the Azir, SMLZ, Beishang, even BuBu as well, like, you can clear out minions incredibly quickly with this lineup. So trying to bait Baron so they can look for picks, I don't hate. And as long as they're able to get over towards the dragon, which you can see now they have control of, they should be reasonably fine. But I still think pushing mid and looking for the Terra bot is best bet.
Oh, God, BuBu. He's still very... Actually, you know what? He's got a bit of tank stats behind him. He got those Merc Treads, Dagda. He's, you know, listening out for you. Got himself set up.
Yeah, I think that's the thing, is that once you get the Merc Threads and you have the Maw Malmortius completed, BuBu actually becomes quite difficult to take down. And the only person I'd actually look at is Shanji, because he's got the Shadow Flame, which is going to be giving him a bit of a magic penetration at least, but and also having the Sork shoes there. It is flat penetration though, rather than percentage, which may mean that BuBu can at least survive for that little bit longer, but definitely the amount of magic resist he's picked up is going to help a lot in trying to contest these side lanes.
I mean, this game is starting to kind of elongate right now. 23 minutes. Yes, you just got the soul point there for OMG, so you're waiting for 4.5 minutes, a little bit over it for the next one. But in 4.5 minutes time, you could have a third item on Azir. You could have a third item on your Seri.
Yeah, the problem is that this is what happens with melee compositions. Like, you've got 3 melee units that can't really go and push in towers because they'll get absolutely obliterated underneath the tower. And it's not late enough in the game that they can just rush a Baron. And there's no real contest coming through from WE at objective, so OMG, they are slowing down, but it's just a case of, like, once they actually find the fight they want.
Oh, there's a fight coming in. The equalizer is pretty big. SMLZ trying to jump onto Cold right now. The Cannon Barrage is doing decent work as Aki tries to back himself away. He's down to about a quarter of his HP, and this game is starting to run away a little bit right now. OMG not as confident, not as comfortable to take those fights.
Again, it's them trying to contest vision. And yes, they get engaged on. The ult from Shanji was a little bit messy because everyone got to disperse from the actual equalizer and kind of back. But you just got to find those moments where Cream is actually involved in those plays and you're all right. Like, that was a 4v3. Like, I'm not worried about OMG in the slightest here. 3 minutes until the next dragon. And I guarantee you that is where their WE are going to absolutely explode.
I hope so, but I am a little bit worried because I've seen Zeris, I've seen Azirs, and you know what, more importantly, I've seen Gangplank barrels, and even though he is 0-6 and 0, has literally had no impact on the game whatsoever. Well, actually, that's a lie. He took down a tier 2 on bot side. It's still OMG, and, you know, and it's the LPL. They love to have a little bit of a flip sometimes, but with the equalizer back, they should be able to try and, you know, contest once more.
Yeah, again, like, this is definitely OMG not playing incredibly well around opportunities they have on the map. Like, you can't just push mid as a unit, meet with Shanji and bot side, and clear out the tier 2. Same if you want to try and meet with Cream on top end and get the tier 2 there. Like, there are definitely ways OMG could be playing this better, but the 2 items that they're at the moment is exactly where OMG are at their strongest. The fact you still have Shanji and Cream, who are also massive thanks to the Dark Seal, even the Magi Soul Stealer, I believe that, yeah, just both of them actually have picked up now. Like, they're totally fine. I mean, you can see here, like, this is why I have no problem with it.
I mean, I agree, but it's definitely not as clear-cut as it used to be. Doesn't quite hit the equalizer there, but again, it's on such a low cooldown, it's not really that big of a difference, so BB will survive right now. And that's the thing right now, is that previously he was dying, he's now surviving.
Yeah, I mean, yes, but is he thriving?
I'm
no.
trying to be positive, all right? He's not in his lane, he's not moisturized, and he's not flourishing, okay?
Yeah.
But he is still surviving.
Yeah, you need a lot more moisturizer to deal with the amount of flames that Shanji's throwing your way. But look, genuinely, like, it is a case of OMG not exactly playing the macro game perfectly. I do agree, but I just think that once you actually see these fights kick off, where WE are contesting versus the 4 or 5 man unit of OMG, WE are just going to get completely burnt to crisp. Like, SMLZ is not in a position that he's strong enough. Shanks isn't there either. BuBu has had to completely derail himself for defensive stats, and here we go.
Here we go. The cannon barrage, though, is good to try and stop him out. Cold has to go into his stasis, and Beishong nearly goes down, or sorry, Heal nearly goes down. He actually survives just on the back side of this one here. OMG not quite able to get the damage down. Now they have to try and back themselves away. They will have a reset coming in. Heal lost all his summoners, but no one else really lost anything, so WE still survive another day, a minute, or just over it till Dragon spawns. The gold lead's only 2,000.
Yeah, this is a really bad position for OMG to fight in. Because of when you look at the spot on the map, there's too many ways for WE to separate, so then they can get away from the from the equalizer. Whereas for OMG, they're kind of all bunching themselves up to try and run through the choke point, which means they're getting a ton of damage off of like the Zeri, the Azir, even as he's rightly pointed out, the cannon barrage. So I think OMG just getting a bit feisty and getting a bit impatient as to how they want to fight. And if that is the case, then definitely they're going to give a lot more time to WE. But with 40 seconds now until the Dragon, full vision control for OMG, and all their summoner spells, all the ultimates should in theory be back up. Maybe Colds might be a little bit late. They should be able to take this fight, but if you're not able to actually set up a Cold's ult, that can be an issue, but it should be about 10 to 15 seconds after the Dragon spawns.
Cream's dealing with topside right now. WE've actually positioned themselves in the river. There's going to be the TP coming in. WE have 3 items on SMLZ, by the way. He picked up his Infinity Edge. No Zhonya's for Shanks. He didn't quite have enough gold to finish it off just before they came into this fight. Now, Cold, half HP, has got flash, but he's not really in a position to go for this. This is starting to get a little bit dicey now for OMG. I don't think they can contest this.
No, they're going to just push in mid. Maybe you look for the steal. Cream goes in, though.
Nearly gets the steal. The smite wasn't even used by Beishong. There's a fantastic equalizer. Can they disperse, though? WE trying to back themselves away. The crescent guard. A flash forward by Abel as he does get the kill onto Beishong. And now BuBu, he might be going back to the gray screen. It's a double kill for Abel. SMLZ gets buster shotted back as Shanji picks up a kill. It's the carries of WE trying to keep this one alive, but they just cannot do it. SMLZ, though, gets 1, but will not get any more. It's a trade of 5 for 2. At the end of it all, they should be able to crack open the base.
Yeah, they should be able to go and meet that mid wave. No TP for Cream, though, means he won't be there, but looks like the pings are going on towards Baron, so we're not even going to look for the base. They're going to look for the big purple worm. Beishong is up in 5 seconds, though, and he also has his ultimate to get over the wall, so I don't know if this is actually the burger flip you want to go for OMG.
Yeah, they don't take it very quickly, and they've got heal with them as well, so they can disrupt. They've got BuBu coming up with teleport in 5 seconds. This is risky, and with the Hex Gate, WE have a shot.
I mean, this is super risky.
I mean,
you have your 2 highest damage dealers right now on OMG's side. What? Can Beishong get in? Vision is there.
BuBu is here now. He TP'd in. They're going to have vision of it. He's going to try and jump over the wall. Here he goes. He goes in. He steals it. And they're going to try and survive after it. But it doesn't matter if they do or they don't. Because at the end of the day, OMG took a flip. And the first kill goes over to BuBu. That could be the turning point of this game.
I mean, the fact that you get to now stall this game out is so important for WE. You bought yourself 3 minutes with, 5 minutes with this Dragon Steal. Now you're getting the Baron away as well, so this composition from OMG can't actually contest the towers properly. Like, this is actually a big issue now for OMG.
This is a problem. You've got a 25 stack Rumble, 3 stacks, Silas, And it all starts from this dragon because, again, you waste so much time chasing it, and you end up losing your big DPS for the Baron.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that Code doesn't have ult is actually the difference maker here. We kind of talked about it, like, Code needs to be the big engage tool. And if you could have killed people quickly and not had to go on chasing Ring Around the Rosie, this could have been it. Like, Code, again, gets a decent ult there. The Buster Shot whiffs, honestly, from Abel. It actually gives a ton of space towards SMLZ. So SMLZ is able to kite this out with that movement speed and just playing the edge, so he takes out more members. So, messy fight from OMG. And this, complete flip. Like, this was never the call that should have been made with Beishan coming up. Maybe they thought he didn't have his ultimate. They assumed he used it in the last fight. But that steal, so crucial.
Yeah, he didn't even actually get the smite down. He auto-attacked it right at the end there. But Baron not going to be enough to try and dissuade Beishan. Getting jumped on here. The Absconded Duck with the equalizer, but that's Silas dead. That's not really a trade you want. Great Emperor's Divide. The Crescent Guard ain't going to guard you from nothing here, son. Dagda, the wheels are starting to reverse. This game is starting to turn.
I don't even know if they're reversing. I think they're just coming off. Like, there's just OMG. I don't know what I'm watching. Like, this has been so unbelievably messy. Like, you have these big ultimates that Shanji's able to churn out, but Code hasn't been able to set them up. They haven't really been fighting in good spots. The ultimates and sync up hasn't been there. And now you're diving onto these carries on WE who have Baron when all you had to do was try and, like, take your bot lane turret. But it's even the fact that OMG have only now decided that they're actually capable of taking these tier 2 towers after the Baron, after all the gold goes over. It's just baffling to me.
Yeah, again, I actually love this from SLZ. He knows who the damage dealers are. He's a force of nature right now. He's saying, I don't care what's going on. I just need to make sure I do not die to Shanji or Cream. Abel gets on top of me. I'm dead anyway. It doesn't matter what kind of armor I have. But with a minute spawning, or until the dragon spawning in, this is where the game starts to get a little bit tentative. You know, you got a Banshees as well on the Shanks. He's going to have a little bit of extra safety, and you've lost 10 stacks off of Cream. He's not as powerful as he was.
Yeah, 25 still on Shanji, so Shanji's still an issue. Nearly level 18, but again, like, the thing with Rumble is that he does eventually start to fall off because the flat pen doesn't do as much against the amount of magic resist that WE built up. As you said, Force of Nature, straight off 25% damage, just gone off of a magic damage abilities. Thanks to Abel having that. So, SMLZ having that.
Here we go. We're going to see an engage. There's going to be the Curse of Sad Money. They're going to try and get on top of the equalizer here, but no one's really falling down right now. Shanks going to find out Cream, who goes golden with probably, what, 2 HP? He's going to fall down. 15 seconds until the dragon spawns. They're going to take away this mid-tier 1. Maybe start to look backwards. They need to try and reset here. They need to try and get in position for this dragon.
Yeah, you can't go over towards the Baron. Bubu gonna reset, try and TP back in. Beishang is on the way, but because Bubu's resetting, now you've got to contest this 3v4. Beishang just here, but they can't get into the pit. It's gonna be gone.
Yeah,
they've messed this.
They messed up. They messed up. They're going to see now with a cannon barrage coming in. Aki gets caught up. There's the Emperor's Divide, but another equalizer is good. They're going to try and maybe make this one work as Shank's trying to deal with Abel, but Abel is just too damn big. Now it's all on to SMLZ, but he's already been CC'd up, and you had an opportunity. Bubu's there to say hi, but a triple kill goes over to Abel, and honestly, WE, you had an opportunity. You just flubbed the execution.
Bubu shouldn't have reset. Bubu's reset completely scuffed that play. It meant that the 3 members of WE couldn't actually contest Dragon because they were 3v4, and now Bubu's gonna die anyway. They actually could have brought this back, but now OMG, they're the ones that are gonna be able to crack open the base here.
Yeah, it's not quite over just yet, but the Hex Soul does so much for OMG, slowing people down, the AoE, and even just the ability haste as well. You can see how often this equalizer is up. He only just used it, and he used it again.
Yeah, it's even just stuff like the Kingslayer and that in this equation. It just makes it so incredibly tough. But here, like, this is the problem. You are 4 versus 5, Beishan, or 4 versus 4, but Beishan completely out of the equation already. Bubu is so incredibly late. Look at where Bubu has to TP to. Like, he's not even part of this fight. Like, it was such a terrible idea from Bubu to actually go for the reset there. Even if you're half HP, that's still just enough to at least force a contest at the objective. Now you end up with the Hex Soul going across towards OMG, and the scaling advantage that you have ends up getting nerfed that little bit more because of all the extra damage that comes through from the Hex Soul, and also the ability to slow people down means that now Shanji, Silas, these kind of champions have an easier time of keeping that gap in check.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, you're still with a 25 stack full item Rumble in that top side. 9, 0, and 8. You've even got full items onto Abel. He is a huge problem and the thorn in your side. We're going to see a full engage come in. Aki does get a knock up onto heal. There's going to be the equalizer coming out. You can see already the Hexel doing its work. SMLZ, why are you there? Why did you try and help that out? You should have just backed away, and this should be a 1-1 scoreline.
I mean, WE had the opportunity, but again, OMG messing it up a little bit in the mid game, gave WE that wiggle room, but now OMG should claim what was rightfully theirs we get going anyway.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a good Emperor's Divide, but it's only going to kill off Cold, and that's going to be enough here for OMG. A little bit rocky in that mid game, but 11, 0, and 10 on Shanji. The man was a force upon himself. And that is going to be a nice win for OMG. You can see they're a little bit relieved. That could have went very poorly.
Yeah, that was very close to going poorly. Like, that one reset from Yubu, I think, actually cost WE so much there. But Shanji bringing it back. As you say, 11-0. This Rumble was huge. And honestly, the reason that OMG were able to win this game.
Yeah, honestly, it was basically just Shanji 100%. Those equalizers were on such a short cooldown. He was getting them, apart from one right at the end around the Dragon Pit where he just completely whiffed it. But 9 times out of 10, they were very good positions to be able to just kind of either completely disperse people or to burn them down. And again, this is just why we have, such confidence in this top lane pick, top lane, I should say, for OMG specifically, because when he gets those resources, Shanji is a monster and honestly looks like one of the better performing top laners in the league right now.
Yeah, the fact that he's actually getting that little bit of help has made a difference. I don't know if I'd go as far to say he's one of the best performing. I think there's still a lot of holes in his game. Better, okay.
I said better performing top laners.
But I think that's the improvement that we've seen when he gets those resources is like night and day. Especially as we talked about, like on the Shyvana, now on the Rumble, just that little bit of wiggle room to help him get going makes such a difference. And Shanji obviously going to be the MVP for this game because holy moly, the damage that came out from this guy was insane.
Yep, not even close. You got to be able to kind of look at it from there. But yeah, it was a good game from OMG. Again, they got the early advantages. I will say the mid game got a little bit dicey, but they put Bew into the ground. And honestly, I think Bew, even when they had an opportunity to come back, Bew just honestly was having such a bad game. Like you said, that reset just made no sense. His cannon barrages weren't really in great positions either. It didn't really work this game.
Yeah, I think though the fact that OMG gave so much time to WE because of their bad macro decisions, I think really helped out WE in this game and made this game a lot closer than it really needed to be. Like, you could see that when they lost the Baron, suddenly OMG were like, oh, well, we can actually push mid and then lean bot to take the top tower, or the bot lane tower. We could have done that, 5 minutes before that. You could have done it already at the top end as well, with the amount of time that you wasted trying to fuff around a Baron. So, I don't know, it felt like there was a lot more where OMG could have easily closed out this game. And I think that's why we're looking at OMG going, although you have these moments, you're just not going to be able to get in towards playoffs because this mid-game decision-making is one of your biggest cruxes.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think for OMG, they'll be counting their lucky stars they were able to get Shanji so far ahead. 21 KDA, 80% kill participation, absolutely absurd. And again, I think when we look at WE, I think I look at someone like, SMLZ, who I really feel like when your top lane is that far behind and you get resources given to you. Remember, Beishang spent about 3 minutes grand total around that bot side just trying to make something happen and giving constant pressure to SMLZ. He's just never really put himself in a position to be able to do anything for it. So we'll have to wait and see if it is going to be WE falling to the wayside again to a 0-6 scoreline, or if they can bounce back and get their first win of the split. We'll see you guys after the break.
Viper's just something else. It is such a pleasure watching him on a high-skill champion, and it just feels like he can't miss. W feels like a point-and-click skill, and Viper is just completely on form.
They say to be the best, you've got to beat the best. And for Victory 5, that means taking down the defending world champions, Edward Gaming. But some things are easier said than done.
He's feeling confident as he's got Scout in the rest of EDG on the back of him saying, look, keep going, buddy. You know you can take him out. It's Viper picking up another kill.
When EDG's on the Rift, it's Viper and Mako's world, and we're just living in it. You can gank them, you can dive them, you can throw the whole book at them. No matter what, these two Titans always seem to come out on top.
Back up to the Megas. He's going to try and jump on the south wind. That's the Tamken. She's very tanky, but he will just start to get shredded down as the rest of TT just have to walk away as EDG just 5-man him. Hoya is going to go golden, but only for a moment as Viper picks up 2, and Viper is just tearing everyone on TT. An absolute new one. Triple kill for Viper on the Zeri, and this game is done.
But if there's anyone that can stand up to the competition, it's Photic. And, well, you know his name.
You can see I'm joined by a very special guest here today. We've got PP God joining us too. You've become a little notorious within the overseas crowd because of your name.
In a region full of super carry bot laners, PP God and Photic have shown time and time again that they can stand up to the competition. And when the best in the world are challenging you to a fight, you stand firm, and you make it an all-out brawl.
Sonic Waves are going to go in. They're going to try and secure it. It is given over to the side of B5. Another fight can begin. There's going to be the ultimate coming out there from JDG to try and keep himself alive and ticking. The hot cell takeover doesn't really hit a lot, but it doesn't need to. That being said, though, this Callista is just burning through these health bars. Nice little lick from Jojo to make sure he gets the kill, but that's a triple kill for Photic. He gets on top of 4, but can they make anything work? This on AL. We will see Rich going into Zhonya's to try and delay this fight. GDT can't get the stun down. Look at Photic on the backside of this fight. Just free hitting with those Qs. No one's gone down just yet because of all the GAs and the Zhonyas, but look at Photic. He's just tearing through these health bars, and Photic was able to survive. Photic with the quadra kill, and B5 get everything.
na 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 na. We got time on our hands, gonna have fun. We got no.
相对于春季赛的话，就这赛季对版本的理解就是会更快一点嘛。然后因为之前连跪了嘛，然后就摸索了版本，现在就会越来越好。我觉得悲伤是个挺厉害的打野吧，就是他之前就前几个赛季的话玩的也挺很好的，然后打他的话，就希望我们不要给 W 送首胜吧。
Well, you can keep hoping on as you continue to keep the scoreline at 1-1. Welcome back, 1-0 to the LPL. I'm, of course, still Oshin. He is still, of course, the illustrious Dagda. And we got ourselves a series. And you know what? If it was anyone else as the MVP, I would have been a bit mad. Shanji was just absurd on this Rumble and proves time and time again why you got to ban his pocket picks.
Shanji's just so good on the Rumble. Like, so often you see the respect ban coming in against OMG just on the Rumble because teams know how good it is. Now, we've seen a lot less this split because there's so many big picks on the current patch, but Shanji kind of shown why you need to respect this pick because he absolutely bodied BB. Now, I will say, I think BB definitely making some early mistakes in this lane helped out Shanji, like not respecting the fact the Ignite comes down instantly here, so the heal from the oranges isn't as much, like little things like that. But once Shanji got rolling, oh lordy, was this an avalanche onto Pew Pew.
Yeah, it just felt so bad for Pew Pew. This could, I was gonna say this could literally just be Pew Pew getting absolutely bodied by Shanji, and then that's just unfortunate.
He has to have the most solo kills now.
You can check.
He was already first in top laners at 8.
Yeah.
So
now he's on 10. Minimum. I think he's on 10 or 11 now. I wonder if
that'll be 11 if he got the 3 there. So so he was already first in the league at 8, and now he's just completely blowing everyone else out of the water.
Yeah, he really is. He really, really is. And honestly, it's a great sign to see for OMG that they can still get these pocket picks. They can still make them work for themselves. And you have to respect them. If you let them go, if you think you can let this slide, like we saw the Shyvana being banned, still a great ban. It was what OMG basically kind of rode off the back of in terms of their success against EDG. But this is going to become a bit of an issue now where teams are going to have to fully respect things like the Rumble and the Shyvana, which means on red side, do you give them up? Do you have to ban them? Do you have to commit, several bans to it? That's the question you got to ask yourself.
Yeah, I still think we'll see the respect ban for the Shyvana. I think Shanji definitely showing that he has a really good mastery of this champion. And the fact that it's a bully in lane and fantastic in team fights, you actually saw a lot of teams starting to play it in solo queue to try and pick this up. Even teams like Ala starting to play it a lot more. And I think that it's something we'll start to see a bit as the LPL goes on. But we'll have to see exactly what it is going to be because we have loaded in. There's the Shyvana. There's the Akali ban as well. So full respect bans going across on WE's side here.
Yeah, I mean, you're on blue side. You've got the option to do it as such, but we'll wait and see there as more and more pressure kind of comes in there for WE. And honestly, I think for OMG, you're on the red side right now with the Sylas banned away as well. Now we get to see where this draft goes. Sylas being banned for the first time is going to be very, very interesting to see now where this kind of takes the draft.
Wow. Really surprised to see the our priority there from WE. That's not something that we get to see an awful lot, especially because there are picks that can do pretty well into it. But we'll have to see exactly what the plan is going to be. Nauna's going to be taken here, although again, I'm not seeing any sort of Senna priority, which is kind of breaking my brain a little bit. I think Senna is just very underrated, and especially for a team like WE who have already shown, look, a lot of their damage comes from Bubu and Shanks. Sticking SMLZ onto something that's a bit more of a supportive pick, I honestly think is the way that WE should be trying to play.
Yeah, I kind of agree with it as well, but it's a quick cough, so I had to mute myself mid-sentence. But OMG gonna go for the full scaling. I know, it's so unprofessional that I would mute mid-cough. But the Corki does get locked in, so full scaling here. And again, we're kind of seeing the meta slowly drift back to those very much tried and tested methods of Corki, Azir, Jinx, Aphelios. These things are just gonna start coming back.
Makes me sad. Makes me sad, Oshin.
It's just because it's the what's the best way I can put it? It's the lack of risk reward, because the risk is so high and the reward is so small now, because they don't want the way that developers have moved it, they don't want the games just to snowball out of control. So it almost makes that's the highest win percentage. You don't have to make a mistake. You just, even if you do, you're on an Aphelios or a Jinx, you're fine.
Maybe this is the game where we get Bel'Veth then. We'll have to see, because we're seeing scaling across the board here.
True.
WE, I will say, because they've opted in towards the Braum as a counter to the Nautilus, means that they're probably going to need some sort of engage tool. Otherwise, you do run the risk of something like a Jace coming through here for Shanji, and does really well against the Nara in these early stages. And then you're able to play at range here for OMG, which I think could be a major issue on Team WE's side.
Yeah, I think there's going to be a bit of an issue there. But the Sejuani, which has been banned in both games, will be picked up here for Cream. Not for Cream, but for Shanji by Cream, as we come in now and see what the next phase of bans are going to be. So, not going to see the Rumble this time around, I would imagine, unless Aki fancies himself something of a Sejuani jungler.
Yeah, I'd be surprised. We've kind of seen Sejuani creep out of the jungle just because she doesn't offer a huge amount when it comes to the 1v1, or she becomes very reliant on having pushing lanes that can then facilitate her slow clear. Well, not slow clear, but like unimpactful clear. So I think that's where OMG will more than likely be sending Shanji up towards the top lane with the Sejuani. The Viego being banned away by WE. Almost seems like they're trying to bait out once more the Lee Sin pick here from OMG and see if they can then go towards the Volibear. But again, I think that leaves you at a problem here where WE just don't have a huge amount of engage in this composition.
Yeah, I think they need to start to, well, they have got of course, the Gnar, but it's not really, it's a kind of situational engage. You want to try and maybe make yourself something a little bit more guaranteed, but the Ahri banned away as well means that Shanks not going to have that pick potential just yet. They haven't banned the Lissandra, funny enough, on the side of OMG, so they are leaving that one up, and that might slot itself very nicely into the kind of setup right now. It looks like WE are saying, look, Abel, take the Jinx. We're happy for you to go into that matchup because we feel like we're confident with the Aphelios Braum combination.
I'd be surprised if Shank takes the Lissandra just because it's such a terrible matchup into the Corki. Like, Corki completely outranges you, and every time you try to engage, he just Valkyries away, so I'd be surprised. But there is the Lee Sin we were talking about, which almost seems like, as we're literally saying, you take the Volibear now, which is a good answer, but again, you don't have any sort of big engage tool that can close the gap. And it feels like, to me, OMG have kind of read this. Now you go back towards something like a potential of a Zoe or something here for... sorry, not a Zoe. Oh, the Ezra is gone, actually. So what would you take there on the bot side? Maybe you take the... I think, actually, maybe you just go for the Senna. This scenario is OMG. And you're just happy to play at the range there with the Senna if you want to.
I think it's a Jinx. I know your logic is 100%.
Jinx also works.
Jinx. Yeah, I think it's a Jinx, sadly. I wish it was a Senna or a Seraphine or something fun, something different. That being said, I do... Senna presents her own issues when she's back in meta. We were only just talking before we went live of how it completely scuffs your stats a little bit when the ADC is not farming and not doing anything except getting an absolute boatload of gold. But the Azir does get locked in here for Shanks. We might see Abel go to an old favorite of the Samira. Should he lock it in? This is something that Abel has been very prolific on. Even at the start of the split, we saw respect bans coming in from other teams to ban him off this particular pick.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Braum is such a good answer into the Samira because it's like point and click CC. So you get one auto, and then you got the conclusive blow stacks where a bunch of people can try and get on top of her. You got the easy point and click CC from Peishang as well. Like, even the Azir does really well into that pick. So I keep seeing Abel trying to make this pick work, but there's been times where I look at like compositions that WE have, I'm like, it is very clear that you can play at range here, and you don't ever have to try and contest WE. You've got good engage, you've got great disengage to keep your backline safe, but instead they end up opting in towards like going for this super aggressive pick, and now it enables things like SMLZ on these Aphelios, because he would have been fairly scuffed trying to play through this bottom side properly. I don't know. I'm a bit frustrated with Abel continuously picking this Samira in spots I really don't think it fits.
Yeah, I think it's just, again, like we mentioned in the previous game for OMG, it's very much comfort for the side of OMG. And, you know, last time it was the Silas and the Rumble. This time around, and even the Tristana as well this time around. It's the Samira. Honestly, I would have maybe even preferred the Tristana a little bit more here. But like you said, it's very difficult to really get this Samira going. Unless you have a massive egregious mistake coming out from Team WE, there's not really a lot you can do, especially post level 6, where you have the Glacial Fissure, you have got the Gravitum, you've got ways in that 2v2 to just stop everything she wants to do.
Yeah, it doesn't really make a huge amount of sense to me. Like, but we'll have to see. I mean, if Aki's able to play down towards this bottom side and get that pick rolling, it's going to be great. But you already have a losing jungle matchup with the Volibear. You've got good peel coming through from heal. And the overextensions can really cause issues, especially if heal is able to like exhaust Abel, starts to get the concussive blows down, and then can just take over. So I'm not the biggest fan of now where this draft has gone from OMG. I actually really liked it until the Samira pick, but Samira just tends to skew things completely around her. And Code is dead.
Go. No, I don't think he's dead yet, but Shelby taking a very poor trade. They do get a little bit of first strike damage there for Cream, so you know what? It's worth. You got the gold.
I thought Code was going to be in a little bit more trouble there if Shanks was able to roll over and didn't have the backup as quickly as he needed. But yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of coming into this now. I actually favor WE. I think they have a great late game scaling. The fact that Abel needs to be in close quarters to get the damage off means that you don't get to just abuse your range advantage anymore on OMG. And I just don't think Aki can get as much done in this early stages because of the Beishang having the Volibear matchup. So I thought that you'd kind of snookered WE with the composition that OMG have drafted, but with just Abel going towards the Samira, it feels like you kind of let that one go.
You see now both junglers solo starting the blue buffs as they get themselves on the opposite sides of the map. Aki going to be taking a little bit more punishment, but nothing too untoward for him as such, as we can see now Cream and Shanks. God, I'm sorry. I hate this matchup so much because nothing happens for like 30 minutes. It's basically the worst matchup ever because it's so boring, and it's like, you know, we're the LPL. We need to be doing crazy stuff. Where's the Anivia top? Where's the Shy? You know, when you need him most, he vanishes.
He's playing Azir and Anivia. They're not exactly the most exciting champions.
He's going through the alphabet right now in terms of which champions to play.
But I agree, and I think it's not only the fact that like the matchup itself is quite uninteractive, it also isn't interactive with the junglers either. So you don't get to play through your strong mid jungle. If you like say stake something like a Silas or an Ahri instead. So now you're kind of going, okay, well our mid is pretty much just going to stay in its spot, not really interact with the map. So it becomes very much more about the individual 1v1s for the jungler, which I give the edge to for Beishang because he is on the Volibear. And as well, has the opportunity to try and make some plays happen down on this bottom side of the map. Like, Cold, not going to be exactly the tankiest. If you're the ones that are aggressing on this bottom side for WE, where maybe you find a route in for Beishang, I think you're in a really good spot. I don't think OMG can turn that around particularly easy.
Well, you've made your feelings known. We'll see how it all ends up being laid out in front of us on the map. Like we said, it isn't a perfect world, in a vacuum, shall we say, that all these things end up coming to pass, and sometimes they just don't. That's just the nature of League of Legends. Sadly, it is not a perfect game. Neither are the players, so we'll see what way it ends up working out for both these teams. We can see now Beishang on the Volibear just naturally has a slightly faster clear speed than the Lee Sin, so gonna get this first scuttle, pop down the Briar's Bloom, recognizing, oh, never mind, we're gonna see a little bit of an engage here, but again, this is exactly what you were talking about, is that if you catch it onto heal, or even onto SMLZ, the Unbreakable just stops everything.
Yeah, and the thing is that when Code goes for the engage, Unbreakable goes up. Now, as Abel, you have to make a decision as to how you actually want to try and aggress onto SMLZ. Because it's very easy for the Unbreakable into an auto attack from heal to start the concussive blows. SMLZ is able to follow up. And Nautilus isn't as tanky as Braum in this matchup. So now you get to basically neutralize the entire engage from Cold, because he always ends up losing out on the trade unless Abel goes hyper aggressive. But the second Abel goes hyper aggressive, you end up being in range for the auto attacks from heal to come through. You've overextended away from your support, so it makes it very easy for the 1v2 to turn around from WE and just focus down the Samir.
Oh, Shanji doesn't have flash, has ghost and pops it immediately. He's going to try and maybe get some CC down with a flash in from Beishang. They're trying to take this turret dive to the next level, and they do it absolutely perfectly. WE getting the advantage in the top side.
Beishang helping BuBu get his revenge. BuBu will not be silenced 2 games in a row. A nice job by Beishang to get that play. Probably didn't need to commit the flash, but just wanted to make sure that he got the stun on the edge of tower range so they could get out nice and easily. Aki trying to see if he could respond on bot side, but WE prepared. Ward the dragon. Don't even try and complete the push in towards bot side river. They're just happy to make sure that they don't fall to any OMG shenanigans.
Yeah, Shanks, I gotta give out, good kind of props to Shanks in game 1, now in game 2, or sorry, 3, excuse me. He has been able to put very significant pressure down onto Cream, and really, yes, it's in an interactive lane, and you can see that Cream's not really losing. He's not really in any kind of kill threat, but the fact that he's going to have to go back without having a TP available is going to hurt him quite a bit. So he's actually going to lose out on possibly, like, a cannon minion, maybe even 1 or 2 more.
Yeah, this is a matchup where pre-6, Azir has a ton of pressure because he's able to outrange the Corki, he's able to use the Sand Soldiers to poke Cream away. But this matchup does start to turn around when you get level 6 for Cream, because then you start to answer back with your own rockets, and if you can land a few of them, they really start to get the damage stuck on towards Shanks. So at least now should be able to even up, but as you say, nice job from Shanks to get that control, and this is what we talked about for Shanks. I mean, control mages are his comfort. Even back when he was in the LDL, there's things like the Cassiopeia, the Azir. When he first joined WE, we were talking about the Syndra for him. This is the meta where he likes, so if he's able to play these picks, he's going to be able to shut his stuff on it.
Yeah, and again, really putting down some pressure here. We do see a cull for Cream alongside his tier, so he is just waiting for the late game right now. He is just waiting for a 2-item spike, trying to get there up to his Ludens and Murmana as quick as he possibly can. So wait to see when that spike does end up coming in, but 6.5 minutes onto the clock. It is only, of course, that 1 kill in top side, which is equaling a couple of 100 gold. And of course, no one's taken the dragon just yet, so we might see some pressure or some movement coming out from WE as they've got first rotation on this bot side. So they're going to be in a position to say, look, Beishang, you're safe. We're going to be there way before Abel and Cold are.
Aki, going to see if you can try and respond by pushing in on this this top side. We'll be able to steal away the blue buff, which I will say is pretty nice in the mid lane matchup for Cream to have a blue buff advantage, but I wouldn't be surprised as we look here. WE may just roam in and steal the blue buff away for themselves, but actually Beishang going to back away, so not going to be too much back and forth at the moment. I'm sorry for everyone. This is going to be a slow burner. This is just put your feet up, go get a cup of tea. You can see us here in about 10 minutes time when stuff actually happens.
Yeah, exactly. Say hi to your friends. Have a nice calming conversation.
We play
about
League of
it.
Legends. We don't have friends.
Are we not friends? Is that what you're saying?
No, we're solo queue duo partners. That's it.
What are we? It's like literally just having like a relationship crisis in the middle of a cast. It's like, uh-oh. But yeah, this is going to be a bit of a slow burner. Again, the Corki is here, like you mentioned earlier. Not really much interaction, even with the junglers having very high kind of, early game engage. Even after level 6, it's not really much you can do about it. BuBu is situational. Sanji not really in a position to go for a full engage onto a Gnar. He's got a hop available to him. And then in bot lane, I think that OMG kind of snookered themselves and kind of said, well, we've gone with this hyper-aggressive Samira that cannot engage. So, yeah.
Can't engage, can't get support either from the jungle because Beishang wins the matchup. And Beishang, as you look at it on the mini-map, actually doing a really good job of positioning himself on bot side or matching Aki with where he roams. So Aki actually can't make plays happen.
Oh, Aki going to find Beishang. He's going to immediately try and turn this one around, but there's the Dragon's Rage kick right back in top of him. But Cold completely whips his ultimate, but never mind. Excuse me, it wasn't even his ultimate. It was his dredge line. Does not matter because Shanks put himself into a bad position, and he gets taken down. OMG finally on the board. Yeah,
Beishang was just totally fine to get away from that one using the ultimate. And Shanks tries to make more happen, but ends up getting himself killed as a result. Isn't able to flash away and ends up falling off the back of that. So at least getting something back here for OMG, but they are losing turret place to SMLZ on this bot side.
Yeah, you're kind of gaining it back now as BuBu is here, maybe trying to act like more of a nuisance than anything else. Shouldn't be able to do really any work there whatsoever. Let's have a look at the replay here, because like I said, Beishang does get caught. BuBu loses Mega, but honestly, it just feels like Shanks just kind of a little bit overzealous. They weren't expecting the Nautilus just to fully commit over the wall.
Yeah, Beishang shouldn't have been here because they don't have the support roaming on WE side, but I want to see what happens here, because Shanks does get the push back. And then, yeah, it just looks like the depth charge coming in keeps him locked up, and good follow-up CC from Shanji to make sure that the bird couldn't escape. But WE should never have tried to contest that when Heal is still on the bottom side of the map with SMLZ. They needed to wait for SMLZ to push in before they even looked at Rift Herald.
Yeah, I will say they got 2 plates on bot side. The Rift Herald does generally equal at minimum 2 plates, so trading back that kill does mean a little bit at the moment of an equal trade of 320 for about 400 gold as such for the side of OMG. So still going to have a little bit of an advantage here for the side of WE. But again, this is kind of the part and parcel of what we expected from this game, is that you're kind of waiting for either proactive or reactive mistakes to come out here from either side. And right now it is WE, sadly, who were the first to sadly reactively play incorrectly.
And the thing is, if this game just continues at this pace, WE will end up in a great spot. Brom going to have a ton of value in the later portion of the game. You got 2 great late game scaling carries, a decent enough front line as well. Like, you're going to be in a fantastic spot. And again, OMG can't really just play at range because Azir matches Corki in a lot of situations. The Samira has to go in aggressive, and she's not really been put ahead here into a position where she can really carry, because SMLZ has just managed to withstand the early laning phase from the Samira thus far.
OMG, they need to start making some moves now. I will say they have got the Rift Herald, so maybe might see something on the bot side to try and make something work. But again, like you said, very, very difficult to actually make that happen. And yeah, again, like it's down to the scaling. I think when you see a Gnar with a Cull, you know things are going to be a bit slow, a bit of a slow burner.
When you see Corki with a Cull as well, exact same story. There's a lot of Culls.
Culls! You get a Cull, and you get a Cull. Yeah, I really hope the game shifts to a little bit more high risk, high reward. That's what I loved about League of Legends. I love the idea of, you know, you go for something crazy and it works because you were out mechanicked it, not because you have an OP champion or something like that. But right now it just feels like it's like, well, it doesn't even matter if you get those 2-3 kills. You're just gonna have to scale endlessly anyway. So, you know, we don't see assassins as much as everyone hates him. I miss Zed, one of the greatest outplays in League of Legends history.
Yeah. The sad thing is that the way the meta's going with the Grievous Wounds nerfs means that things like Seraphine and that kind of stuff are all just so powerful that we are just going to see late game scaling in a lot of situations.
Say it ain't so. Say it ain't so, Dagda.
I mean, when they had to, in 12-12, when they had to remove the Grievous Wounds removal from Soraka's ult, kind of tells you a lot about where the healing in the game is at the moment. But here we go. Maybe a fight, maybe a play.
Seconds. Cream needs to use his ultimate, or excuse me, his package right now. He uses it straight on top of Heal. He's just burning up, only a little mini equalizer. There's going to be Beishang trying to jump in. That's a nice ultimate from Bubu, though, to catch out the Corki, and now they can try and reset this fight. Dragon does go over to the side of OMG, so they get themselves that particular pick off. Aki, though, kind of caught between a rock and a hard place. They might have to fully re-engage on top of this. There's the shifting sands into the Emperor's Divide. Not quite able to get the damage down as Aki finds himself in a 1v1 with Bubu. It's close, but Bubu comes out on top, and it ends up being an ace for the Dragon. WE coming alive.
A perfect example for WE of how to play these team fights and why Abel's Samira pick sucks. Because they can't do anything. But here we go, WE, 6 kills now to 2. They don't get the Dragon, but they get so much off that fight, and we're going to watch it here in the replay. So, I really like Heal actually tanking this hook here, because if everything gets blown onto Heal when he got the Unbreakable, that's a win. Cream, terrible positioning here as well, puts himself straight on towards Bubu. He's about to go Mega Gnar, so even though he tries to Valkyrie, great ultimate coming through, even with the flash coming across from Cream, still gets caught out, and then you're able to move back down to this fight. Abel now is sitting, waiting to use that ultimate, but the second he goes in, like, Beishang really cleverly doesn't use the Q here to engage, because he's holding on to that for when Cole goes in. So you get the stun, you get the CC coming through from the Emperor's Divide, the ultimate's no longer a thing, and your auto attacks aren't as valuable as SMLZ in this fight, and they won't be as the rest of this game goes on as well. So this is where this Samira needs to find ways to get creative ultimates, but it's really going to struggle to do so with just the amount of CC WE has.
Yeah, and again, great for WE to kind of say they've got a composition that works. It scales very, very well, and they play it, obviously know how to play it as well. So big moment for them. And again, they're 0-5. This could be their first game win. And for OMG, very big difference going to the halfway mark of 8 games or 8 series plays with 3-5 or 4-4. This is actually a huge moment for them, because like we talked about for WE, for OMG, you need to pick up the wins when you can.
And this would be one that they would definitely like to be able to pick up against WE that's still waiting on their first win. Shanji has Aki in the wings.
He does. They're going to fully commit the ultimate, but he's going to be able to kind of push himself away. And yeah, this is a Triforce Gnar with Merc Treads. You're not really going to be able to burst him down. And WE will now take that as an opportunity to take that tower on both sides. So first tower of the game goes over to the side of Team WE. They've got themselves about a 4,000 gold lead. Should be equaled out now in a moment once this tower is taken to top side. No, never mind. BB going to fully TP back in and defend it.
Yeah, he knows that he's got Beishang on the way. He has 4 kills for himself, so he's in a great spot. And just going to be able to pick that one up. Unfortunately, not able to get that code completed before he has to TP in. So there'll be a bit of time before he can spend that gold. But it does mean that BB's in a position now for that Rift Herald, which was the main thing that WE were looking at. You can even see the Avelios was considering moving up to topside to help protect that. And a much better take of the Baron this time around for WE.
Very well done. WE kind of slowly finding these advantages. Yes, they didn't get the dragon in the last fight, but they will take the gold, no problem whatsoever. They'll even get themselves a second Rift Herald. So this is going to open up the map a little bit more. And honestly, we even see Cream. He's having to go a little bit more defensive. He actually picks up a Hex Drinker alongside those Sword Shoes. So he's not going to have that big 2.5, well, 3 item realistically with the Sword Shoes, but not really having that big spike with the Luden's Tempest either. So this is delaying it again for OMG.
Which only feeds in towards WE being in a good spot. I don't really know what OMG are supposed to do from this position. Like, technically, they can try and look for fights. Maybe they're just going to look for picks on towards BB again, but BB's so slippery. Flash is going to be up in a moment's time, and it's just giving more pushing power towards WE in this top side. I mean, they're happy to trade a potential tier 2 here with the Rift Herald for that tier 1.
And then we're going to see them kind of push in. They won't get Shelly to get a second charge, though, sadly, so no extra damage onto the tier 2 to be picked up later. But yeah, this is starting to get a bit rough here for OMG, and you're running out of real engage options. Let's have a look at what you've got. Yes, you've got the Nautilus, but how long can he last in these fights, especially if Heal's in a position to be able to kind of tank that up? You're not really in a position to be able to try and sit there and just take up everything, you know, or tank up everything after an engage.
And the thing is that you're seeing smart itemization coming through from WE as well. Heal going towards the stopwatch means that he can actually tank up the initial engage, then use the stopwatch so he actually doesn't fall down. You look at SMLZ, who's got the cleanse available. Shanks even going with the Crown of the Shattered Queen, so then when you get towards team fights, if you can avoid the initial poke coming through from Cream, the rest of the squad is very much focused on burst damage, so he should be in a pretty good spot to absorb a good amount of that initial burst if he should ever get caught. So across the board, WE kind of preparing for what OMG have, and even getting towards this objective first gives them so much control and the ability to prevent OMG from getting the engage they want.
Well, we're going to see now OMG looking for it. The ultimate from Shanji completely whiffs, doing a little bit of an X-Mitty there, but that's a great package here from Cream as he tries to get on the backside of this. Beishang goes golden just for a little bit longer, but he ends up getting taken out. Now able to get one more kill, and that's going to be a double for the Corki. This has all gone so wrong.
Ace! That was such a bad fight for WE.
I mean, gotta give massive props to Cream right there. That package was absolutely perfect. Like you said, separated the team fight, got him in a position where he was able to put out DPS right at the limit of him being before he goes down. As we look at this replay right now, because look at Cream, he's ready and able, and it just separates him out. It's a 2 to the top, 3 to the bottom.
And here, you can actually take this front to back fight properly here, but as you say, Cream going on towards the back line, Heal is trying to run backwards, but you need more members to commit to this bottom side to actually deal with Cream. Like, Beishang takes a ton of damage. The Gale Force tries to move him over the wall here for SMLZ, but he doesn't have the damage to kill Cream. And you're just losing too many members on the back of this fight to Cream. And OMG clean up. That was insanely good from the OMG mid laner.
Yeah, and it equals out the game as well. That's going to be 34.5 each apiece, and that's 2 dragons now to OMG and Cream. 4, 1, and 2. Now he's got his 2 item spikes with a little bit of a half item as well for safety. Actually, the Hex Drinker, pretty damn key to kind of keep him alive, giving them an extra little bit of magic resistance against the Volibear. So, honestly, this game isn't over just yet. It's still difficult for OMG, but honestly, it looks like it's going to rest on Cream's engages with these packages.
Yeah, I mean, if Cream is able to find the damage like that, he can try and carry these fights. Also, just the fact that SMLZ has gone for the rapid fire cannon, I think is a bit weird in this situation. I feel like a Phantom Dancer would have done a lot more, or even just going straight for the BT after his first item actually could have done some really good stuff here.
Well, we're going to see Aki flashing away. They are fully committing to try and kill this Lee Sin, but they can't catch him. He's very slippery, and that's your teleport from Shanks, Beishang's ultimate, Heal's ultimate. That's nothing really to be taken, thankfully, for WE or to be taken back, but that's still a lot to be given for not really lock gained.
Yeah, trying to see now if they can make quick picks so they could potentially look for the Baron, but I feel like that was such a reach from WE. Push now starting on bot side for Shanji. Shank's going to clear out wave and top. I'm curious to see if OMG now are just going to kind of play this as slow push, continue like catching waves, just wait for this next package from Cream at the Dragon. See if you can try and stack Dragons to win out, because I still think the scaling is there for WE, and you need like several good fights here from OMG where Cream is able to do as much damage as he did in the last one.
Now we're going to see Aki going 1v1 versus Beishang, but has a blast count, so keeps himself nice and safe. As we can see, Cream just putting down this pressure on this top side, and Cream will be able to continually put this sideway pressure down. He's got himself a TP. He knows that he can basically be wherever he needs to be at the, any kind of call right there. Aki trying to see if he can maybe move forward up with him, and those rockets are starting to hurt. You can see them slowly getting up to that 150% damage that you get on the big one when you hit level 16. And that's where this game starts to get a little bit more tenuous here for WE. But I still think they've got plenty of options to be able to kind of bring this one back in their favor.
I mean, I think on both sides, there's ways now that you can try and play around Cream on a side lane for OMG. Just continuously have him shove in. You can see he's being shadowed by Aki. He can actually deal a lot of damage to the turrets now that he is starting to ramp up when it comes towards his damage profile. For WE, I still think taking this nice and slow and just being better prepared at your team fights should give you an easier time. I think that the overcommit in towards the the Dragon's Den ended up costing them a huge amount there. I think if you continue to take fights where they're a bit more spread out, you should be in a reasonably good position.
Why don't we call it the Dragon's Den? People always call it the Dragon's Pit. Why have I never thought about that? That's incredible. Why is it always Dragon Pit? It should be Dragon. I'm going to call it Dragon's Den from now on. You've done it. You've done it. You've changed my casting style.
Yeah.
I don't care if it's copyrighted. It's 2 words. Like, it's a den where a dragon lives. I don't think you can copyright that. But yeah, I'm going to say that from now on. We're going to say Dragon's Den. Let's go, Dagda. Dagda's Dragon Den. You could do a breakdown of dragon fights called Dagda's Dragon's Den. There you go.
I'm gonna do a show called Dragon's Den where people pitch me champion ideas, and I'll decide whether or not to invest.
That sounds really unique and interesting.
Yeah.
Please continue.
Dagda's Dragon's Den. You pitch me your champions. I will tell you whether they'll do well or not, and if they're able to live up to what we expect in season 10 or season 12. Sorry, where they're all busted as all hell.
Absolutely. Well, speaking of busted as all hell, OMG going to start getting the package in position as Shanji off on the backside. The Dragon's Den is now being coerced by OMG as WE struggling to find a real foothold in this fight. How do you want to try and approach this as WE very quickly?
But the problem is they don't really have an engage here. Cream is in a great spot, and they have more pink wards in that bush behind them than they do on OMG side of the map.
Yeah, here we go. There's going to be a great hook. How does that find Shanks? And you get the package right above everybody, but the Emperor's Divide just makes it a bounce house for Cream. He goes down. The Athalion's not quite there, but look at Abel just trying to make this one work for his team. SMLZ will end up falling. He gets stunned down. The Dragon is still alive, but you can see OMG after that ace. They're going for the Baron.
I mean, it's easy as you like for OMG. Abel, I was kind of highlighting that he wouldn't be able to get into fights, but it doesn't matter if the fight is pretty much already done. The second OMG get that engage. Cold stepping up massively there, and now you end up with the Baron going across to OMG. They will be able to maybe reset and get back for a Dragon, we'll have to see, but watch here, as you say, like, Shanks should never get caught by this hook in a million years. Stepping up too far to try and get the poke down. And Cold immediately sinking it straight between Heal and Bubu. Cream following up with the package as soon as he realized that Shanks is out of has an issue. Cream does get exhausted in the backline, which is why he ends up going down. But the damage is already done.
Shanji is now in position live. He's already got himself back into a TP. Cream is here, but he doesn't have the package this time around. Probably have the Valkyrie a little bit away. As we can see, Bubu not quite mega just yet. Gonna get it just in time to keep himself alive. But again, Cold finds himself on the backside and gets the absolutely perfect pick. That's a kill, that's a Dragon, and OMG firmly in control of this game.
I mean, these have just been so well orchestrated on the engages for OMG. And WE, again, like, zero vision control, zero setup for themselves, and end up just getting caught out with their pants down as OMG come back from picking up Baron. And now Cole X flashes over the wall, but nobody from WE wants to contest this push right now.
I mean, you don't have engage. Even the, the kind of situational engage with BuBu is no longer existent because he's not here. You probably lose yourself at least an inhibitor turret here, and also you got bot side Sanji pushing in the lane, so you're actually taking so much of this map away from the side of WE. I don't think you can really do anything to defend it, even now that BuBu is back.
I mean, the fact you've got 5 kills now onto Cream, the GA as well completed, means that the fights become so much more difficult for WE to try and enact. Shanji got to tank up the turret, take the bot lane tier 2, and your control, as you say, on the map for WE is completely dissipating. Like, WE's team fighting is just so heartbreaking to watch, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah. I mean, it's like you said, we set it up. All WE have to do is play a proper front to back, make sure that SMLZ and Shanks are not getting caught out by a hook from Cold, and that's all you have to do. If you put up the Unbreakable, it opens it up. Even that last fight where Shanks gets caught out, that's like the one time the Lollipop didn't actually work for WE, where they were probably hoping for the Lollipop, and it just didn't happen. So this is very unfortunate for the side of WE, but again, this is why they're 0-5. This is the small executions that just go against them, and sadly for them, it's looking likely that they're going to go 0-6.
Yeah, I just don't see a way for them to deal with Cream with how big he is right now. Like, this Corki is absolutely absurd. Cold, considering the flash over the wall. But
I mean, he's looking for it.
Yeah, they will just take the tier 2. So, a nice job here by OMG to get, like, full amount out of this Baron. You can see a 5,000 gold difference coming off this Baron power play, and they're still looking to add to more.
I mean, they can take this turret. You've got a Aphelios and a Corki. You'll destroy this right now. Sorry, not an Aphelios, a Samira. Either way, you've got so much damage to be able to kind of put this one off, and you're still going forward. WE, you got to make a decision here, lads. You got to figure out something.
I mean, I just don't know. Like, OMG are just completely demanding space in this base. The bot, oh, they're just going, actually.
They have to. They have to go. They got to try and defend their turrets, but I don't think they can do anything. Beishong's already gone down. We can see there is the ultimate from Abel as he gets himself onto the 2 frontliners of WE. SMLZ has nowhere to go. There's the triple kill coming out. They might try and chase down Shanks for another one. Shanji just putting himself. Now you have nowhere to go, Shanks, and nowhere to be. The ace comes in. Nobody dies except for Cold. And OMG do get themselves up to 4-4. WE 0-6.
Yeah, OMG managing to find the victory in the team fights. Just far better orchestrated. And better setup, better front line, better coordination on how they wanted to find those engages. And when you look across at WE, it was just messy. I mean, consistently people getting caught out on backside of fights with no help coming through when we look at fight number 1. Shanks getting hooked at that second fight. Every fight where it should have been a bit of an easier, slower pace from WE, they just kept putting their foot in the wrong spot and allowed OMG to pick up the pace in those team fights and find the victory they wanted.
Yeah, it really was. And honestly, it's heartbreaking for WE. Again, they looked very good in game 1. I feel like they had opportunities in game 2, but didn't quite get the execution down. Could have been a 2-0. This one, again, the team composition was set up for success. They just needed to play a proper front-to-back team fight, not get themselves caught out by the Nautilus. And it just didn't come together. And again, 0-6, coming up to the halfway point of the split. I think if they go 0-8, I think definitely if they go 0-9, they might just be knocked out of playoffs mathematically.
Yeah, I mean, generally we kind of end up seeing that to get into playoffs, kind of 8 wins, 9 wins secures you. 7 wins occasionally gets you in, but yeah, I don't know. If you're already looking at 9 losses, it just feels impossible for them to get in.
Yeah.
And honestly, it's looking kind of likely. Like, as we pointed out at the start of the day, it's not like it gets easier here for WE. They have already faced the quote-unquote, like, easier teams in the league. Like, TT, they already lost to. Rare Atom, they already lost to. Now they've lost to OMG. The only team that's kind of down at that bottom of the barrel that we've been talking about is LGD. And even then, I just don't see a world where WE are able to beat them. So, I don't know. At least picking up a few games wins means that they won't match the V5 0-17 loss streak. But I don't know how likely it is that this team will end up, wowing us
They're making
towards
worlds.
the end of the split
They're
and
making
it to
worlds. They're making it to worlds, not even just playoffs. But yeah, look,
Well,
you see, they had a 4,000
spectators
goal
can
lead.
go. You know?
Yeah, I mean,
There's-
hell yeah, absolutely. But yeah, like 4,000 goal lead, and then it just falls off so hard once you saw that massive play from Cream on the bot side. It was, or around the Dragon's Den, and it was just such a huge moment there for the side of OMG to be able to bring that game back into a winnable position.
Yeah, I mean, from the perspective of OMG, I actually really like the way they were able to coordinate things, and especially Cream. I think Cream was an absolute monster with these packages. Cold as well, the hooks were key to their success, and especially when he was kind of providing that initial engage, so it made it easier for Shanji to follow up. Cold really needed to be on point, and between Cream and Cold, the CC, so to speak, was just too clean.
Yeah, it was way too clean. And honestly, I think it's going to be Cream as your MVP of this game. I haven't got it confirmed just yet, but that's where I'm thinking it's going to be going, because you can see there with nearly 90% kill participation, 42.2% of his team's damage percentage. I mean, it can only go to one person, and it has to go to him.
I mean, he did all right, you know. That is a significant amount of damage, I will say. Yeah, but it wasn't even just the fact that like the damage was super high. The position in the packages was great, where it split the fight so consistently in favor of OMG. And even in the second dragon fight that we got, where he ends up going in with the package onto the back line, even when he gets exhausted, he just commands so much attention from WE that the rest of OMG can do what they want.
Yeah.
So really nice thing play from Cream.
Yeah, really, really well done. And again, I think we're seeing how far this team of OMG can go. You look at kind of some of their games they're going to have coming up now in the next few weeks. It's going to be the likes of, as I can get it up on my screen now, Top Esports, FBX. Next week's a very, very tough week for them. But then they do go up against TT and Weibo. And honestly, Weibo are such a coin flip. They could absolutely get smashed, or they could be smashed. They could be the smashing. There's just so much that you can tell from that particular series. So honestly, coming into it, they could end up being 6-6, very much towards the later half of the split, and that could mean that every single game win, let alone series win, could matter for this squad for getting to playoffs.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see. I don't know if OMG are one of our playoff contenders, just with some of the way our I think like anyone's legend in that stepping up to the table. And although they did end up beating EDG, still curious to see if they can actually like round it out against some of our other top teams, because it feels like you need a few more of those wins to actually get you in towards the playoff bout. But we'll have to see. I mean, it's a decent start, at least for OMG, and we're starting to see that there are good sides to this team when you look at Cream, how Shanji's performing, and how some of those team fights went for them in this game.
Yeah, absolutely. And for WE, we talked about it a little bit earlier, it does not get easier. It's sadly a little bit tough. They play against RNG, then JDG, anyone's legend. IG, maybe they could do something there, but that's a big maybe depending on how they actually approach the game. LGD is probably their best shot. And then you're against LNG, EDG. It's just harder and harder. It doesn't really get anywhere better for them. And honestly, it's such a, like we hit on the top of the day, it's such a bittersweet memories. They had built a roster. It had taken about a year or two to really get the pieces together. They brought in Beishang. Okay, Shanks is working really well with him. We'll keep those two together. At the time, they had kind of said, right, we'll bring in Breed. We'll try and get, bot lane going with Missing and Elk. But they all went off to greener pastures. And honestly, I think even Elk on Ultra Prime, yes, they're not having the greatest of splits whatsoever, but they are still doing better and still showing that this team was just an anomaly in 2021 summer. And now sadly it's gone away. So WE going to have to rebuild again.
Yeah, and I think you had some, I think Beishang is still a very strong jungler, and we could kind of see the inklings of that in the early stages, but it's just when you get to these mid-game fights where Cream and OMG are just popping the hell off, the early game doesn't matter anymore. It's just better coordination on OMG's side.
Yeah, really, really is. And the better coordination came from the man in the mid lane, Cream, our MVP for Game 3. It was going to be obvious that it was going to be him, because he was just absolutely monstrous. His position of his packaging, the damage he was able to do, everything about this man on this pick just worked out.
Cream is so good. Especially when you can see that he's willing to take picks like the Corki nice and early in the draft. We saw with the Silas as well. He's very confident on his picks, and it feels like now that we're starting to expand and see even more of his champion pool develop, this guy is only going to go from strength to strength. Because as we kind of looked at when OMG initially made playoffs previously, it was off the back of Cream's performance joining OMG, but teams kind of realized, hey, look, we banned the Syndra, we banned the Akali, we banned a Silas. What's he got left in the tank? But now that he started to add a little bit more, teams now aren't able to just take this guy out of the equation.
Yeah, he really is coming into his own. Like you said, he had those pocket picks that for a little bit we were like, okay, is it just the pocket picks that you've got available to you? But no, it is not. He has learned, he has grown as a player, and it's just exciting. It's very exciting to see. I think, honestly, for the LPL in general, you think of people like Cream, you're looking at Strive, Dream, of course, as well. Very young players who are coming up from the LDL, making a mark for themselves, and honestly just doing very, very well. I think the future is very bright for the LPL.
Yep, and I think a lot of that is going to be the prospects that we have coming up from the LDL, but also just the infrastructure that's there to keep these guys improving and growing over time. I mean, you can see it in Cream. They just look absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, they really, really do. Well, OMG pick up themselves their 4th win, so they go to 4-4 at the halfway mark. WE sadly still looking for that first series, but we're going to take a quick break, and when we return, we'll have JDG versus LNG coming up very shortly.
谁甘愿在沉默中妥协？困住翅膀，也要飞得更远。尝过现实中的锤炼，嘲笑声也不过是雨点。着的如长卷，拒绝最廉价的言言。算多少次衰老过，让独行总有一天会被看见。想升高全世界，拥有生而无畏的信念，粉碎极限，阳光之间穿透这片黑夜。懒冷漠与偏见，也接受不完美的缺点。聪明有多危险？不怕，只怕不够轰烈。算多少次摔倒过，但独行总有一天会被看见。想宣告全世界，拥有生而无畏的信念，粉碎极限，阳光之间穿透这片黑夜，太耀眼，沸腾血液，何来胆怯？心中永远燃着炽烈的火，不熄灭。流的泪，受过的伤都会终结。被否定，被拒绝多少遍，挡不住勇气疯狂蔓延。一颗心，一双脚都疲惫，这条路不走到尾，绝不停歇。每个你，每个我很渺小，却有生而无畏的信念，战胜一切，阳光之间穿透这片黑夜，才耀眼。展翅闪电，点亮世界，心中永远燃着炽烈的火，不熄灭。
Viper's just something else. It is such a pleasure watching him on a high-skill champion, and it just feels like he can't miss. You know, W feels like a point-and-click skill, and Viper is just completely on form.
They say to be the best, you've got to beat the best. And for Victory 5, that means taking down the defending world champions, Edward Gaming. But some things are easier said than done.
He's feeling confident as he's got Scout and the rest of EDG on the back of him saying, look, keep going, buddy. You know you can take him out. It's Viper picking up another kill.
When EDG's on the Rift, it's Viper and Mako's world, and we're just living in it. You can gank them, you can dive them, you can throw the whole book at them. No matter what, these two titans always seem to come out on top.
Back up to the Megas. He's going to try and jump on the south wind. That's the Tamken. She's very tanky, but he will just start to get shredded down as the rest of TT just have to walk away as EDG just 5-man him. Hoya is going to go golden, but only for a moment as Viper picks up 2, and Viper is just tearing everyone on TT. An absolute new one. Triple kill for Viper on the Zeri, and this game is done.
But if there's anyone that can stand up to the competition, it's Photic. And, well, you know his name.
You can see I'm joined by a very special guest here today. We've got PP God joining us too. You've become a little notorious within the overseas crowd because of your name.
In a region full of super carry bot laners, PP God and Photic have shown time and time again that they can stand up to the competition. And when the best in the world are challenging you to a fight, you stand firm, and you make it an all-out brawl.
Sonic Waves are going to go in. They're going to try and secure it. It is given over to the side of B5. Another fight can begin. There's going to be the ultimate coming out there from CDC to try and keep himself alive and ticking. The hostile takeover doesn't really hit a lot, but it doesn't need to. That being said, though, this Callista is just burning through these health bars. Nice little lick from Jojo to make sure he gets the kill, but that's a triple kill for Photic. He gets on top of 4, but can they make anything work? This on AL. We will see Rich going into Zonyas to try and delay this fight. CDT can't get the stun down. Look at Photic on the backside of this fight. Just free hitting with those Qs. No one's gone down just yet because of all the GAs and the Zonyas. But look at Photic. He's just tearing through these health bars. And Photic was able to survive. Photic with the quadra kill, and B5 get everything.
When I feel the darkness descending upon me, then I close my eyes to seek escape. Something in the darkness calling to me, but then I realize it's okay. La 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 I'm going all in, it's too late to fold now. Don't you wish you could start brand new? Still running in place on this hand.
我到现在已经拿了7次 MVP，我觉得这个赛季我的表现的话，可能比春季赛好很多吧。有可能是因为下一赛，大家都知道下一赛的读音低一直都很猛嘛。我觉得我们下一场打京东的关键点能拿下的话，要赢下京东的比赛的话，我们要注意对面打野的动作，因为对面打野比较喜欢入侵，他们以前打 TS 啊这种赢的都是在野区打架2打2，或者打野跟打野单挑，赢了就赢了，输了就输了这样，他们特别喜欢，特别爱打架，所以我们这方面一定要注意。
They like fighting. Kanavi likes invading. Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We're coming into our second match of the day. Is going to be LNG versus JDG. I am still Ushi, and I'm still joined by the absolutely fantastic Dagda as we try to bring this one down because we got to make reference to it. JDG, the streak has ended. They no longer are undefeated, but they're still sitting pretty high up there.
Yeah, the streak has ended, but they're still doing relatively okay. I think it's just that FPX found ways to exploit a lot of the issues that we'd already kind of seen with JDG. we're kind of saying, hey, look, if you can interrupt that early snowball that they like to get started, they will still play hyper aggressive. They will still try and look for, quick fixes where everyone would dive on towards the mid lane and try and find an advantage, or, look for those invades and see if they can get the snowball rolling. But they're not able to do so when they fall behind. I think that's where FPX were able to punish them really, really well. Like you can see here, where you have these moments where FPX were trying to look for the invades, and JDG did an okay job at times of trying to turn these around. This was coming in off of game number 1, where JDG were able to take the early snowball they had and get these advantages for themselves, like looking for invades on the bottom side. But the problem was that when we looked at game 2, and most certainly game 3, they weren't able to find these early advantages. Game 2, FPX did a great job of preventing these early dragons coming through. You can see them taking these fights. And then JDG, because they kind of started to slip behind, felt that they needed to over-aggress again to get the game back in their favor, which meant that FPX were able to turn around some of these plays and actually, again, just kind of take the fight to JDG.
Yeah, and I think for JDG, and very similar to what Doonby said there as well, is that it is kind of down to how Kanavi's able to play these fights, or if he's able to play these fights, because there's a lot of the time when we can see Kanavi, even here, he's not really doing anything of much at all, to be perfectly honest, and he's the last one alive, but even then, it's just kind of, he is so integral to how JDG play the game and how they get their early advantages. Like you said, if he's not able to play the fights, you're basically missing a massive core part of your team.
Yep, and I think that's such a problem that we're starting to see coming through for JDG, where if Kanavi isn't able to get the game rolling early, if they can't get these dragons under control, they just don't really know how to try and bring themselves back into the game. And I think that's going to be the big test for LNG, because I think from LNG's perspective, they haven't had that early game control.
Yeah, and I think the big question for everyone right now is that LNG, how good are they really? Because LNG have had some of the most weird, ridiculous, I don't know what's going on games against some of the weirdest teams as well. LGD, TT, these games you're kind of like, yeah, they're a 5-0 team, they should stomp these, and they make it go on for so long. The LGD series was like 2 hours on its own.
And that's where I just don't get what the hell is going on with LNG. Like, personally, I don't think they're a good team. I'm surprised every time I look at the scoreboard and they're 5-2. Like, this is a team that honestly could have lost a huge amount of these series. And a lot of their problems stem from no real interaction in the early stages of the game. They don't really have anyone. In fact, the fact they have Doomby not really roaming towards sideline says a lot about the way this team's early game functions. It means they're not getting dragons, they're not really getting Rift Heralds, and it means that when they get towards the mid-game, they can start to win out in some of these fights just off of the sheer prowess of their players. But when you actually then get to the mid-game where they're like, oh, we've won 1 or 2 fights, but we're 3 dragons down, now we got to start trying to stack them, now we got to start looking at Barons, that's where a lot of their issues start to come from. And it feels like just having absolutely no early game is coming back to haunt them time and time again.
Yeah, it really, really is. And again, this is kind of the LGD series, which they did end up winning in 2-1 fashion, but it was not without it. It was a long L series. It took an absolute, kind of age to really kind of get it all set up, but this was just mistake after mistake from LGD that allowed LNG to get back into it. And kind of similar to what we've seen quite a lot for LNG is that, and quite a few teams to be perfectly honest, is that they rely on hands diff to be like, look, we're mechanically better than you in order to actually get the win. And that's not going to be a consistent style to be able to get you, even championships.
No, and that's the problem, is that LNG have heavily relied on the fact that they just have better individual performers. And even then, the individual performers aren't really outshining anyone at the moment. They've all kind of regressed to a certain extent. But you can still see like Tarzan trying his damnedest coming through from the jungle, like in that clip and that. And that's where I'm just like, maybe they can find some success. But it just feels like LNG, without the team all on the same page, are starting to crumble.
Yeah, and look, we're going to be looking at 2 players in particular, a specific head-to-head. It's got to be the junglers, Kanavi versus Tarzan, like you mentioned. And honestly, it could not be a tale of 2 different players in terms of what resources they are individually getting, because right now it looks like Tarzan is trying his absolute damnedest to give his laners as much as they physically can get without even taking even a little bit for himself. Whereas on the other side, Kanavi, he's having a fun time. He's just picking up kills, getting all the gold he wants, and he's, setting himself up for success.
Tarzan needs to be in a position pretty much at all points in time to shadow his lanes, because there's so little interaction between them that he has to work overtime to make sure he's keeping track of where the enemy jungle is, to be able to shut down any sort of plays that happen. And it's really frustrating to watch because I think Tarzan has been an absolutely spectacular jungler this place, but he's getting so little help from his lanes. You can see like kill participation super low, the first Drakes are super low. Like I wish we had a stat that could just say how many of these neutral objectives are taken solo, because it feels like every time they get a Rift Herald or every time they get a Dragon in the early stages, it's just Tarzan on his own taking it because he spotted a window where maybe a play's been made topside so he can sneak away a Dragon. Like it's heartbreaking to see that Tarzan gets so little help from his squad. But when you look across Kanavi, as you say, complete opposite. Like always playing down towards the bottom side, making sure that Hope and Missing are able to get control of bot lane, so then Missing can link up with Kanavi, look for invades, look for picks, work off of pressure from Yagao in the mid lane. Like there is a very clear-cut way that JDG play, and it's been working spectacularly for them thus far.
Yeah, honestly, it feels like Tarzan can only do so much for his team. And yes, they are sitting at 5-2. Anyone with a quick glance be kind of like, oh, they're top 5 right now. They're doing pretty damn well. But then you think about who they've actually played against. They've beaten BLG. Fair enough. Anyone's legend. I'll give you that one there. TT, they lost to OMG, lost to Top Esports, barely got past LGD, BIG. They haven't really gone up against, you know, proper playoff teams. Now we look at the next half of the split, because this is going to be their 8th game now. This will bring them up to the halfway point. They play JDG today, as we got another little graphic here. I love this.
The Chinese side is right beside us. They're like, yeah, this is the matchup to watch. This is the interesting one.
The Chinese side know exactly what's up. That's how you know you're in the right lane there. But like, yeah, again, for LNG, it's JDG today. FBX are on the rise. RNG, V5, Ultra Prime, EDG. And then you play WE, who obviously are sitting at the bottom of the tables. This is the start of the gauntlet where we could see them go from 5-2 to honestly even like 6-6.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to be surprised if LNG start to slide down, and I think that this is the big test. Also, on both sides, to be honest, JDG trying to bounce back from their first loss against FPX. It's always curious to see how a team handles that first loss when they've been having that little streak of success. And on the opposite side for LNG, trying to see if they actually can contend with JDG. If it has just been a case of them mucking about in the early stages, but now that they're up against the real test, this is where we need to show, or at least LNG need to show us what they're made of.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this is going to be a big moment here for LNG, and honestly, it's kind of the opposite of what we normally see. Normally, LNG start off fairly well, and they move, you know, kind of a little bit slower towards the mid game. All of a sudden, it starts to drop down for them towards the later half of the split. It's still relatively the same in terms of results, but definitely going to look a lot harsher right now as they come into the latter half of the split, because honestly, they need to change something in terms of how they play, what way, you know, they're syncing up with each other, because it's just not working. And for JDG, they will exploit that. JDG are very clearly a playoffs team, very clearly a team that will be able to do so much against you if you let them get away with it. So jumping into picks and bans, we're going to see the Gangplank banned away. You talked about it in our first series. Very highly, you know, underrated at the moment, in your opinion, not by LNG.
Yeah, 369 has been absolutely spectacular in that, and I think he's been one of the few people that have been willing to go towards that pick. It's his most played at the moment. He's an 83% win rate on it. Like, this is such a big pick for LNG, and I love the way there's one carry jungler that's really in the meta at the moment, and, well, Viego, I suppose, fits that as well, and they banned both of them away from JDG.
Yeah, again, we talked about the jungle matchup. Tarzan is looking to facilitate. Kanavi is looking to take over. So you don't want the Bel'Veth or the Viego getting those little resets in, getting themselves set up in all the different styles. So LNG very much prioritizing their jungle side. And honestly, we're starting to see those priority bans come away. The Wukong has still been left open. Yes, it has been hit in 12-12, but this could still be an option here for Tarzan.
I think it's still such an insanely strong pick, though. The clear speed will get hurt a little bit by the nerfs to the E, the damage to monsters down, but I still think just the ability to find team fights, his great early skirmishing as well, just makes it such a no-brainer to pick this one up. And given across to Tarzan, I'm actually curious what the answer is here from JDG, because you need to have something that can go against this Wukong in the early stages and also provide the team fight that the Wukong does.
Well, now we're going to see JDG go towards Hope on that Aphelios. They might just lock in, honestly, their support here. I will say maybe go for a jungler instead, because you do end up kind of pigeonholing yourself on that third pick if you end up locking in a support right now. But yeah, there's so many available now. Lee Sin for Kanavi has been a monster. It is still very good into the Wukong. You still get that early skirmishing power, and if you can get those big flanks that we saw with Aki earlier on today, you can make some big plays happen for yourself. And Kanavi saying, yeah, I'm happy to go with the most jungler of junglers for him and JDG.
Yeah, I think the thought process is, oh, I can get the Dragon's Rage onto the Wukong as they look for the engage, but I still think that Wukong just such an incredibly strong jungler at the moment, so we'll have to see if Kanavi can have the early impact that we've seen him a couple of times. On the opposite side, though, LNG, I'm not the biggest fan of opting into the Kalista into the Aphelios. Aphelios actually has a pretty good matchup against the Kalista and has the outscale potential. So LNG, if they're going to go towards this Kalista, which they do, are certainly locking themselves in towards a mid-game composition. And JDG could look to just try and find things to bridge the gap until like Aphelios comes on at a later point. 369 we know likes to take these late game scalers into the top side as well. So that could just be the option.
And honestly, I really like this Lulu if they do end up picking it up here for Missing. Not exactly the most common of picks for Missing. Does love his Alistair, does love his hard engages, but would just give you so much protection in that lane. Like you said, you're going for a very high mid-game kind of spike here for LNG with the Wukong, Kalista, and the Renata. The Lulu does so much to just keep whichever carry gets focused alive.
I'm curious to see now what the bans are going to be the focus of from LNG. I think looking towards something like a Gwen ban could work out really well, because I think 369 will definitely want to try and go towards that. And a Lulu that facilitates both an Aphelios and a Gwen is always terrifying. And Yagao can always go back towards something like a Lissandra or something along these lines that can still provide an engage tool. So I wouldn't be surprised if we actually potentially see something like a Gwen Lissandra ban coming through from LNG, targeting both the ability for 369 to play that on top side and also nullifying anywhere else that can kind of go for an engage here for Yagao.
Yeah, honestly, I wouldn't mind to see a Camille ban coming out here for JDG. Just kind of fully ban out Ala, make sure he cannot get anything that he's very prolific on. Back when he was on DMO as natural, of course, massively big into the Fiora and the Camille. So if they really want to try and pinch his champion pool, and quite honestly, it wouldn't be a bad strategy. Ala's had a poor say of it in spring and summer. He has not been looking as good as he did in 2021 Worlds, but they decided to go with the Galio instead, so getting rid of one half of that combo that they could have ended up going with.
Yeah, maybe they're trying to set up for a Twisted Fate pick, but I still think with Silas up and how good Silas would be for LNG, I don't think you really want to go towards the Twisted Fate here. I think Lissandra is probably your best bet blind here for Yagao, because you are seriously lacking engage and you need something. And I imagine, well, I thought they were going to leave the counter pick for 369, but looks like they're more worried about the mid lane pickup for Doomby.
I mean, Doom being his dark technologies, not a man, he's not someone who is afraid to go towards the slightly weird and wonderful within the champion pools. Of course, Kled will always be available to him there. Without the Gwen, though, on the table, it does make it very much more difficult to try and go for those kind of AP solo laners that you don't really have access to. So now LNG, you know you're going into a Sejuani, very safe, very much, and just kind of, you know, beefcake kind of of engage just to try and soak it up. So they're going to do the exact same thing. Ala going to go onto this Ornn, good team fight prowess, and again, just a beefcake to be able to absorb all of that damage. And the Talia coming in for LNG, they are going in for that mid-game spike hard.
Yeah, definitely going to be trying to play towards that. And Yagao looks like going to go towards the Azir. So JDG opting towards the late game scaling with good engage coming through, as long as 369 can find the ultimates with the Sejuani. Whereas for LNG, the ability to play the map early with Doomby, start to get rolling in towards the mid game where they're going to be strongest. But again, that is my big question mark. LNG, we talked about their early game not being strong. This composition needs to get going early, needs to be able to feed kills towards the Kalista and play towards early dragon spikes. Otherwise, you run into a problem where JDG can just look to outscale you.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think you're looking at outscaling very hard. How do you kill this Sejuani without putting a million spears into her in the late game? The Azir, the Aphelios will eventually become monsters. I will say, though, we actually had talked about it a little bit, about the Azir not having a great win rate whatsoever within the LPL, actually having about, I think it was a 32% earlier today, but then, yeah, it's gone down because that Azir did lose. So I actually think it's lower than 30% in the LPL, which is an interesting, you know, kind of like, you know, look at the different styles of the leagues. LCK has over a 60% win rate at the moment, so differences in terms of how teams play around it. But if it does get to late game, Azir is still Azir, and Azir will still destroy you.
Yeah, I mean, I'm very worried for LNG here. I think this is a composition that they need to try and show how much they've grown, and I haven't been thoroughly impressed with the way that they've tried to play the early stages of the game. So if they can make this work, I mean, this is going to be a big step up for LNG, and maybe we can have a very different discussion about what LNG looks like after this game. But this is something where they really need to prove that they brought something new to the table.
Yeah, well, we'll see what they can go for as we jumping into game 1. It's a big moment here for LNG. Can they turn a corner and maybe take a scalp off of one of the big boys? And for JDG, they need to bounce back after a loss to FBX. We are jumping onto the Rift for game 1 of this best of 3. And we'll see how it all goes as we jump onto the sky. The Chillin, just like Keelan. Is it Keelan or Chilin? I can't remember what they're called. Chillin. Yeah, Chillin is Chillin. Yeah, or is he chillin' and chillin'? You know, different ways of bringing it up. But see if we gotta set something up. You talked about the early priority on the Dragon Spikes. How do you want LNG to kind of go about that? I'm just gonna kind of talk us through what you expect to see in the first 10 to 15 minutes of the game, realistically for LNG, if they're in a perfect world.
I'd love to see Tarzan trying to play around Doomby in the mid lane. I think you've got decent setup where you're able to throw down the Unraveled Earth, which guarantees the stun for Yagao if he ever tries to get himself out of the equation with E. Tarzan has really good damage in the early stages, and as long as you're able to get Doomby control over this mid lane, he can then start to link up with Tarzan, play down towards Light and Iwandi in the bot side, look for dives against Hope and Missing, and there's very little that JDG can really do to stop that, but it does heavily rely on Tarzan being able to succeed with Doomby through this mid lane.
Well, already we're seeing pings going out as both teams try to establish control. I will say the level 1 from the Kalista Renata, exceptionally powerful, especially with that passive you get on the Renata auto attacks. You're able to kind of do that little bit of extra damage should you proc it on afterwards. So already we're seeing LNG using that power to kind of push themselves forward, and Hope has to respect it. He cannot just walk forward onto this.
No, he will take a little bit of damage. Still has the Zebram there, so can heal up just a smidge. But definitely a very potent lane, and something that you're going to have to watch out for. Even just the trade patterns, as you can see from Light and Iwandi, very difficult to deal with, because Light can always stack E onto a minion before he uses onto Hope to guarantee that he's able to get chase down potential. Iwandi as well, being able to get the shield is going to be super good in those early stages when you want to try and go for those auto attack trades against Missing. So just easy for LNG to get control of the wave at level 1. So they hit level 2 first. Kanavi is on the bottom side. Whoa, okay.
Okay, well,
yeah.
look. Yeah, you take that. Iwandi just going in with the flash handshake, but Kanavi is here. Do they try and go onto Hope here? There's going to be the Sonic Wave landing. Light has to flash away. Kanavi will now follow, but Kanavi already starting to make his mark.
Yeah, I mean, really nice play from Kanavi. Red buff goes into Gromp means that he hits the level 3 and instantly goes towards that bot lane. So already trying to help Hope and Missing establish control. But now Tarzan is going to go for an invade. And with both push in mid and bot, this is really good from LNG to get the snowball rolling.
This is what you wanted to see as well. The smite will come down to Kanavi, who does have a ward and a safeguard, so it sadly will not lead to anything. But LNG doing what you said you wanted to see from them, which is them kind of, you know, looking to combo up their mid and jungle.
Yeah, and at least trying to get some advantages in the early stages where if Tarzan can get the lead over Kanavi, it becomes very hard for Kanavi to contest any sort of ganks. But at the moment, it's actually working out relatively okay. The only downside is losing a ward for Kanavi, which does suck a little bit, but starts to move back up towards the top side. So we'll be able to completely clear out.
Ignite. Ala might have to be forced to flash here. He's going underneath the tower. Doesn't land the Q, and that's going to be another bit of, you know, kind of pressure point here for JDG, as we can see Kanavi going in on the Doomby, who has no mana. Tarzan trying to just keep him away. And all of a sudden, we're seeing the power of JDG. They're just saying, look, Kanavi is stronger in these skirmishes, and why we saw Kanavi feel comfortable to take the lead into the Wukong.
Well, it's a little bit uncomfortable for Tarzan, because the idea was, hey, I've got push for Ala in top side. I can help Doomby get push mid, and then I can rotate up to take the scuttle and potentially get a double scuttle crab here. Because, as you can see, he's already got the one on bot side. But because Ala lost that trade so hard, he no longer has the control up top. So now it makes it easier for Kanavi to link up with Yagao in mid and contest the push. And always having 369 there means that Tarzan has to back away. But Kanavi even taking the Raptors away while also getting that scuttle would be super nice. But it looks like he actually left the scuttle behind to clear out his Krugs instead.
Now LNG find themselves in a little bit of a hole right now. You can see the power of just this Sejuani in the top side. You know, this Ornn was picked into it, but you're able to have that freedom to pick that combat summoner, which feels so weird as a Sejuani that you'd be picking up a combat summoner. You're supposed to be a super tank, but you can see just how much damage you do so early. And Kanavi recognizing this, saying, hey, this Ornn doesn't have any flash right now. They can maybe make something work as they really try to just keep him underneath this tower, underneath the pressure.
Yeah, and I mean, the wave will be pushing slowly into Ala, but if you can sneak into this topside brush, that's where Kanavi can try and make a play. Level 6 isn't for another 45 seconds, so I don't think you want to stick around that long as Kanavi here.
No, you don't really want to be wasting too much time. That being said, though, there's
the ward as
now
well.
They'll have the ward on him. He knows he's been spotted out here, so already Yagao starting to roam up here. I think Ala's just going to have to accept. He's going to have to maybe not get a lot of this wave. He's going to have to just be in experience range for the moment, but it's been thinned out very nicely, so good move from Ala as he walks forward and gets a trade up about half his HP, or down below half his HP, but that does open up now Tarzan to say, hey, we know exactly where the enemy jungler is. We get ourselves the first dragon of the game.
And this is what I was talking about with LNG. A huge amount of their early dragons tend to be pretty much solo in situations like this, where Tarzan spotted out where the enemy jungle is. So he's like, okay, cool, I can move across. Like, Iwandi is here to help out, but it's not like a deliberate play off of wave states to actually make the dragon go their way. So at least now, LNG just going to back it all up. And so dragon taken for Kanavi, wasting time on topside.
Moves here from LNG. No one going down just yet. We're still waiting on first blood, but we're not without action. I think that's the best way you can kind of put it. 6 minutes in, we have seen plenty of summoners burned. You can see already Hope waiting for both of his to come back off of cooldown, as Kalista did end up getting a reset there. So Light trying to come back on top of this mid lane. And the dragon stacking that you talked about is in favor of LNG. If they can keep that up, they have themselves a win condition. They just need to make sure they keep it up.
And I want to see, again, there's a bit more coming through from LNG when it comes to actually getting kills, or at least helping Doomby get out of lane. Because Doomby now at level 6 will be able to reset and teleport back in towards the mid lane. But this Talia definitely needs to start impacting down towards this bot side, because with the CS in the position that it is, and with Rift Herald now about to spawn, you should give Hope Missing actually an opportunity to try and contest up towards this top side.
Well, full committal to try and get this scuttle for Kanavi, does get him level 6, and that's why they give it so much committal, because they know that that was a big power spike to try and disengage. Doomby is in the bot lane, has got himself a summoner spellbook, so trying to see if he can straight it back, but Hope now in a little bit of trouble. He will get over to the other side of the wall, though, and I don't think he's going to be going down anytime soon. They try and get in with the handshake, and they will catch him out. He flashes away as soon as he got it back up. He ends up losing it again, so Doomby, nice little roam down for him from him, and he's honestly trying to make plays.
Yeah, I mean, this is what we wanted to see, right? Doomby getting into this bot side, will not be able to connect with Kanavi, but a few times now we've seen Doomby on this Talia, and the walls just haven't been in the right spot. Yaga now, trying to see if he can catch Doomby on the roam back.
Oh, he's trying to go for the roam back. Kanavi is over the wall. The Sonic Wave will land. Do they fully commit to this? Iwandi is in the wings. JDG, they hold the trigger right now, as we can see. Trade of ultimates and topside as the wet noodles continue to slap each other in the face.
Yeah, they still got a bit of a punch to them, though, those wet noodles. Like, you do have to be careful in this top side, but either way, JDG, again, just kind of whittling the early game presence of LNG, even having a slight goal lead for themselves just based off of the advantages they got.
Oh, Hope, he has no flash, but he does have a heal. Is it going to be enough? It is not! And at 8 minutes and 20 seconds, LNG get themselves the first blood in the bot side. Missing was missing, and that means it was a 2v1.
And that's the thing, is that in this lane, if you ever leave as missing, it gives the opportunity for Light to go aggressive, even hitting level 6 first. Just perfect timing. And honestly, I was going to hit on the summoner spells for Hope. I'm surprised he didn't take cleanse in this lane. I know you're probably expecting an early Mikhail's coming through from missing, but the fact that you're up against the Renata, sorry, I forgot the name, Renata, you really need cleanse because of both the handshake and also the ultimate in these team fights.
Well, Tarzan really wants this Gromp right now. This will give him level 6. He takes over to it, but now he needs to run away. Decoy over the wall. Keeps him nice and safe. Ala, though, having to play weak side means he's just going to have to accept. There are 4 members here. Back away. You do not have the Orn Horn, and that's going to be 369. 3 plates for him right now. This is Sejuani 20 CS up and also getting a huge amount of money into her. This Sejuani's getting beefy.
Yeah, she's going to be in a good spot. Should also give the opportunity for JDG to take this Rift Herald by themselves as well. You've got resets coming through for Yaga and 369, but they both have TP to get into the lanes that they need. No flash on Doomby as well, because on the replay we just saw he burnt that with Yaga trying to make a play on towards it.
Don't have the Weaver's Wall here either. Iwandi does have the hostile takeover, but not really got the rest of his team. You can see Ala coming back in from base, even if he was there, didn't have his ultimate, so that's just going to be the Rift Herald picked up here for JDG. And where could they start to use it? Honestly, again, like we said, LNG needed to snowball. They needed to look more confident, but right now it's JDG pulling the strings, making the plays, forcing LNG to react to them.
Yeah, and really nicely done here by JDG as well. So what they're going to do is move... Ooh, hang on.
Oh, nicely done.
They, yeah, they move the players top, so they end up getting the Rift Herald on towards the charge. I actually thought that they were, Kanavi and Missing were going to stay at a range of the gold, because they actually let Hope pick up the Rift Herald, which means they wouldn't have to share the gold. But Tarzan, looking now.
Kanavi caught between a rock and a hard place, has to flash away from the Reaver's wall, but Tarzan picks up a kill. Kanavi has gone down. Yes, you got the turret on top side, but this is great for LNG. Not only do you slow down the tempo from JDG, you're also creating your own for light in this bot side.
And this is what we're talking about, where JDG, if they don't get off to these kind of roaring leads in the early stages, have a tendency to overextend and get caught out. And that was just kind of proof there with Kanavi. You'd already committed 369's ult to mid. Yagao wasn't in a position to try and follow up. And LNG just rightfully used the Reaver's wall and catch out Kanavi. So not really respecting what LNG had available on JDG's side.
And Light now going to try and start up around us. That's the fastest, longest move I've ever seen from a Scuttle Crab in my life, but Light does secure that one there, gets himself up to level 8, and you can take your time around this objective now as LNG. You know you're on a good reset timer. They're already going to see if they can put Yagao up topside because he's got a teleport to try and deal with Allah. You're not quite at 14 minutes, so you're not going to have the Unleashed one, but Kanavi, he's just going to go for it because, again, you're waiting for Doomy to get back onto the map, and yeah, JDG, they're just full control of it. I feel like this is a weird moment here. I feel like LNG should have had this.
I agree. I think this should have been a spot where LNG were able to take this, but the reset's not really coming through. And again, early dragons aren't the forte of LNG. They're not really in sync to try and get stuff in the early stages, and the resets being off kilter there meant that JDG get to swoop in, they take it, and at least, again, buy time for them. Like, we always kind of talk about buying time with the later dragons, but it's just the exact same with the early ones. If you now add on another 5 minutes before you have to try and contest for a dragon, that's fantastic for a composition with an Azir and a Felios.
Yeah, it really, really is. JDG just still have the gold lead, despite being 2 kills down, despite everything that's gone on. The first tower in the top side really just opening up the map for them so much. And you can see just how far back Allah has to play in the top side. He is just consistently at his own tower, tier 2 in that top lane, which means he's not really in a position to help out his team should they fight over a dragon or a Rift Herald. So great map movements from JDG, keeps themselves up in the ascendancy, and you're really hoping that this one-item spike is as big as it has to be for the side of LNG.
It's also the fact that it limits the plays that LNG can make. Because one of the big things that people underestimate is, like, once you start to put Doomby down into the side lane, you're not able to actually play as easily around mid lane from bot side as you are from mid to bot. Because you can look for terror dives in longer lanes, you can set all that stuff up, but it's much more difficult to try and get control over the bot side and then try and make it in towards a quick play in mid as well because the shorter lane. So it now limits Doomby's potential to actually try and make plays in the mid lane. Whereas Yagao now, free farming the top side, knowing that he's up against an Ornn who's not really going to be able to do particularly much against them. And 369 is like totally fine against Doomby because, again, Doomby doesn't do a whole amount of damage to him. So this is where you see JDG actually being able to slow the pace of the game because that top side turret went down.
There's such safety, like you mentioned, with the Azir. That being said, Missing gonna link up with 369 and Kanavi. Iwandi working with Tarzan here to make sure they can't move forward. They don't have exact vision here on JDG, but they are going to force them back. It's 3 minutes till Dragon spawns, so I'm not quite sure what we're looking for here, but we're looking for a fight. As we're going to go straight in, we're going to see the Cyclone use. Kanavi uses his ultimate to try and disengage. 369 completely misses away from the ultimate. The Ornhorn over the side here, and they're not really doing much damage to 369. You can see just how tanky he is, and they're caught between a rock and a hard place. Iwandi does have to use the Fate's Call and will get himself out to safety. Doesn't have to expend his flash, but I don't know why we're fighting there.
This is a fight for summoner spells. So Doomby happened to flash, trying to see if they could get LNG to burn summoners before that next dragon is very crucial for JDG. Especially if you end up getting Doomby in a position where 369 can look to engage on him, Kanavi can maybe look for a kick. You now have a new target for LNG for the next fight. And this is something that the LPL does, which is almost exclusive to the LPL. You see some teams like G2 do it in LEC, basically don't ever see it in LCK, is actually using summoner spells as mini objectives. And that fight was that exact moment where they're like, okay, this next dragon is probably going to be contested by LNG. How much can we burn on LNG's side to make this fight easier for us?
Yeah, absolutely agree. I think it's a great way of kind of demonstrating that it's saying, look, our ultimates are going to be back. We're going to have the Dragon's Rage kick. We're going to have the Glacial Prison. We're not losing that much off of this, so we're going to be in a good position to fight in a minute and a half's time. So You've lost the flash off of Doomby, like you mentioned. You're going to be able to try and, you know, get a little bit of ignite off of Iwandi as well. So wait to see now what LNG are able to do. We will see 369 now with the Frostfire Gauntlet just kind of pushing in this top side. And you can see just how tanky he is. Even that last engage, he just eats up so much damage before he even gets close to being in lethal range. And right now, we're kind of at a moment where you need to fight at this next objective, but you haven't even picked up Doomby's Mythic yet. You're still waiting for that Everfrost.
And LNG just can't really contest JD. Well, they should be able to contest JDG on sides, but the misalignment on who's pushing where means they actually don't get a chance to, because Doomby's contesting the push from 369. Ala has to give up the play on bot side, so you know you get 2 towers for JDG. Will give LNG the opportunity to go towards this Rift Tower, as you see, but now you can maybe create the advantage that you need on this bottom side for the Dragon in 45 seconds, where you can litter this bot side with wards and get these decent resets in just before the Dragon spawns.
Yeah, Ignite will be back up for 369 as well. 35 seconds till the Dragon spawns. Kanavi just pushing in that lane to make sure they have pressure there. As we can see, 369 with a teleport available. It is unleashed, so if he can find a good TP flank, I'm looking at that ward right behind the Dragon pit on your minimap to where he could maybe kind of find himself an opportunity. But 20 seconds till that spawns. How do we want to look at this fight? Where do LNG want to try and make this their home?
I mean, they need to find a decent front to back where Doomby's able to use the Weaver's Wall to cut people off. And Kanavi is going to be keeping his eyes on Doomby, though, to see if he can get that kick. Abuse the fact that that Summoner spell is down from earlier.
It is down. He's got himself an exhaust and a ghost, so he's got a little bit of escapability. Here comes the Ornhorn very early on. They're going to try and fully commit onto Yagao, but there's a bit of a disconnect here. The Moonlight Vigil is good. The hostile takeover only lands onto one, but Yagao is dead. Now 369's the next target is Ala trying to jump forward onto Hope. Hope is still very, very healthy, but he cannot stay in the fight for long. LNG, it looked disconnected, but they find 2 picks.
Yeah, I mean, you still got the Weaver's Wall here, so again, catching Hope out, separating them away. Maybe they can actually look for this here.
They're still going for it. We will see the safeguard back to Hope, as Ala might have gotten bitten off a little bit more than he can chew. We can see Kanavi going forward in. He will get his hand shook back and will not contest any further. These health bars are low, but the Callista is already trying to see if they can put some spears into this. They should be able to get the smite and the decoy over the wall. So second Dragon for LNG. They get what they wanted.
But JDG are looking for mid tower. They're trying to keep the pressure here because they know they've got TP from TP from Yagao, TP from 369, and now they can actually look for the pressure on the mid lane here and actually look to try and crack this open.
Quite able to get it though. Allah still had available, or the teleport available to him, and with the Callista with full summoners as well, they should defend it. So it's an equal game in terms of gold, despite the 4 kills to none scoreline for LNG, and they get the Dragon.
So we're going to look here. Very quick engage from Ala, which I actually like. You have a very split out team. JDG pretty much lining up perfectly for him here as well. But Doomby as well basically gets to cross an X here if he wants. Tarzan with a great engage onto Yagao. And JDG need a pick to start this off. With the way that LNG's composition works, they're incredibly strong at the moment with that 1-item spike. And because JDG aren't able to get on towards Doomby here, LNG are just able to pick up 2 quick kills off the start of the fight with really good positioning and engages from Ala and Tarzan.
Ooh, nice flick back there with the seismic shove. Yagao needs to be careful, but a TP coming on the backside of this. Doomby, he doesn't have flash. He's going to get caught out. He thought he was doing the catching, but it is himself who falls down, and that's just a little bit of an unfortunate movement there for LNG, and this is kind of why we're saying, like, how good are this team, because it's little moments like that that are just causing them so much stress and so much anxiety.
We have to see what JDG can get from this, though. TP for a pick, not really worth it when you are still looking at a bunch of dragons potentially coming up 3 minutes until the next one, so 369 won't have that TP available. Whereas when you look across at Doomby, who's going to be able to run the Unseen Spellbook, he can get involved even if he doesn't have the TP with the Weaver's Wall. Ala's TP should be back up as well, so honestly, if you're LNG, you're kind of looking towards the next fight going, okay, well, we can always let a dragon go across, but if this lets us crack open top tier 1, maybe put pressure onto the tier 1 in mid as well, like, that's a lot that they can pick up for the dragon. They do have to just be mindful, though. Rift Herald is about to time out, so keep your eyes on Tarzan. He just seems to be running straight mid to plunk that Rift Herald down.
Yep, he's going to try and make that one work for his team, but still very good. It's very equal, honestly, for both sides right now. But like we said in the Champ Select, Azir and Aphelios will just scale to unimaginable heights if they are allowed to just sit there and do whatever they can. You can already see that the Rift Herald has about 20 seconds left on it, so immediately Tarzan's going to have to drop that one in mid. It's going to get about half the tower down. honestly, I don't think they're going to be able to take it down. I mean, so there's no TPs.
They should be,
actually,
yeah. There's
they
no
might
one
actually
there.
be able to get it. There's no one there for the moment.
Yeah,
Kanavi will be here, but
JDG
he's a little
set
late.
reset. Right,
Yeah.
JDG reset at a terrible time, so very late on getting back, and it means that they should be able to get the tower. So nicely done. JDG will clear it out before it gets a second charge, but yeah, just the late resets by JDG gave LNG a little bit of a tempo window there, and they used it quite well.
All right, 20 minutes now. 32,000 gold apiece. We're looking at kind of the big mid game. Both teams hitting big item spikes. What is going to be the catalyst? Do you think it's going to be this next dragon, or do you think it's the dragon after? Where do you see both these teams looking to try and get themselves a full cemented foothold in this game? Because we kind of just been pushing and pulling between the two teams at the moment.
JDG are more than likely going to have to fight for this next dragon, even if they don't really want to. Like, they don't even have a second item completed for themselves, whereas you're looking at, Nerdy, the second item completed for Light. You're getting a lot more tanky stats coming through from Alan, the top side as well. They need to try and look for a pick, though, beforehand, and that's why they're hard committing for this mid turret to see if they can establish vision control that side.
Three-man knockup there onto most of JDG, but you're 5v3 and still coming out fairly decently, and that was honestly, like you said, just a full kind of hard force there from JDG to say we want this mid tower, and LNG saying no.
Yeah, and I mean, for Ala, you're fine using the ult. You cleared the wave, which is what you really wanted to do. You bought time for LNG to come back towards this mid lane. And it's not like you have to be... You still have that ult available for Dragon when it's necessary.
Here we go. We're going to see them maybe go for something 369. It's the Arctic Assault himself away from a potential fight. We do have Light now on 2 items. It's a big moment here for LNG. 40 seconds until the Dragon spawns. Doomby still sitting on an exhaust. That could be huge, and full flash is available across the board.
Yeah, that flash is also available for Doomby underneath that exhaust. He's been holding on to that exhaust for quite a while now, so just be aware that there will be basically 3 summoner spells up for Doomby in this next fight, and that could be absolutely key, especially when we talk about Kanavi potentially trying to look for a pick. It feels like that's the best way for them to try and start off a fight. Kick from Kanavi into lockdown from 369, follow up damage from Yagao and Hope. Well, Kanavi does run into Tarzan.
It does run into him, but no one else there to really kind of follow up on any damage onto the Lee Sin. Of course, still a Lee Sin, so very, very powerful at just keeping himself alive. 369 down towards his bottom half, and he's looking for a little bit of a separation of the fight. Not quite the greatest Weaver's Wall as the Dragon has been started. They're going to try and burn this one down as quick as they possibly can, and here we go. It's going to be a 50-50. Never mind, they've got the Smite and the Ren, so they will secure it there, and there's going to be the Moonlight Vigil to try and slow down the disengage here from LNG. They're running away as best they can. They're going to commit a lot of damage there onto 369, but it's still a Sejuani. Eventually he will fall down. That was a fantastic hostile takeover. Missing and Hope are dead. There's a great pushback though from Yagao to try and keep this fight alive, but look at Light pushing forward. 4 kills for 1, and then he can turn around for the big purple worm.
LNG aren't going to be over chasing Kanavi. They're going to go straight towards that ejective. Kanavi and Tarzan, though, still have smites available, so you need to be so careful about keeping Kanavi out of the pit. Tarzan won the last smite fight, but he needs to try and do it again.
We're going to maybe try and make this one work. Tarzan also very, very low. If he really takes out too much damage, he could be in a little bit of trouble. Kanavi sneaking his way over to the side. He's trying to just maybe get himself up to level 13 before he goes for this fight. But no, he's not even going to go for it right now. He's just going to accept.
He's going to go.
I think he's just going to accept. Yeah, a little bit late on it, but accepts that the Baron's gone down. So that's going to be the Baron over to the side of LNG and Soul Point. 369, he's on a sneaky flank.
Yeah, Yagao even TPing into the mid lane. I mean, they're trying to see if they can use the resets from LNG to take this mid lane turret, maybe catch someone out.
369 does have access to the Glacial Prison. He's just biding his time. Will even pick up a little Raptor passively from his Bami's Cinder. Now they know that this Doomby now recognizes that that camp is no longer there. Iwandi will see that he's there, and ooh, insta flash there from Doomby. They will lose mid lane turret, but 369 gets himself a summoner.
Yeah, but that's what we're talking about, the Doomby having both the exhaust and that flash available, so managing to escape away there. But at least the mid lane turret goes to JDG, but LNG are in such a commanding spot here, and we'll see it. The fact that 369 and Kanavi end up on the wrong side of this fight means that it's so easy for LNG to just turn on towards Hope, Yagao, and Missing, and nobody here is tanky. You called it already, great hostile takeover comes through here from Iwandi right as this fight kicks off, because Kanavi gets the kick onto Doomby to cause some issues. But the hostile takeover sets up perfectly then for the follow-up, and your 2 tanks, or at least the tankier members of JDG, are on the wrong side of the fight.
Yeah, and again, it kind of comes down to the lack of cleanse here for for Hope, really kind of not really doing a lot for him. Missing, though, might be in a little bit of trouble here. Doesn't have Flash, trying to get himself alive, but he gets hand shook into a really bad deal. That being said, so does Doomby. Doomby without a Flash, but does get a nice seismic shove. Has got himself a bailout should he need it, but he's going to be able to keep himself alive. 369 now trying to run away. The Moonlight Vigil just missing out there, as LNG continue to put their foot on the gas. They're continuing to push this in because they know they need to win it in the next 5 to 6 minutes, otherwise the scaling's too big from JDG.
Well, they're starting to accelerate this gold lead. 3k now, they're looking at the next turret. Only a minute left, so you'll have 2 more waves to work with here as LNG to try and crack open the bot side. Honestly, this has just been really good play from LNG, though.
Yeah, the first time we've really been confident in them right there. 369 does throw out the Glacial Prison, lands on the Tarzan, but he's got a decoy, so he'll be totally fine. Light playing a little bit with the fire of JDG. And JDG is trying to stop these recalls because they've got Kanavi and Hope pushing in that mid lane for that tier 2.
Yeah, I mean, they're not going to get the tier 2. Doomby has too much wave clear, but this is, as you say, like, this is what we expect from LNG when we look at the nameplates that are on. Like, you should have Doomby been able to interact on the map. Tarzan finding good engages, like Nawandi looking great in team fights, and Ala not exactly on a split pusher, but still having great engages on this Orin. And we'll see it here, like Doomby trying to cut people off here, does manage to separate Missing from the rest of the team, so just the knockback is enough to get the kill onto Missing. And this is where I'm kind of surprised we get more follow-up. Like, Kanavi and 369 think, oh, maybe we can actually pick off Doomby, but there's just no damage there. Great flick back from Doomby as well. Prevents the lockup coming through from 369. And then Tarzan finding that wonderful engage to make sure that they can get just a bit more wiggle room for the backline.
All right, Dagda, 50 seconds till Dragon Spawn. A lot of summoners are going to be coming up, but maybe not quick enough. We are going to see Hope maybe just a little bit shy of that, but Yagao, Kanavi even missing now, all having their summoners back available. 3 items onto the Talia, 3 items onto the Callista. This could be it. This could be the moment now. This game kind of cracks open for either side.
Again, 369 needs to be the one that finds a pick for them. They need to get rid of Doomby, get rid of Light before this kicks off, because in a straight up 5v5, LNG are just stronger right now.
Weaver as well, trying to separate any kind of disengages. Hope does get jumped on here, and he's taking a lot of damage. Hope is dead, and it could be dead for this fight. LNG have found themselves the perfect opportunity. Missing goes down as Light picks up a double kill. Yagao trying to turn this one back onto Doomby, who goes into stasis. Does end up falling, but a 3-for-1, actually a 4-for-1 in favor of LNG. They don't even need a dragon. They could end the game.
Yeah, they're just going to go for the end. They have the TP from Ala to keep the minions alive if they need to, but split call here. They're not really sure exactly what they want to do. Looks like Tarzan and Ala will look for the base as, well, LNG look for the top laner, JDG.
Yeah, they're just trying to stop him right now.
Oh, he's on the blast cone!
Oh, he's on a blast cone! That's some Alcove gaming for you. There's the ace coming in. LNG will crack open the base. They'll even get themselves an Infernal Soul, and this mid-game spike is becoming a late-game problem for a JDG.
And the fact that 369 is off the table now for 35 seconds and has no TP means that they get to reset, establish vision control on top side, because JDG don't have a tank that can contest a 5-man push from LNG into the top jungle. And then they can just go, all right, well, Baron's up. Now you've got to work through these tight corridors against Doomby, against the Renata, against an Orin ultimate. It becomes so hard to try and play this, but great setup here. Doomby love this wall. Prevents the retreat from JDG. Tarzan is already in a great spot to get the knock-up, and you called it out. No Flash for Hope was up and available, but JDG are just fighting backs against the wall, trying to see if they can get out because of that brilliant Weaver's Wall from Doom.
Yeah, it just cuts off any escape, and they just said, cool, Hope is the one we can kill. If we commit everything to him, there's nothing he can do, and that's exactly what happened. I gotta call it Ala as well, having a fantastic game on the Ord, really has been on point with this pick. And again, we mentioned it a little bit at the start of the game, he has not had a good split. Honestly, he hasn't even having a good 2022, but this game right here seems to be a little bit of a redemption arc for him, because he's playing so much better than he used to play.
I mean, LNG as a whole, we put the question mark for it, going like, how good would they look in this game? This is a great game from them. This isn't sloppy. This is really clean.
Here we go, 4-man Orn ult, but then Doomby says, no, we shall let them live. We only take the tower. But there they can back up. They've got pressure in the jungle. They can decide to go for Baron, or they can decide to look for a pick outside in the Fog of War.
Yeah, the biggest problem with trying to find a pick is no Orn ultimate, no Talia ult. Makes it a little bit difficult to separate JDG. So I would be a bit nervous about turning to start up Baron. And it was just the fact that like the hostile takeover can do a lot of work, but I'm not sure if it's going to be enough.
Might not be enough, but JDG find themselves now with a little bit of vision. TP's going to be coming out. Now they're looking for the full pick. They're going to use the Fate's Call to try and start this one off. There's Tarzan trying to jump on top of 369. There's Missing going down as well. You've lost 3 members. JDG, you thought you could maybe contest it, but because you thought the Horn and the Talia wall were down, but you still had engage options for LNG.
But Hope wasn't there. Hope was in the mid lane pushing the wave, so it's a 4 versus 5. So even with the ultimates from Ala and Doombeat being down, just having enough of an engage from Tarzan sets them up. And this is game number 1, clean from LNG.
And Moonlight Vigil comes out. Hope finally flashes away from an engage, but the Weaver's Wall going to try and separate them out. They can't actually defend this turret. They can't get to it right now. And LNG will look to take game 1 against JDG. Not the result we were expecting in game 1, but it definitely deserved from LNG.
That was so much cleaner from LNG. We've talked about how they've been super messy around objectives, their team fights have been sloppy, their resets haven't been on point, and in fact, as Tarzan spills his water all over the place, you gotta look at it.
Yeah. Thankfully, that didn't happen during the game. We didn't get it right at the end.
Yeah, but
yeah.
yeah, I gotta say, like, this was a much cleaner position from LNG. Like, playing around their composition well, around their spikes well, finding good team fights. Ala, phenomenal engages on the Ornn. I love this, like, X marks the spot style of composition with Talia Wall cutting off one retreat, Horn coming in to get the other cut off. It was just a really, really nice time from LNG, and there was no sloppiness to it. Like, there wasn't people getting caught out. There wasn't people not resetting at the right times. It is actually LNG punishing JDG for some of the late resets that they went for. Like, this was a much smarter LNG than what we've honestly seen all split long.
Honestly, it was refreshing, to say the least, from LNG. And for JDG, a little bit worrying. They didn't get a lot of the things they needed to go. Like you said, they were getting a pick or two, but it was costing them so many resources. I remember the TP they used to catch out Doonby up on that top side, but it didn't really lead to anything. It wasn't a tower. There wasn't an objective to take. And those were the big moments there. And honestly, I think that you're hitting the nail right on the head for JDG, or sorry, for LNG. LNG just were playing smarter, they were playing more consistently, and just knew how to execute on their composition. It was, again, a great game for them. And again, we talked about how good is this team. If they can play like this is how good they can be.
And that's the thing. This was a squad that we kind of looked at and went, look, you're playing against weaker opponents. You were struggling massively. Barely beating LGD. Having a really rough time against them. And honestly, some of the mistakes that LGD made in decision-making was the reason that LNG were able to take that series. Same with TT, yeah. Like, there was a ton of stuff there was like, look, this is not clean. This is not good. But this game, much more resounding success. Doomby looking great on the Talia. His walls were on point. Iwandi's ultimates were amazing. Ala had a great time with the Ornn getting that counter pick there. This was amazing stuff from LNG.
It really, really was. And again, I'm very impressed with the turnaround we saw from the likes of Ala. Light having a very consistent game as well. 7-0 and 8 on this Kalista. And we had question marks. Again, this was not an easy to execute composition. This was a composition that needed to get the dragon stacking, that needed to hit their mid-game spike and continue forward. And it did just that.
So I'm actually excited now to see what the story is with game 2. Because, I mean, if LNG 2-0 JDG cleanly, that is such a massive story for LNG. With the way that this split has gone, how even the way Spring went, having this level of consistency and this level of coordination is absolutely great. Now, I still think there were moments where they could have done more in the early stages of the game, where Doomby could have tried to make some more plays down towards the bot side with the Weaver's Wall. I think losing their top lane turret definitely hurt them in the ability to do that. But, I mean, look, I'm not going to look to gift horsing them out. This was a fantastic game from LNG as Ushin disappears. So we're going to cut over to a quick break because Ushin's decided to cut off his camera. I think he's still here with me, but
I am still here.
Okay, we'll be back just after this. Don't go anywhere because apparently LNG are popping off. I think the big question for me, though, and I'm going to pop it over to you two lads, is like, how do we actually feel about BLG's success? Because for me, it's kind of like, okay, well, I can see that they're doing the right things, but I still feel like there's so much miscommunication in their team fights and like target selection seems off. I don't know if it's going to be enough to try and put them in towards a good spot. Like, they have a 2/3 of the split left or just under. So do you think it's enough time for them to kind of right the ship and maybe see themselves do well in playoffs? Or do you just think it's, look, this is definitely a roster that we're looking at more for spring 2023?
I would say I feel like this roster's not going to... I mean, I'll put it bluntly. This team probably will make playoffs. They're not going to make Worlds. The roster's probably going to get remade going into the next year. That is my trajectory, I think, for this roster. I think Icon might make a difference. That might mean, they do better. But even like spring playoffs, they made it through the first round. But I think with like the player names on this roster, the expectation is that they should be going to Worlds, right? Which is, it's hard to say in the LPL because even though we have 4 slots, there's a lot of teams. But like the expectation coming in spring, BLG didn't put this roster together. They didn't sign Uzi so they could be like, oh, guys, we came 7th, good job. It's like, no, this team is there to make it a Worlds, and I think they're so far away from that. Like this team will never be better than V5, never be better than Top Esports, never be better than RNG, never be better than JDG, and that's 4 off the bat before I even move down to other teams like EDG, Weibo, anyone's Legend,
Yeah, though Dan has the right gauge, and I think like realistically, you look at the rest of the league right now towards the top end. It's just a really tall ask to make it to top 4. I think with the way that they're playing, and if you're asking for development time, I'm just not sure there is quite enough time. But playoffs is like the bare minimum. You look at the names on the roster, you're like, yeah, like any other league, this is almost guaranteed like world slot, but it's just not the case here, especially with the way they're playing. I hope for their sake, at the very least, they can like maybe make it competitive, right? Make it all the way up to like maybe 5th. But again, even Dan, this is not top 4, and then there's just more below it with like Weibo and EDG. So I'm not sure what we'll actually get to see from them, but I hope for their sake they can at the very least give us something special.
I just want to tell you it's alright while I'm smiling through the tears in my eyes. 'Cause when I'm broken, I still want you to be fine. I think we're both just attached to the friction. If you need me, I'll be pacing through my mind, and I can be the one to get you through the night. I lose the battle every time you pick a fight. Too afraid to combat this addiction. You're so bad for me, I can't stand to be without you for another moment. This is agony. It's like gravity, you're pushing down on me when I'm around you, but without you don't know where I'd be. Out of sight, lost in time. One more night, you and I. Friction. 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 Where we are, I can't quite figure out. I wanna take all of the blame from you now. No matter what, I've gotta fix it somehow. You only know how to play it like the victim. You're so bad for me, I can't stand to be without you for another moment. This is agony. It's like gravity, you're pushing down on me when I'm around you, but without you don't know where I'd be. Out of sight, lost in time. One more night, you and I. Friction.
We're free. I don't look back. With me, we'll stay on track. Are you ready to go? So I'm waiting for you. Ready, let's go. There's so much for you to do. Are you ready to go? So I'm waiting for you. Ready, let's go. There's so much that we can do. Days like these, wild and free, you and me. Days like these, wild and free, you and me. We're free, in love with life. With me, perfect night.
打到 LNG 下的就是 Light，就是一个很稳定的选手嘛，就是看一下我和 Missing 的话，就是看能不能突破他们。我觉得战胜 LNG 就是中野会比较重要。
Welcome back. I have returned after deciding that game was over in my own camera hide. It overheated. I literally stuck it in the fridge for a minute and then brought it back. So we're back. LNG take a 1-0 start to this series as JDG did not have any answers whatsoever. And it all came off of the engages that were started by our MVP of game one, Tarzan. And honestly, it just proves how much and how, kind of empirical, or what's the word I'm looking for? I can't think of something else. Important is probably the best way I can look at it. That Tarzan is to this team because he set up everything.
Yeah, Tarzan was an absolute beast. The engages that he had, especially towards that last fight that we saw where he finds a way to sneak in behind JDG, was absolutely crucial. The early gank setup that he had on the bottom side of the map as well to make sure that they could get control for the Callista was wonderful. And Tarzan across the board, making sure that he could get some of those dragons, the Rift Heralds as well, to hit the mid game in the stride was so important for LNG.
Imperative. That was the word I was looking for. Just couldn't think of it there on the back of my head. But yeah, again, like even starting from this, where they were able to kind of just stop the momentum that JDG were getting. And again, JDG were playing around the map very, very smartly. And then this fight here was so big because they separated it out. They decided to go onto Yagao. That's one of your big damage dealers no longer available. Then Hope doesn't really have a front line to keep him safe.
Yeah, and this was the fight that I was talking about with Tarzan finding that really good flank. Doomby catching them in position, so then Tarzan could kind of knock them all up. Just really, really well played by LNG. But I am curious to see now what the story is going to be coming into game 2. I feel like we're going to end up with the Wukong not being available now on LNG side. And that might cause a bit more issues in the pool because I just think Wukong is just so insanely strong. I was highly surprised that JDG left it open. And I think it'll be a case of once bitten, twice shy. We won't get the Wukong let through draft again.
Yeah, you imagine so, as we can see where they kind of end up taking the draft. And for JDG, though, I will say they are a side so far in the LPL why we've kind of maybe, tempered our expectations for this team because they do take a little bit to get going. And look at the LGD series. They lost game 1. They were able to kind of completely come back, smashed game 2 and 3. Similar enough style to a couple of their series they've had so far. And it's just a lot of this kind of sets themselves up for that same storyline of JDG. They come in game 1, they don't look like they have a plan, then they completely download an opponent and they say, right, we know how to deal with this right now. So this could just be another setup for them if LNG cannot keep the momentum going.
Yeah, I think we're going to have to try and figure out something here for JDG's side. The fact that they went for this late game scaling meant that Yagao couldn't really support Kanavi in the manner that he usually does. Same when you look towards the bot lane with missing on the Lulu. So I think we're going to see things change up a bit where they do go back towards their more traditional style of missing, playing something like the Nautilus, something that can help out in engages, having a bit more of a something like an Ari or something that can at least help, even a LeBlanc
more
that
agency.
can try and help out in having that agency to move across over to the invades that they like to go for. Because you could see that they were still trying to make these early plays happen in the opposition's jungle. There just wasn't the tools available to JDG to make them a success.
Yeah, absolutely agree. And I think for JDG now on the blue side, we can see how powerful it is as well. We saw it in our first series and even in our second that you can just pick things to ban away. You can say, look, we don't need to ban any of the OPs as such unless we really don't want to have to deal with this area as such. But we can then go, right, we're going to ban the Viego. We're going to pick, things that not necessarily would be highest priority on most people's ban list, but because you have given that affordability on the blue side and saying, look, there's not that many OPs that you're going to have to ban at least a lot of them on the side of the Reds. So we'll see what they're able to do. JDG, of course, in this series, I still think they're going to have themselves a pretty decent time if they can get the right composition that can work with it. And honestly, I really do want to kind of go back to the point that we were mentioning a little bit earlier about the Azir. Azir losing again. This is just kind of highlighting the fact to LPL, you can't sit and wait for late game in the LPL. You just can't do it. It's not going to work. So you have to be proactive. You have to be looking for different things. I don't think the Alawi or the Nasus are it, but you know what? 369, he's having a bit of fun.
It has to be the Wukong. Like, there's no way you're not going to pick the Wukong here when it's been left open. It's just such an insanely strong pick. We just saw it in the last game. And I, like, Aphelios priority. Oh, wow. Okay, Aphelios priority was not it for me at all. Aphelios just isn't a priority for me right now. Like, even if you wanted to, you could always still take the Calista into it. We saw it work out relatively well. Hope, like, on an Aphelios will outscale, but leaving the Wukong open just seems like such a strange move to me.
Yeah, leaving the Wukong and honestly just everything they went for. Looks like we're going to have the Jinx kind of trade back, so we're back into the Aphelios Jinx handshake as such. But yeah, this is feel like you just go with the Wukong again. Kanavi will probably take the lease in, but again, I think Tarzan looked exceptional on this pick, and I think even looking back at Kanavi, Wukong was like, Kanavi got like 5-6 kills at 15 minutes the last time he played it. I don't think there's any other choice.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't get like what JDG are going for. Wait a second. What's happening here?
What? Maybe it's the 5-head moves, I'll pick this, but they know that I'm gonna pick this, so therefore I won't pick this. But then they're like, oh no, but what if they do pick it? It's like that was like layers upon layers upon layers as the Poppy gets locked in. I would not put it past Kanavi to lock in Bel'Veth. I think it's really weird to lock it in this early, but what is going on, Dagda? Bel'Veth locked and loaded.
I mean, Bel'Veth is still incredibly strong. You get good late game scaling coming through in the kit as well. Like, I'm excited to see it here. And especially now that you got Yagao on the Ahri, should be able to have decent roam pressure to help Kanavi get towards that later game point. The only thing I will say is that you do end up using a lot of your dashes as Bel'Veth. So for Tarzan to have the Poppy here can work out relatively well. She does struggle against CC heavy teams, which I definitely think LNG have a reasonable amount of CC right now, so we'll have to see how this one is going to play out.
I'd even see the Nautilus coming out for LNG if we really thought about it, but the Sejuani locked and loaded, that could just be into Allah's hands. Again, played very, very well into the Ornn, or on the Ornn in the previous game. I would like to see, again, more bans towards that top side. The Gwen going to be taken away. JDG probably going to ban away mid laners from Doomby. That being said, Doomby has an absolute champion Ocean, but talk me through now. We talked about the dashes and obviously how this is going to interact with the team. What are you expecting to see coming out from JDG now that they've locked in the Bel'Veth? Where do you want to see them take this composition?
So Bel'Veth definitely wants time to try and scale up and farm incredibly heavily. She ends up getting the more attack speed as the game goes on, so she becomes incredibly reliant on getting to that later portion of the game. She also likes to play heavily on things like the Rift Herald because it can give her extra stacks of her Lavender, which gives her more of those little minions that she can try and work off of, and those Rift Herald pushes become even more potent. So I think we're going to see JDG trying to play heavily towards that Rift Herald style. So imagine 369 trying to take something that's a little bit more combative in the top lane that can spike around the level 6-7 mark, so he can actually play heavily for those, is probably the best bet.
Well, looks like LNG going to try and get some of that scaling back into themselves if they go with the Azir. But so plenty of options available here for LNG. And I like the Lissandra as well. Gives them, again, good hard CC. You talked about how the Bel'Veth really does struggle against teams that can just single her out, get those CC chains going for themselves. And Lissandra, Sejuani, Poppy, plenty to be working at right now. And honestly, they could still go with a Nautilus and just completely shut down this Bel'Veth.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely going to be a issue here for JDG with the amount of CC that's there, even for the Aphelios as well. And I'm curious, I was about to say what JDG are going to do, because Bel'Veth does have the knockup, but she really does rely on people to provide a lot of hard CC so she can sit there and deal a lot of her damage coming through off the, I'm going to have to remember what weapon it's on because I can't remember, the Royal Maelstrom. where you're just able to get like a whole bunch of damage off you in an AoE circle. So I definitely think you're going to have issues here trying to get Bel'Veth into a lot of these fights, because holy moly, like every Freljordian has come out here to freeze this Bel'Veth.
Yeah, if you're wondering what the theme of Freljord was when they were designing champions, it's CC, because you have a lot of CC here, and honestly, yes, you have got some great engage options available to you, and good pick options available to the JDG. LNG have built themselves a very nice composition to kind of just stop the forward momentum of JDG, kind of dead in its tracks.
Yeah, and I think that's exactly what LNG are trying to do here, is just fully lock up short-range carries like the Bel'Veth, like the Aphelios, make sure they're not able to have a good time. And the thing is, 369 on the Scion can provide good frontline and good follow-up engage from missing, but you're kind of running into a lot of very beefy boys between Sejuani, Poppy, Braum, and so as long as this Jinx is able to get the ball rolling in the early stages, she can come a menace in the late game, provided that damage that you want to get through some of these mega tanks, and then also be able to, from afar, deal damage to things like the Aphelios and the Bel'Veth if they get caught out.
Absolutely. Now, obviously, both teams locked and loaded. I'm not quite sure if this is the first Bel'Veth. I don't think it is actually the first Bel'Veth of the split, but yeah, it's definitely been one of those picks where we really want to. Actually, no, I think it is. I think this is the first Bel'Veth. Yeah, first Bel'Veth.
We didn't see it
at
at
LPL.
all. Yeah, we didn't see it at all on Wednesday, which was our first time in 12-12, which was
Yes,
available,
you're
so,
absolutely
yeah.
right. I thought we were on the whole week, but you're absolutely correct. So Kanavi going to be piling this particular champion in, and honestly, I'm excited to see how it goes. It does seem like a champion that can be exceptionally powerful given the right circumstances. But that Rift Herald, that first Rift Herald, I am expecting to see massive fireworks.
Yeah, that's exactly where you want to put a lot of your attention here. And I mean, we were looking over at the LEC, we saw Haru play it for Vitality, and it can be very strong in the right hands, but it is definitely something that requires you to play heavily around us. And I think for a team like JDG, that actually works quite well.
Oh, I love this. If Kanavi feels like he's only against the Tarzan, oh, I love this. Does he go forward? No, he knows something's up. He has to know something's up. No, they don't, because no one else has gone forward with vision. He's just going to back away. Kanavi has a sixth sense. He's Spider-Man. He knows something was up.
Yeah, he's just going to back away, not going to get caught out by that. Again, like, this is going to be heavy farming from Kanavi, so just wanted to try and get a ward down to spot out where Tarzan was, so maybe you could try and alleviate a little bit of the pressure. But we tend to see a very slow gameplay from a Bel'Veth. She can gank, don't get me wrong. Trying to dashes, has the knock-up as well, but you definitely want to take your time here to get to that late-game attack speed monster.
Wait to see how now it all goes in. Kanavi going to start on the red buff. Pretty standard start here. And of course, getting off and just trying to get it as quick as he possibly can to that level 6. That's when you really do start to see the power of the Bel'Veth, getting those resets, getting access to that, getting up to his ultimate form. And now Allah going to take a big old chunk from 369, who's just trying to be an absolute menace in this top lane. And again, nothing really going to happen, I imagine, in this top side, especially considering Allah's gone for a flash instead of an offensive summoner, recognizing that they just need to be there for the team fights.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious to see how LNG are going to try and respond to a huge amount of what's happening here, though, because it feels like you've got the ability for LNG to start moving Doomby around the map. The Sandra's come out as a good answer into the Ahri because you can get good amount of push. Your Q is relatively cheap on mana, comparatively to the Q on Ahri. So maybe we actually start to see Tarzan with the way he's positioned here. We're going Raptors into bot side clear. Some sort of play on the bottom half of the map, but I'm not sure just because Iwandi is running the Braum, which means that you can struggle to get set up unless Doomby's already in position.
Again, this could be a big... Oh, let me stop myself there. There's going to be a trade back down onto Missing. Doesn't actually quite get the concussive blows off, so just both supports taking a bit of health off of themselves. Kanavi now looking to maybe make some moves here onto Doonby, who's looking to try and crash this wave. Does have the Glacial Path. The above from below does end up knocking up, but it's not going to mean much else.
Yeah, and again, this is just Kanavi trying to alleviate some pressure from Yagao. He's already moving towards this top side. He's not losing out too much time on trying to get up here, but is going to just continue to farm it on up. Poppy has gone for a bit of a circular route here, where she went down, cleared out blue, also got the Gromp, and then moved back top side. So it does seem like Tarzan is trying to match where Kanavi is in the early stages of the game, and see if he can maybe get some counter ganks off.
wait to see that. I'm so excited to see now the big fiesta that is going to come out around this Rift Herald in about 4.5 minutes time. Na'Vi, though, already starting to get a little bit of decent trading off in this, or excuse me, decent camp trading off as he comes back in towards that mid lane. Kanavi going to try and maybe work something here as the Glacial Path is not going to be hit because the Charm did land, but yeah, Kanavi just not feeling comfortable to really commit to that.
Nope, just going to back away. And again, I think it's just trying to open up positioning here for Kanavi to get some vision control, maybe look for a bit of an invade. Like, the fact that he got his scuttle on the top side is already great from him. Will spot out that the Raptors have respawned, so he very quickly kind of leaves from this position because he doesn't want to get caught out with the Poppy coming back off of reset.
Yeah, the Poppy is a pretty big counter to him. We will see the Predator here for Poppy, so already got himself up to that Brutes one, so maybe looking to try and make something work there for himself as we wait to see where both these sides end up going for. Iwandi, I don't know why he popped up the Unbreakable, but he did. Just, you know, get the use of it, the APMs up for yourself. But yeah, Cole for the side of Light on LNG. He's happy to kind of continue farming up on this bot side. It was a massive wave that was pushed in by Hope, but that was to be expected considering that they did go for the slightly earlier reset. But now, with Dragon spawning very, very soon, we will start to see Tarzan, who hasn't been as active on this Poppy, but can start to make moves now that he has access to that Predator.
I think this is where you start to see Tarzan get a little bit more active on the Poppy, but again, I think it's the best bet for Tarzan to try and just synchronize with Kanavi to prevent Kanavi getting ahead, because if you end up scoring like early takedowns and that, the value from your attack speed buff goes up significantly, and you can just snowball completely out of control as Bel'Veth. So again, a lot of what LNG has set up here is very much a control type of composition, and keeping that control on JDG is going to be the ultimate goal for LNG.
Control, restraints, trying to keep Kanavi in a cage. I'm curious as well. Did go with the Ghost rather than the Flash. This is one of the we tend to see in the Bel'Veth solo queue, just because it keeps you honestly just running people down. It's such a powerful summoner spell that you're able to kind of use for yourself. So generally see that one over the Flash because you're generally trying to go in rather than out. So right now, Kanavi trying to see if he can make something work in this bot side, but they know that Tarzan is here. There was a ward, so they're fully aware this is the 3v3. Actually, 4v3 is the Gao's trying to come in on top of this.
Kanavi with dash forward doesn't land the above and below, so we'll just back away instead. And I'm surprised to see Kanavi putting this much pressure on the map in the early stages. When we've looked at Bel'Veth in other regions, she hasn't been as active. And it does mean that Kanavi still being able to clear this jungle relatively quickly, but Tarzan is behind bot lane.
He's going to get the cleanse, but not just before he gets concussive blows down. He flashes in, gets knocked back. There's going to be a steadfast presence to stop missing from getting away, but he does flash away. Now Dune be thinking about it, but I think he messed up the Glacial Path. So not quite able to get in on top of the bot lane of JDG, but burning a hell of a lot of summoners. This is good from the side of LNG.
Yeah, a bit unfortunate for missing. Tried to hook onto Tarzan. Tarzan sidesteps, which means missing hits the wall and ends up proccing the steadfast presence, so CCing himself in the mix. Oh, now JDG on the back foot in the bot lane, which honestly kind of bodes relatively well for LNG. Again, keeping control, making sure that they're able to play off their spike in the mid game. They will need to get Light accelerated though, because the problem is that like they hit their mid game well, but they want to make sure that this Jinx is going to be able to carry from that position, because with the amount of damage Kanavi will turn out late and that attack speed, where you've got a ton of people that are relatively close range, could cause issues for LNG if they can't lock up Kanavi correctly.
And Ala just coming back in. We did see in the picture-in-picture, 369 did commit the unstoppable onslaught, but Ala was very confident that he wasn't going to be taken down. Actually rushing the Ionian Boots of Lucidity. I quite like this from Ala, just kind of recognizing that he just needs to be able to clear waves, get those constant knockups to stop 369 from having any real pressure in this lane. There's no real kill pressure, as we've just discovered. So with Dragon up and available, has been up and available for quite a few minutes at this point now. It is LNG who are just trying to reclaim their lanes. A couple of resets came in, and you can see Doonby now trying to get back out onto the map after he did have to clear out that mid wave.
Just gonna back it up. This is where things start to get a bit funky though. We have Bel'Veth starting up the Dragon, which I'm kind of surprised at, because I mean a lot of teams have highly prioritized the Rift Herald, but I still think you should be able to move up into a position to try and contest this Rift Herald with the way JDG are playing at the moment. Hope has like way pushed in bot. Kanavi can look for a quick reset, and it's not like LNG are really in a position right now to look for that neutral objective on the top side.
All right, well, Kanavi, after securing the dragon, starts moving up towards those top camps. There's a couple to take before anything really happens. Actually rushing towards the pickaxe, so we'll be going towards a... I imagine it would be the Kraken Slayer, but we might be remiss.
Yeah, there's a couple different builds that have come out. There is an Iceborne Gauntlet build, but the more traditional one is Kraken Slayer into Blade of the Rune King, which is the full carry build. Tarzan, though, trying to again see if he can get light ahead here. We already talked about it. This is what you need to do as LNG.
Yeah, absolutely. You've got access to the Glacial Fissure as well. Hope and Missing recognizing they don't want to be here. They're going to try and make something worse. The Steadfast Presence does stop Missing in his tracks. The Glacial Fissure down. As you can see, they're putting the concussive blows in. Whoa! Light completely misses, but they know who their target is. Flash forward from Light. One more auto attack, and he finally gets it. First blood going over to LNG. The concussive blows keep Missing low, but Missing hasn't gone down yet, and this is while the Rift Herald's being taken by Kanavi.
Yeah, I mean, Doomby should be able to finish him off, but yeah, Light just completely whiffing on the Super Mega Death Rocket. Means that Missing...
Keep going, Missing. Keep going. He will fall eventually. He will eventually just end up dying, but that's going to be Doomby picking that one up. But that's a big now move for Kanavi, who's got the Rift Herald. They're
going topside
towards top. Yeah, I was going to say, you're in the true form now. You will get the Void Remora now. You'll get so much pressure.
Yeah, also, see all the little creeps that are spawning as well? This is what you get coming from the Rift Herald as well. So they can now pop this down, and this push becomes so terrifying.
TP coming in, though. Ala flashes away. He's doing really well to keep himself alive so far, but that's a 3-man Ring of Frost. Kanavi is dead. Didn't even get to drop down the Rift Herald, and that 369's got to run for his life. Tarzan is here to try and stop Yagao from getting away, and he will do just that. JDG tried to make the play, but they weren't quite able to execute.
And now Ala just needs to land one more auto and he'll be able to CC him.
Oh, there it is. Flash in, Ring of Frost. One more auto attack. No! Oh my god, it's a little bit disastrous, but the end of it all, it's still a 3-for-1 in favor of LNG. They're winning across the map.
Yeah, they had to go a bit far to get that one. But as you say, still winning on this top side. Push on bot lane, though, for Hope. Trying to see if he can answer it a little bit, but 5-1 now in kills, a 2,000 gold lead. That's what LNG were looking for, and we'll catch it here on the replay, just as we start to look towards this bottom side. I have no idea what happened to Light here. Like, it looks like he was trying to predict a flash from Missing, but, I mean, Missing's flash was already down, so really don't understand it. Like, it's not even like you're clicking the minimap or anything there, but...
Just completely whiffs.
Yeah, so it means that he doesn't... I asked to flash forward here to get Hope because he doesn't actually get the kill onto Missing. And then we start the yakety sacks because trying to chase down Missing here actually wastes a ton of time for LNG. But here on the top side again, just nice from LNG. Doomy getting this massive Ring of Frost. Great TP coming in. Tarzan in a position as well. Remember we were talking about matching Kanavi in a lot of situations. And they're just able to pick up some more gold off the back of this play.
Gotta say, quick reactions from Doonby as well. Doonby was on bot lane, basically picking up that kill onto Missing, and then made his way back to mid to try and push that back out before TPing back up the top lane. But looks like JDG gonna try it one more time after losing those 3 kills. Will eventually drop down the Rift Herald and get themselves this turret, but a lot of gold traded back onto this. It did need to be a scrappy for JDG, and this is where the game starts to get a little bit dicey for them. They're going to start really thinking about where and when these engages come out, because now 369, he's getting collapsed upon. Kanavi's already gone. My dude, you're dead.
Yeah, 369 completely caught out, and this is perfect for from LNG's perspective. Again, just more gold in their back pockets. They're getting control on the side lanes that they need, but the problem is that Yagao pushing mid, top tower already gone, dragging up in 50 seconds. They need to start getting these lanes pushed out so they can continue to contest these neutral objectives. Otherwise, you are going to run into a spot where JDG again can try and play through Kanavi when he's huge, Hope when he gets big as well.
40 seconds till the dragon spawns. JDG already secured the first one of the game, so they would be getting themselves up to 2 if they're able to secure it. Kanavi has got his Blade of the Ruined King finished up, so he's actually quite powerful, and actually quite a few big power spikes coming in here for JDG. The Everfrost for the Ari, the Iceborne Gauntlet was already finished up for 369. So they are on a good spot, but Doonby is 3-0-2. You can see he just wants to push back this wave, maybe try and just get some pressure into this mid lane so they can maybe look for a contest, but I don't really see how you're going to be able to do that without your items.
Yeah, I mean, you really need Doonby to be able to get that the mythic before they can really go for this. Kanavi as well, a little bit are in a relatively okay spot as well, just being able to move across as that Blade of the Rune King completed. I thought he might go for the Kraken Slayer first, But a bit worried about the lockup and rather having the slow and also the healing that can come through on the Blade of the Rune King is going to be relatively nice for him. But either way, I mean, you're perfect here. Another neutral goes the way of JDG, and now they can actually start to play towards, hey, let's not go for dragons, let's play out the map instead. Let's look towards things like Rift Herald as well, which should be up in just about 3 minutes time or 2 minutes time, where they can look to snowball even further.
Yeah, you see Kanabi looking to see if Doonby walks a little bit too far forward, but not to be caught out by the charm. And actually has the Luden's Tempest, not going towards that Everfrost just yet, so recognizing he needs to be able to put out some pretty significant burst damage to try and keep Kanavi on this Bel'Veth down. This is where the game gets, again, a little bit more tentative. It's only about 1,000 gold for LNG. They've got the Kraken Slayer finished up for Light, so he's on a very significant power spike, but still waiting for a couple more levels before he's truly comfortable on this Jinx.
I mean, you definitely want to get the rapid fire cannon coming through before you can actually become that monster in team fights. And that's the biggest problem that we were kind of talking about, is that LNG's composition is very reliant on Light's damage. And although you got 3 kills for Doomby, you've got like a ton of pressure that you managed to get on the top side, Light is kind of staying relatively in check, which is a big plus for JDG, because that is the main source of damage they have to worry about.
Well, no objective for another 40 seconds. The Rift Herald shall spawn, but it's going to be the full pressure of LNG on this bot side. You do have an Unleashed Teleport from Doomby, so should he feel the need to try and TP somewhere, he does have that access to him. But again, kind of similar to game 1, we do see a little bit of kind of overcommitment from Doomby onto side lanes, not really allocating properly, and honestly, they might lose this tier 1 in mid.
Yeah, they should actually lose it here, and you've got the Rift Herald that's going to spawn in just a little bit of time, so now JDG get to lean in towards that top side of the map, get some vision control down and look for... You've even got the resets coming through from 369. It feels like everything's setting up for JDG to take a fight at this top neutral objective.
Yeah, again, Doomby kind of going bot lane to secure something that was already guaranteed. Seems a little bit strange, but look, I'm not an LPL pro mid laner. I cannot just pretend to think I know exactly everything that goes on in their minds. But now with the pressure, they've been able to kind of reclaim in top and in mid. They are going to be able to start off this Rift Herald. And honestly, JDG look like they want nothing to do with it. They're going to back off completely. TP's actually going to come in here for Allah as he tries to just defend against this push from JDG.
I actually thought we were going to get a contest up towards top side, because you could see that 369 had reset in time. Kanavi was in a position to try and go, but Hope deciding to stay on the bot side means that they won't be able to. And it looks like we're not actually getting the Kraken Slayer build from Kanavi. He is going for the Iceborne Gauntlet build, so going to be looking more to try and keep on top of people and continuously use the on-hit damage coming through from the Blade of the Rune King to be the mainstay carry in the fight.
We get the Rift Herald pushing in onto mid lane. Don't think it was actually necessarily needed, but the pressure from LNG still very much on this mid side. If they can get the second push here, could be pretty big. The smite is good though from Kanabi. Actually didn't even smite, just hit the eye on the back of it, so not able to get that one there. Unfortunate for LNG not to get a second charge, but this is again a big moment for LNG. I think they're in a good spot to be able to kind of maybe push this to a 2-0. And we talk about these two teams and we talk about the players on them, but this is a massive matchup. In the LPL, you only play each other one time. You get one best of 3 against everybody, and that could mean the world to your season. Think about it. If LNG win this 2-0, not only did they go 6-2, they dragged JDG down to 6-2, and they own the head-to-head. So for two teams very much pushing for playoffs and beyond, this is a pretty key matchup for both of them.
Also, just how much cleaner LNG are looking. Like, it's a much slower paced game, which we've already said, look, this is the way LNG play, but they are, roaming up towards the top side. They're able to counteract a ton of the plays JDG are making. They're making sure that JDG aren't able to snowball this game out of control. And they're actually working together around neutral objectives as well. We can see for like second Rift Herald and that kind of stuff. The big test now is going to be this next dragon though. With 50 seconds on it, you have a very strong LNG. Like, not really at his damage spike, but you've got the stopwatch and also the Luden's Tempest available for Doomby. Allah is huge. Tarzan has a good amount of damage at this point in the game as well, just because his damage profile hasn't fully fallen off yet until he's like full tank. And if you can get a couple of those Kraken Slayers procs coming through from Light in the backside, that could be the difference maker here.
I mean, it's a Mountain Soul as well. You can't Cannot overestimate how powerful that can be for something like... Oh, I'm going to stop myself right there as Ala gets hooked in. Missing going to immediately put in from the depths. They try and get the Moonlight Vigil. It's very well played right now as Ala's already taken out of this fight. The resets from Kart coming in for this Belvet. The Keeper's Verdict is good to reset the fight just a little bit. The Charm goes wide, but Doomby trying to do his best he can. Light not really in this fight just yet as Tarzan goes in, takes out Yagao. They're trying to maybe turn this one around. Tarzan trying his very best on the tank that he is. Now 369 trying to jump on the Doomby and will be able to take him out. Shutdown goes over to him, and all of a sudden JDG just find a perfect engage.
369's flank was impeccable there. Great TP ward set up for him, and he just manages to get directly onto the back line, buy a ton of space for JDG. And as you say, once Kanavi starts getting the resets, then it starts to be an issue, and LNG crumble at the feet of JDG. That's 3 dragons now for JDG.
3 dragons and a load of gold as well. We talked about how big Ala was, but Ala was not big enough to be able to deal with this massive Scion and just kind of honestly the straight up damage coming in. And again, this is just a weird place to be fighting for Vision when you don't really need to.
Yeah, and again, like, it's not too bad where Tarzan can try and look for an engage. You've got, like, decent knockups and stuff, and Alec can get a lot of value out of the ultimate. But the problem was this TP flank. 369 does a fantastic job of causing LNG to scatter, so they're not able to set up as successfully. And like Doomby late to the party as well because Ala was over-aggressing. And here, I mean, you're already getting the resets for Kanavi. Hoping is in a good spot to continuously turn out that damage. And again, 369 positioning on this Scion has been perfect. Another spot there where he managed to get the shutdown onto Doom.
And again, for LNG, you're kind of in a situation. Oh, gonna stop myself there. They're gonna catch out Missing, who does not have flash and has nowhere to go. That's Ala picking up a kill here. Tarzan now thinking he might be able to find something. But the Gale Force used here by Hope keeps him at a safe distance. But do they look to try and maybe fight around this Baron right now? I feel like LNG are saying, look, we need to make a play.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to start this one up. They have decent damage for it, but they're turned from Doomby. Look at Doomby. Doomby still has ultimate. He's the one that's going to turn.
Navi over the wall. They know exactly where he is. The vision goes down. Baron down to about 6,000 HP. 369 just kind of bullying himself forward. Iwandi goes in. They're going to see if they can try and catch out someone. They're going to land a charm, but I don't know if it's going to be good or not. These are low health bars. And look at the damage. They're taking them all out. The resets are coming in. The Baron has been secured. LNG flip it all on one burger, and the burger gave them food poisoning.
I don't understand it at all. LNG just needed to turn. Doomby has the claw to get out of the pit. You turn that, you shut down Kanavi, you get the damage coming through from Light, and you win the 4 versus 5. Instead, they all just group in the pit. Yagao is turning a whole heap of damage. Kanavi's having a great time in the spot that he's in. And JDG just completely take over the game with that play.
LNG, they felt like they were desperate to go for it. You were saying, look at Doomby, look at them trying to go, but then they just coerced themselves into the pit. Now, not only do you get the Baron, but the waves are in such a fantastic position for JDG. Top lane, mid lane, bot lane, all being pushed in, pushing you further and further back. But let's have a look at the replay, because honestly, just look at the damage that goes out. Look at the charm that comes out from Yagao right onto Light as well.
But this is the thing. Why is Doomby's in the back of the pit, not actually turning? 369 is crawling everyone. You're taking Baron damage. Yagao is getting to poke. All you had to do was turn instantly, pick one member with either Hope or Kanavi, with how close they were, and everyone dive bombs onto them. But that isn't the case. I don't understand why you end up as LNG just sitting in the back of the pit, kind of lost.
And this is LNG kind of showing us why we had so many question marks coming in. Great game one, for sure. No one's denying that, but it's these decisions that come in, and now they're in a little bit of a caught out. That's a 3-man ultimate coming out from the Scion. It's a good keeper's verdict, but Iwandi's already dead. Ala trying to run away. That's another great charm onto Light as he goes down, and now you're trying to get this one working for Doomby. He's going to try and get himself out of this, but the CC is there, and now JDG, they're just picking them off. LNG are just in desperation mode.
And now you can turn back over towards this Baron if you'd like. You've got push for 369 in mid. The tower is nearly gone, and top for JDG as well. Looks like they're just happy to crack open the turret immediately. Sorry, they've already have the Baron, but crack open the turret, take the top side. Like, this is so well played by JDG.
369's not taking damage. He's been tanking the turret for about 10 shots, and he's still going forward. He's still keeping himself alive. That is ridiculous. The ultimate super tank in the Scion, and with the Baron, with the Void Remora coming out from Kanavi as well, they're going to be able to crack open at least one inhibitor, maybe even 2 inhibitor turrets.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be completely done for him. The tankiness from 369 is already there because he got that earlier shutdown on Doomby. He's now got the Randuin's Omen and Frozen Heart. Can't get through that as light at the moment. Is only now starting to go towards something like the Mortal Reminder, our Lord Dominic's Regard. Just the decision making from this on LNG side has been so questioned. Also, just on a side note, 369 engages have been absolutely spectacular on this Scion. But again, it's like LNG not grouped up together, Light being focused down in the back line. You have to kind of be in a position to fight forward here as LNG, and usually you'd be able to do it with this mid-game composition, but because of the mistakes that they've made, JDG have control and they're not letting up.
It's just been a tank diff right now. I feel like the Sejuani's a little bit of a bait for both these teams. The Scion's done exceptionally well into it. The Ornn did it very well in game one. The Sejuani not really doing what people needed to do. It feels like this is just not quite either working out in execution, or it's very much just too much of a question mark about doing it. Look at this. Look at this Scion. He doesn't care. That is absurd. The way he can just sit there and take that damage. And now he's going to be even tankier.
I don't know. Doesn't really feel like there's much here for left for LNG. Like, there is so much damage that's coming out. The tankiness that's there, the great engages, the setup, and the ability now for Missing to just throw a depth charge onto Light every situation he can. Yagao look for follow-up in the back line, cleanses across the board, being picked up for the 2 carries on JDG. I don't know how you try and come back from this now.
I mean, LNG don't even have a tank killer right now. The Lord Dominic's Regard isn't even being finished up by Light. It's actually an Infinity Edge, so there's no one. I don't believe there's anyone on the side of LNG who can kill 369. Even if you get a perfect engage, you can see Kanavi and Tarzan having a little bit of a 1v1. They do clear the wave, though, and Tarzan just taking so much damage. 369 goes in between them there as Tarzan has to use the heroic charge to try and keep himself alive. They do catch out the Aphelios, though, and all of a sudden, 369's left on his lonesome. He's going to have to flash over the wall. The concussive blows are good, though. They're going to be able to continue the CC. It's going to take so long to take him down. He's still going strong, but he eventually falls down. JDG just got a little bit too sure of themselves and give LNG a lifeline.
And that means that they can maybe try and push out, but unfortunately, like, the Baron in a minute's time, you will have 369 back up. He should be able to TP in towards that. The Mountain Dragon, as you can see, doing a ton of work for JDG in that scenario as well. I just don't know if it's enough for LNG. Overextension, certainly, by JDG, but you need far more before LNG are in a position where they can fight.
Oh, Doonby. Oh, Doonby. My boy. My boy. You'll go into Zanya's, but you will die. That is inevitability in this world, and yeah, just needs to be a bit more careful with that. Kanavi recognizing he's 100% in a position to be able to 1v1 him, nearly going to have that death stance. Let's have a look at the replay here, because Hope just gets caught out.
Yeah, I mean, the engage onto Tarzan is a little bit suspect here regardless, but great play from Doomby. Sidesteps the engage from 369 and instantly goes in just as the depth charge is about to hit. Ala immediately follows up. And again, just LNG then in a great spot with no consistent damage coming through from Hope. Kanavi being knocked out of the fight by Tarzan, so they can just slowly but surely whittle down this Scion. And now, again, Light has the Infinity Edge completed. Will, I hope, start the Lord Dominic's Regard now. So Light getting to a point where if this game continues, he can be okay. But it's just going to be so hard with JDG having this much control.
Look at this flank from Kanavi, though. He's going to find Doonby, and Doonby's in a lot of trouble. He's been isolated away. Is Kanavi trying to make this one work? It's a fight on 2 fronts. It's a 4v4 and a 1v1, as we're going to see now. Velvet's being turned around on top of this one. Tarzan's already dead. Kanavi is 1v4ing right now, and he does not care. 2 kills for the Velvet, maybe even a 3rd. Triple kill coming in for Kanavi, and that's going to be a huge win for JDG.
JDG able to take the fight easily as you like. Kanavi hiding out in the wings to make sure that he's able to get the engage. And now with Super Minion streaming in, JDG will take us to game 3.
7-1-6. This Velvet has proven absolutely monstrous right up to her name as the absolute monster of the void. And that is going to be JDG 1-1 in the scoreline, keeping themselves alive in this series.
I mean, JDG bringing it back. It looked confident from LNG with some early plays, but not being able to get those kills onto Light, not being able to snowball this Jinx, meant that the more consistent damage, the ability to try and play for some of these early dragons from JDG came back to bite them.
It really, really did. And honestly, the early Mountain Soul just, again, good moves from LNG in the start. They made a very conscious decision, like you mentioned, to say, look, we're not going to try and contest at Dragons. We're going to try and snowball the lanes, keep going off of these sides. One bad fight, though, and all of a sudden, it just falls apart. You can't let that happen in these kind of situations, especially when you're just letting the other team kind of, again, scale into oblivion.
Yeah, and that's the thing, is that when Belvet's able to get the ball rolling, she's getting towards the later portion of the game. The attack speed's getting absolutely absurd. Works so well with the Blade of the Rune King. It's why we see it as a standard across basically all of our different builds that we see. You've got Aphelios who's getting into a great spot. Decent engages coming through. And honestly, 369's engages in this game were absolutely incredible. We got the great TP flank of that first dragon that set them up. He then gets a follow-up engage to get the shutdown Doomby, which makes him absolutely killable because he's just stacking armor, knowing Light's the really only threat. And eventually, when we get towards the jungle corridors, even drifting Scion apparently is just what 369 does, consistently getting these engages, regardless of the difficult terrain ahead of him.
Yeah, it really, really does. And honestly, I think that LNG kind of showcased a little bit of the inconsistencies, or a lot of the inconsistencies we saw. Again, little things like not crossing your T's, dotting your I's, checking for vision. Doomby gets caught out by the red buff despite a really good play that kind of throws the momentum back towards JDG, despite LNG getting, handed a lifeline. And it's those little moments that the better teams, the JDGs, the V5s, the RNGs of this entire league will just completely punish you for. And honestly, Kanavi, exceptional on this Belvet, really showcasing the power of it, and the kind of the damage and the tankiness with the Sunfire Blade of the Ruin King combination. It just made it impossible to deal with. Doomby couldn't keep himself safe unless he knew exactly where the Belvet was.
It wasn't even Doomby, it was Light as well. Light just getting decimated every time he tried to step up. I mean, great positioning on Kanavi, as he said, but threats coming through from Missy, being able to go through. We clearly don't have Belvet programmed in, apparently. But, I mean, just across the board, fantastic stuff. And it's so hard now to kind of look at LNG and go, yeah, well, this was a performance that you can look at and go, well, this was a mistake, that was a mistake. Because I think the only problem that you really had from LNG side was not enough damage and no way for Light to really be thrust into the limelight here. You can even see with the damage there, less than 10k damage on the person that's supposed to be your consistent damage on this squad.
Yeah, and again, look at the damage. Honestly, I want to say look at the damage given by 369 right there. Nearly getting the most damage in the game. And honestly, again, like you mentioned, this Scion just became a monster. This Scion became so uncontainable in those side lanes and even just in the engages that LNG felt a little bit desperate. They felt a little bit like they weren't able to get themselves, properly planted into a team fight, which meant that 369 just had the run of it. And you can see, even if no one got hit by the unstoppable onslaught, they were separated by it. And that's just not how you want to play that team fight as the LNG composition.
Yeah, exactly. And I think this is why JDG showing again that they have great team fighting when they're allowed to look for these fights. Even coming in from slightly behind, they got some really good engages. And I think 369 has really kind of found himself into a great spot on this roster. Like a lot of people, when we saw Zoom and 369 being traded between JDG and Top Esports, were like, well, Top Esports won the trade. 369 has really been struggling, but honestly, 369 coming out as one of the best top players we have at the moment. His Gangplank's insane. His carries are insane. His Scion is nuts. I mean, it's 9s across the board.
He is 9s across the board, but we are going to a game 3 in this particular series. We're going to send it to a quick break, and when we return, we will have the third and final game of the day. We'll see you guys very soon.
Evils, ancient and deadly, exist in every corner of the world. They have made themselves comfortable, taking what is not theirs, gorged on the suffering of others. I will face them all and crush them. Lord of the waters, grant me swiftness for this trial. Joy, unceasing and forever. That was fast. Should I have held back? Ha! The epic of Mila does not end here. I slay
play foes the size of mountains, you were fine, I guess. Ha! Give me 5, demon! Ow! That was way too hard! I will face the great villains of myth and live forever in song. Prepare for death! Ha! Now you know what you're up against. I am Neela of the 7th layer. May you find joy in the world beyond. I hope the heavens are watching. I hope they're nervous.
Get up, we can wake the neighborhood. Okay, the sunlit days with you. Hey, get up, we can wake the neighborhood. Okay, the sunlit days with you. On the away as the sun goes down. Okay, as long as I'm with you. Run away as the sun goes down. Okay, as long as I'm with you. On the Get up, we can wake the neighborhood. Okay, the sunlit days with you. On the
队伍最近就是解决了之前的问题吧，然后大家都在努力的去训练，然后所以才会有所好转。然后我们的目标就是打好每一场比赛吧，然后我们需要做的就是保持一个良好的状态，这样才能去赢下每一场比赛。
Play as best as you possibly can. I also always forget about the stadiums we have in the LPL. Of course, COVID has been on for a little bit of a while. We haven't been able to travel around as we most likely would have in previous years. The Suzhou Stadium, absolutely fantastic. But welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We are coming into our third game of this series, our sixth game of the day, and our final one at that as well. I am still Ushin. He is still the absolutely gorgeous Dagda, and we are going to be bringing you our MVP. We're going to bring you our MVP from Game 2, 369 on the Scion. You talked about it. There's nothing else more to say about it. The man was just unstoppable.
It's the engages that were so well done. Like, how consistently he found flanks to get on towards light was absolutely insane. It made the game essentially unplayable for the majority of LNG. The TP flank that we got initially, the wandering through the jungle, being able to find follow-up engages, like, it was absolutely insane and really well deserved from 369. And as I said, I love that the fact that we're getting to see this from the man himself, because we talked about him struggling on top esports, coming across, and he was like, oh, we can only play carry champions, doesn't really do so well on the tanks, but showing that this Scion fits perfectly into his wheelhouse.
It really, really does. And like you said, it just kind of came up with it. This was a perfect TP flank. You kind of see that LNG are half committing, but then realize they can't really commit. And then Doombee's a little bit too late. And just works out so well for the side of JDG.
Yeah, and this is where they just end up taking over the game. Like, from this point forward, JDG started to get into a position where they could take over. Even 369 here again as well, getting the follow-up engage as Doombee and Light think, oh, maybe we can actually find it. You just get 369 flashing in to get the kill. There's another great engage, which I don't know if we'll get to see. Oh yeah, we will here. Like, him just stepping up here, making sure that he's able to command the space that Hope needs, that Yagao needs, so then he can try and get some damage on towards the back line. And again, I think this was just such a good positioning from 369, a great understanding of what he needed to do in this champion.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is why, again, 2020, I always think of 369. You mentioned it a little bit as well. 369 and Zoom were the two top laners on top esports and JDG. 369 was always kind of seen as maybe not lesser, but definitely someone that Zoom had a little bit more higher highs. Right now, it does feel like 369 is owning the Rift. They're very much coming out a bit more on top on this one as we jump straight into picks and bans for the third game of this best of 3. LNG going to be banning away the Bel'Veth alongside the Viego and the Gangplank.
When Renata now off the board, maybe we actually get the Wukong party, but I think just on the topic of, great performances coming through from 369, the Gangplank being a respect ban, also answered by the Nara respect ban for Ala, which has been such a high pick, but Corki let through for Doombee. This has been Doombee's pick for all split long, but it's definitely something where LNG take a back seat and don't get highly interactive on the map. So I'm curious to see if JDG want to try and match that, just play for late game, or if we get to see them go a little bit more proactive in the early stages, look for quick roams, look for quick picks.
Yeah, this has been Doombee's most played pick. This will be the 6th time he's played it so far this split, as JDG put more priority onto this Aphelios. This will be the 3rd game in a row now for Hope, and honestly, it just feels like they're just very comfortable with how this champion performs, both in laning phase and in the late game teamfights. Like I said, JDG have seen it now. They got Dove in the game 2 there. The Aphelios was taken out and kind of away from CS. It didn't really matter because the game just dragged on to the point where he was able to get the 3 items.
I'm surprised that we're seeing the Ahri lock-in though. I can understand matching the pick from LNG, but giving Wukong across towards LNG just seems like a bit of a mistake. Maybe I'm just thinking I'm prioritizing the jungle too high, but I really do think Wukong is so incredibly strong still. Yes, his clear speed got nerfed a little, but the ability to take team fights, finding engages against what LNG have as well, like, the Wukong essentially would make fights nearly unplayable for the Kalista too.
Which way they want to go. The Nautilus gets locked in. Very old school, classic combination of all in all the time. Also a nice object to be able to throw in there. And we're actually going to see JDG go for the Poppy. So maybe Tarzan took the Poppy away from JDG as a denial, because it's a bit of a hard counter to the Wukong.
Yeah, I mean, does well against the Wukong, does well against the Kalista, and also the Valkyries from Corki. So it can help out a good amount, even as we saw the Nautilus struggles. But again, it just kind of takes the priority away from JDG, or the agency, I should say, away from JDG. So you're looking to see, okay, well, what does 369 want to go for? What's the engage tool that you want to bring for missing? Because if you ban away, I was going to say 2 engage champions on this bottom side, or it makes things a lot easier for LNG to just try and play at this matchup.
It really, really does. Now we're seeing the top lane priority coming in for both sides. The Gwen and the Fiora very consistently banned throughout this series. The Gwen hasn't really been as high priority to first pick, but it's definitely been something you want to try and get rid of if you do not have that counter. So the Trundle going to come out here for JDG saying, look, we're not going to let Charizard have that potential counter. We did see Aki on OMG hovering it against WE. Maybe it's something that teams are thinking about. And the Scion for 369 does get denied away. They do not want that super tank. We might see an Ornn and Sejuani again.
Yeah, there's the Leona, though. We talked about how you need engage on JDG side. It looks like Missing going to go back towards the Leona. So Iwandi should be able to play on the defensive side of that matchup. But actually maybe getting a little bit of a swap up. But I still think either way, you need now open up 369 to go for a ton of counter picks on that top side. Maybe even going for even more hard engage, to be perfectly honest, because if it's just the Alistair, it gives a lot of wiggle room for Doomby to find, poke, and prod people before the fights kick off.
Yeah, and I love this coming out from Missing. Missing is, I think, I'm going to have a triple check on that right now, but I think the Alistair is one of his very, you know, kind of highest picked champions. It's been there for his entire life, but I think it's one of, if not the highest played champion in his arsenal, and was known for it back in 2020, 2021.
Yeah, he was an incredibly strong player on the Alistair. It was great because it provided the engages that they needed, but also just the fact that he was able to play very heavily around like dives and that kind of stuff because the Alistair provided the engage tools that you really needed and the tank and durability to go for these dives. He's sitting on a 64% win rate over the course of his career, and it's his 4th most played champion of all time. Like, he is well versed on this pick. Yeah,
very much so. The Sejuani and the Volibear locked in here now. A lot of CC available to LNG, and they've got themselves a very bog standard fronted back team fight. You're looking to try and keep this Kalista and Corki safe. Yes, you'll have the package for a little bit of engage, but for LNG, if they can keep this Kalista throwing in those spears, getting up to Ren's, you know, kind of execute range, this could be a very bad fight for JDG, but they're kind of fighting fire with fire. Both teams with 3 frontliners, good engage, and good ADCs to put out the DPS.
And this is what we're talking about for JDG, just hard committing to more CC so you can provide engages onto Doomby, on towards Light, making sure that they're not comfortable in these fights. And that's now going to cause issues specifically for Light. You have a ton of CC he has to watch out for between the knockups coming through from Missing, follow-up from 369, Charms. Like, Light has to be very careful how he plays these team fights. And if JDG end up in a position where you get to the later portion of the game, there are just so many tanks on their team that I don't think there's anyone really on LNG that can deal with them.
Yeah, very much so. You can see that the Kalista, again, similar to game 1, we are expecting LNG to be pushing very, very hard to try and get themselves an advantage in this early game. Look towards the dragon stacking. Look to try and make those mid-game power spikes work for them. On the other side, though, you still have the Aphelios. You have an Ahri as well that can do fairly decently in the late game, but this is going to be about kind of, you know, who gets what engage on whose terms.
Yeah, I think that's where the difficulty for LNG is going to arise, because I think the Volibear does help out a good amount in getting early conditional wins when you're looking towards like potential towards ganks, or if you end up in these early skirmishes. The only problem is that you don't really have a champion that can follow up on that from the mid lane. Corki not a champion that allows you to play through that strong mid jungle, so I expect Tarzan to be playing heavily down towards this bottom side. So we'll have to see if Yagao can get control of the mid lane and try and help out Hope and Missing in succeeding through the lane phase and getting to that mid to late game position.
Well, we're going to jump onto the Rift. It's game 3, 1 apiece, as both these teams really would love this win. For LNG to put them right up to 6-2 and maybe cement them a little bit more as a playoff team. For JDG, they are still looking to keep in tow with V5, still undefeated as V5, but JDG only falling 1 game short. It's going to be a tough one, and both teams are going to be desperate to make sure they don't give away the mistake that throws away the game.
JDG again kind of taking a back seat in towards the early priority I will say that they want to try and find in this game. Kanavi, we're going to have to see if he can try and match Tarzan in a lot of the situations, make sure that Tarzan can't play through Light now Wandy on the bottom side and start to get the snowball rolling. Even Allah looks like right now just poking his head in to see if they can get some ideas to where Kanavi is starting.
Not quite able to know where Kanavi is, but some decent defensive vision. You can see there at the top right of your screen a nice little ward just covering the ramp in from red side. So Tarzan needs to be proactive on this pick. And actually, interesting enough, Kanavi, we did see last game Tarzan with the Predator Poppy. This time around, Kanavi going with the Phase Rush. Similar idea, you're just a little bit more consistent with it if you're able to get those 3 abilities off in quick succession.
I'm very sorry to all of our viewers, but I feel like we're going to have a very slow game again. And I feel like I've been saying that a lot more in the LPL. Because we're getting things like Corky back in the meta, because we're seeing it. Even the Poppy jungle, like, it can have some presence, but the fact that you're not going for Predator here, you're going for the Phase Rush, means that you don't get the initial run-in that helps you get the ganks off in a lot of situations. It's a much more defensive style where you can tank up initially, get your quick damage proc off, and then either decide whether you want to chase further into the fight or disengage. So I think it's going to be a bit of a slow burner here, Mr. Molloy.
That's not what I want to hear. It's not what I want to hear. The funny thing is with Corky coming back as well, I think he's sitting at like just under a 50% win rate. It's not as if he's like absolutely owning the rifts, just the teams are going a little bit slower, a little bit more LCK-esque, you know. It's not the pace we're traditionally used to, but then again, we do get matches like Weibo versus Top Esports. That was an amazing matchup, and I really did enjoy that one, but we are going to wait and see now how both these teams are going. Actually, interesting enough, 369 with the Orin going into the opposite matchup of Ala, as he did have the Sejuani in the first game going up against Ala's Orin, but now it's going to be reversed. So already we're seeing the early kind of priority given over, and you can see just how much damage that both of these tanks can do to each other if left unchecked.
Yeah, it's about trying to manage your cooldowns around what Orin has available on Sejuani. If he has the Bellows Breath, it's very hard to engage because you're trying to time the knockup so that then you can get the CC with your E, Permafrost, and then get the big chunk of damage off of the percentage max health. But if Orin has the Bellows Breath available, it means you can't get that lockup, which means that Orin then gets to trade back really effectively with his own form of CC.
Well, Scar's Bloom was used there by JDG on the bot side. You saw the mini-map. It was just going to kind of scout out some information, as we do see 369 and Ala trading back some blows. Gotta be careful here, as both of these tanks, Ala actually doesn't have any mana at all, so Orin having that little bit of extra kit in him to be able to say, look, I can build a tier right now. I don't even have to recall. I remember when that first came out, you could build any item, and it was busted. It was so... You couldn't do anything, because you could build pots and everything. It was ridiculous.
Yeah, that was a bit absurd. But he's in a well, I was going to say relatively more balanced spot, but Orin is still really damn good at the moment.
He's definitely more balanced, but that's, you know, relative to where you start.
Look at the Tarzan though on this bot side, just making sure that they can crash the wave here. Wants to make sure that there's no pesky business coming through from Kanavi. Because in the situation where Light and Wandy are overextended like this, that's where Kanavi could find some moments to look for a gank. But, see? I'm just going to be back away.
He's going to be fine, grabbing him gun as well, with the active going to be able to keep him away. There is a ward now in that closest bush to JDG. And they're just going to be able to back themselves away. And I don't mind this from Tarzan. He doesn't really have many camps up. His only top sides just after kind of like fully coming up now. So he's not really delaying himself as much as maybe people think he is. But again, this is going to be just kind of where you want to see the Tarzan going. And already rushing towards those Ionian Boots of Lucidity. He's saying, look, I need to be making some plays. The extra movement speed and, of course, the extra cooldown reduction or ability haste for sure going to be able to help him out should he find an opportunity.
It looks like he's just going to use this time, though, to look for a dragon, which I don't mind. I think when you've got a composition with Callista in it, I think stacking these early dragons is pretty important. But waiting until Light and I want to get back into lane before he wants to commit towards that. But I still think you really need to get this ball rolling around these early objectives.
And it's not a Cloud Soul, guaranteed, because the first dragon is a Cloud. I will say the first dragon being a Cloud, Cloud is probably one of the... Cloud and Hextech are probably the two dragons right at the start of the game that are just very difficult to solo out. They will do a lot of damage to you, as we can see Tarzan now roaming up, exactly like he talked about. Waited for Light and I wanted to have push in that lane, and that's going to be a first secure there for LNG. So already starting off a good win condition for themselves, get themselves a first dragon. Nicely done here by LNG, and for JDG, they're not going to be too upset about that. They know how this bot lane goes. They know they just have to kind of, you know, accept that the first dragon goes down. They just can't let it get out of hand.
It's very easy for LNG to utilize this bot lane to its fullest, though, around these neutros. Like, you think, okay, well, Light and Wandy pretty much have control over this bot side of the map, so they push in, they look for Rift Herald in a minute's time, you can start to snowball, but again, this requires good communication and coordination from LNG. And I think Kanavi will want to try and put a wrench into the works early. You can see him clearing out the vision control on this bottom side. Maybe hoping Yagao can make some sort of play with him on the bot lane now that level 6 has been hit.
369 is starting to roam down just a little bit, maybe just checking out to see if anybody's there. Actually finds himself a little bit of honey fruit, or as Hysterics like to call it, the lettuce. Not quite sure he thinks it's lettuce, but it's very clearly a berry of some description. But, you know, whatever, to each their own. And yeah, just keeps himself nice and safe and topped up in this top lane. Well, top laners having access to their ultimate as well. We might see some moves around the map to maybe make something happen, but it'd be very difficult to really make something stick, especially with a Sejuani and an Ornn.
I mean, there's not really going to be too much. I think the bigger question is, like, as I said, the Rift Herald in a minute's time. 369 is already reset. Alan now resetting himself. 369's ultimate can be more impactful in the immediate engage, but if you can lock someone up well enough with Ala and get the pick, that's where LNG will try and make their mark. You have a ton of burst damage coming through with Tarzan as well, opting for the press the attack. Means that he can very quickly dismantle someone that is locked up by Ala. So I'm going to be keeping my eyes on Ala and Tarzan for that. But already, as we talked about, Kanavi and Yagao trying to change the course of play.
Yagao going to be forced to back away from here. Missing goes in with the headbutt, pulverized to try and turn this one right back round. That's first blood going over. Ala actually here in the bot lane trying to dissuade the dive, but he's just kind of wasting his time and actually gets charmed up as well on the back of that. He's going to be punted backwards as well, and he's just nowhere for him to go. Flashes over to the red buff and keeps himself alive, but this is terrible for LNG.
Yeah, no push for Light and Iwandi on the bot side, so JDG now start to rotate up towards the Rift Herald. Yagao incredibly low on mana though, so I don't know if JDG can actually use this pressure to get the Rift Herald. They may just have to reset and just use the gold that they had as a bit of a buffer for the inevitable plates that LNG are going to get with the Rift Herald play. But you'll see it here. This is what we're talking about. Yagao hits level 6 and starts to roam down. I really like this play from JDG to try and make something happen before LNG get towards that Rift Herald. But Tarzan goes over aggressive. Again, you don't have the strong mid jungle with a Quirky in the mix, so JDG just punished that with the help of Missy.
They're going to need to push, though, into mid lane, so despite Tarzan going down, now has access to his ultimate and starts off the Rift Herald. This is still good early pressure from the side of LNG. They recognize as well with the push in bot side. They can roam up Light just halfway, then start to push him back down. Actually, no, they're going to stay up towards this top side. Maybe baiting out the fact that he went back down towards that bot side, but Light not really a part of this. And JDG, they feel confident, but I don't know how confident you should be. We are going to see the unbreakable force coming in here for Missing as the Keeper's Verdict completely whiffs. Now the Alistair shall be turned into steak. Bit of mincemeat there, and honestly, that was a bit scuffed from JDG.
Yeah, I mean, they got the play that meant that they didn't have to commit for that at all. So I don't know why they were there. I mean, Hope is pushing in a bot side. You don't have the members that you need there to actually try and commit. So just a straight kill going across over to LNG, and it kind of refutes the fact that we just said JDG got a bit of a buffer with the kill. You know, the gold that's going to go over in plates from the Rift Herald, you've already gotten something in lieu of that. So take your advantages and run with it. But here, I mean, you're nowhere near in position to try and contest this, and JDG should have known that. Oh, I mean, I don't think that matters. I really
Still
don't.
very close.
Yeah.
I like to make reaction noises to things like that because it's very fun for me. 369 not going to be able to stop the back, but yeah, I completely agree. I think it was you had already made the play bot side or committed to the play bot side to say, look, it's fine. Hope's getting an absolute boatload of free time. He's getting some plates as well. No real issue here whatsoever, and yeah, just a very strange moment there for Missing as he tries to fully engage on top of it. I think he maybe thought they had a bit more damage, or they were in position to maybe contest it because he had his ultimate, but yeah, not to be.
And now LNG get to clear out a bunch of the vision control with 30 seconds until the dragon. They want to get their second one in their back pockets. And with JDG in position that they are, I don't really think they can contest. Light's in a good spot. He's got full push on bot side. Ala is helping to get control over mid lane. And 369 could TP down, but with no ultimate available for him, it just doesn't feel like they're in a position to really contest this. Even got the package for Doomby.
Yeah, you got the package. That's the big thing right now. You will be able to trade it back for the top lane plates, if not the whole tower. You don't even have a TP on Ala or Doomby to be able to try and stop that one here. And already, you can see JDG, they don't want nothing to do with this. We're going to see a reset coming in for Ala. He's going to put himself back up towards that top side. And then again, maybe get an engage coming in here as Iwandi, he flashes in. They're going to try and get on top of Missing. He pops the ultimate. There's the Keeper's Verdict to keep everyone away. They really wanted to try and make something work, but honestly, having the Alistar without the ultimate constantly down is actually a big thing for LNG.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that they're just constantly getting it popped, it makes things a hell of a lot easier as Doomby. Looks for Yagao.
Doesn't lose his flash or anything, but Yagao does lose his Spirit Rush, so not going to be able to make a proactive play with that, and keeps his flash available to him. But Doomby, again, you're better off just using it, try and go for a play. Nothing ventured, nothing gained.
The thing is, though, with all the movements that LNG are making, there is still a sizable gold lead that's opening up for JDG just from the plates on bot side, CS advantage mid, bot, and top. So Light may be in a little bit of trouble, but I think, as you said, with the ultimate down for missing, I'd be very surprised if they try and go for some sort of terror dive.
Yeah, yes, he has flash. He could go for a flash, pulverize into a headbutt to bring Light away from the tower, but it's very risky, especially when you don't have that damage mitigation. Now Missing can just kind of keep Hope alive. They're both actually about a level continuously, both the support and the ADC down on their counterparts. Need to be very careful with those little item spikes coming in. We will see Aphelios going back, picking up his Gale Force. The actual Rift Herald gets dropped here in the mid lane. It's just going to be able to pick up 2 plates. So not the most optimal use of the Rift Herald, but still getting yourself some nice, decent pressure.
And just getting some gold in towards Doomby as well. Like, Doomby would really like to be accelerated as soon as possible because the rest of the composition strives to work harder in the mid game. And the quicker you can get Doomby to 2.5, 3 items, it's going to work out relatively well. Whereas, as we said, JDG, thanks to that Aura and thanks to this Aphelios, work a lot better as the game goes on. So LNG just trying to play into the fact that they have 2 dragons already. We're going to see a third in 3 minutes. If they can end up getting this Luden's Tempest available before the 3rd to 4th dragon, it would be spectacular. It won't be 3rd dragon before it's up, but if they could get it before the 4th dragon, that'd be such a massive advantage for them.
Yeah, you should be able to get the Myrrh mana as well, fully stacked up after Mana Mune, so decent enough spike as well. Not the 2-item big, you know, with the Sword Shoes spike that you expect, but despite all the good plays coming out from LNG and, of course, the 2 dragons, they are still 2,000 gold down because, again, look at the CS differentials in mid, in bot, in top. It's because you've been committing so much from LNG to these neutral objectives that you're kind of falling behind in the farm market. So plates and farm going over to the side of JDG, specifically Hope, who's a big benefactor of that. He's been equaled right now for his... Oh, actually Doomby gonna get caught out a little bit, but he's got himself a jungler to try and help him out, but not enough. Yagao gonna get himself away. They're gonna see the ultimate will land. Ala does not quite get it, and that's gonna be a nice little pick off there for JDG.
Good reactions from Yaga to dodge away from Ala's ultimate, and now 369 gets the turn on top side, and this is what we're talking about. It's individual lane advantages that are ballooning here for JDG, and just Doomby Valkyrie in for a little bit of damage. It's completely caught off guard by JDG.
And that's top turret going down as well. The bot lane not exactly healthy either, so they might look to try and maybe engage onto this one here now. Without the glacial path, you're gonna, or the glacial augment, you're not really gonna be in a position to try and stop this. Kanavi is so fast as well. They use the Fate's Call to try and keep them alive, but yeah, this is kind of just JDG rolling over LNG, and with 1:30 until that dragon spawns, you're losing hell of a lot of cooldowns.
Yeah, and I mean, a lot of people are going to be looking, going, well, how the hell is that a 5k gold lead? But when you've gotten all turret plates top, all turret plates bot, you got 2 in mid, you got these big CS leads, 20 in the mid and the bottom lane. You had a decent one that was opening up on top side as well. Like, this is all massive advantages for JDG. I can already see them starting to come to fruition, where Hope is now back in, picking up the Vamp Scepter. He's looking for his Bloodthirster. You're going to have Yagao very quickly getting up towards the Shadow Flame to be able to deal the damage he wants to, and this is just a big mistake from Doomby. Gets completely caught out. Bone Plating as well, procced already off of the W from Yagao, so a lot of the initial damage that came through from this mid-jungle duo of JDG doesn't get alleviated, and then Yagao just able to dodge away, but we're back in.
We're back in, and LNG are back out. They're going to have to see Doomby go straight back into the grey screen. Yagao pushing forward. He lands it onto the side of Iwandi. I think this game is very quickly running away from them right now, and honestly, it looks like LNG have just fallen asleep. JDG have just kind of been slapping them about.
Yeah, mid lane turret could have dropped out for JDG. You've already got push on top. This is full control for JDG, and as we said, late game is the safety net for JDG, where there's too many tanks for LNG to really deal with. The fact that Doomby sitting 0-2, not really getting up towards that mark that we were talking about, and now a dragon going the way of JDG as well, you're starting to lose your advantages here on LNG's side.
I This is such a massive problem right now. Doomby will have to TP, but he doesn't have the package because he needed to be here. They know that this is their win condition. This is the only way they can maybe even salvage this game is a steal. It's got to come down to Tarzan. He hasn't got perfect vision of this. They have to back away. Might be a little bit too late, though, as the Ornhorn comes out. Tarzan forced to use his ultimate defensively and run for his life. LNG do not get the dragon stacking they wanting, and JDG now 6,000 or 5,500 gold ahead. They're kind of just owning the map.
And now they can own the Rift Herald as well, for a very low price of pushing in waves, because LNG don't really have any control of the map. So you get to reset, JDG move over, and traditionally you'd see LNG go, right, well, they have committed their turn to move over towards the dragon, but because Tarzan nearly got caught out, he spent the majority of their turn running away with his tail between his legs, so JDG just get to take another turn for free.
Historically low Rift Herald rates. That's what we're at right now. That is a good deal if I've ever seen one, as JDG now in complete control. We look at the replay here, and this is honestly just, again, Iwandi walking forward, just not having the information. This is what we talked about consistently with LNG throughout this split, is that they're not dotting their I's or crossing their T's. They're not positioning themselves in a position to win.
And in theory, this is Iwandi and Tarzan moving together, but you don't have your AD carry because Light was on the bottom side pushing out. Doomby doesn't offer that control, which we talked about a lot. One of the downsides of Corki is that they don't really bring a huge amount to low number skirmishes, and JDG are just in a better position, so they have more members there. Yagao's got great chase potential, and everyone in LNG is to turn for the hills. And now we just have JDG picking up the Rift Herald as we talked about. They're going to be able to put that down in any of the lanes, honestly, because taking these tiers 2 is going to be so good.
Yeah, Nagao's just feeling confident right now. He's going to miss the charm, but he lands the Everfrost and gets himself another kill. JDG 5-1 up, 6,000 gold ahead. They've stopped the dragon stacking. They've taken out all of the tier 1s. They haven't even lost one themselves. This is looking to be a very, very poor matchup for LNG, and despite how good game 1 went, they're just losing steam.
JDG didn't take the Rift Herald, as they did end up turning for the pick on towards Tarzan, so they now will go back over towards it. So JDG kind of spend a little bit more time at this objective than they need to, but it will mean that with the second dragon coming up in 2.5 minutes, they should have Rift Herald to try and put some pressure down on the map with that. And overall, JDG looking in an absolutely fantastic spot.
And this is, again, why we kind of say that JDG, they've been consistently a team that have taken a while to just kind of build themselves up, get themselves warmed into a series. You think about some of the times they've gone 1-0 down in a particular series. You know, you've got the likes of the LGD series in week 2. They, of course, went down 1 against OMG, Ultra Prime. These are games where they end up, you know, kind of not looking like themselves, and eventually they warm into the series, they get themselves back up and ready to go. And honestly, this is just how JDG have been playing so far this split, looking to go 7-1 at the halfway point. Fantastic start for them, and really kind of proving why they were a top 4 team coming into the spring playoffs. They were a team that really could have, you know, and can challenge anybody.
And the thing is, we're seeing it from a compositional standpoint that doesn't just snowball out of control in the early stages. Now, this has snowballed out of control in the early stages, but more so just through smart lane decisions, having Kanavi in a position where he's been able to contest some of these early Rift Heralds, and Yagao doing a fantastic job of being able to get control of the mid lane. But this traditionally isn't what we see from JDG compositions. It's more so about having advantages on bot, push advantage in mid, and then leaning into the jungle on the bottom side of the map. But we didn't really get to see a huge amount of that. This was just lanes being dominant, playing out the map slightly better, so they're actually getting a ton of turret plates in their back pocket.
And again, we're kind of seeing the downfall of LNG so far in the back half of the split. Going 5-3 today would be definitely a tough pill to swallow. And then you look at some of the games they have to play. FBX coming up next week. That's a tough game for them, as FBX are very much on the rise. RNG are MSI champions. Ultra Prime kind of finding their footing as well. So this is just kind of becoming, again, a much more difficult time for the side of LNG. And honestly, if they're not picking up wins in the next 4 or 5 series, they could find themselves outside of playoffs. It's very likely that the 5 wins they got at the start could be the, you know, only 5 they get.
Ox has them at 14. Maybe that is the actual play. Maybe that's where they belong. JDG trying to make sure that that's where they put them at the moment, because they are all stepping up here with Dragon in 15 seconds. JDG have full control And LNG now trying to see if they can battle them out of river.
I mean, they're not even going for it right now. Doomby's going top. They're completely sacking this dragon, saying it's no longer a win condition for us. Get some gold into our pockets because we are so far behind. And yeah, they didn't even pick up the package or anything. They're just saying, look, we got to fight around a different objective. This is not how we're going to be able to win this game. So already we're seeing that big, win condition for themselves. It's not really be a win condition anymore.
But if everyone ends up leaning up topside for LNG, JDG just push mid. They have the advantage, you have the numbers, and you've already got the Rift Herald. So JDG now just going to threaten the mid inhibitor, and Wandy will be able to make it out, but this is not the spot here.
I mean, they're going to try and go on the 369. He's already flashed over. He's still very tanky, though, because he picked up a Force of Nature. He's not quite going down. They're investing so much, and he doesn't even fall. Now we can try to turn this one out, because the cavalry is on its way. Like you said, 369 perfectly baiting out absolutely everything. He will eventually fall, but not before they trade it back. This is LNG in pure desperation mode, and they're losing it across the map.
Hope going to be able to pick up the kill. That's now the mid and jungle for LNG dead. They can turn over towards the Baron as JDG. Missing, trying to see if he can get onto Allah. Doesn't have the speed up, doesn't want to commit the flash, but may still be hunting here.
Might still look for it. You did lose the Ornn, but the Ornn's got the TP. Doomby will have his, but Tarzan nowhere near this. They're clearing out the vision. There's going to be the... Ooh, ho. Remember, kids, don't flash at a straight line. Buddy does get himself away, so they don't have that big engage tool either. I think this is it, LNG. You got to throw everything in the kitchen sink here. Doomby back in 3 seconds. 9,000 health now on top of this Baron as the rest of JDG are here. You're going to have the Ornn try to come in. Missing gets hooked up and goes straight into his ultimate stages. They're going to use a Fate's Call to try and disengage. A little bit of fish in barrel right now. If they can get Doomby to put down some decent work here, they might be able to try and turn this one after the fact. They will lose the Baron as JDG secure that. They've lost their support, but now they can re-engage on the fight. They no longer have a split focus as Allah trying to see if he can make something work here. He's going to try slow down 369. But it's a rate of 1 for 1. Both supports go down and JDG get the Baron.
And LNG can't really push in mid because JDG had already done their due diligence of shoving in the mid wave. So LNG tried desperately to contest, but JDG get the Baron, and now they can really start to put the push in place. They were a really short-range composition, so this Baron is going to do so much work for them, but we'll see it here. 369 goes up to try and contest on towards LNG. Doomby did have the package for the Dragon, and ends up trying to use it to kill 369, but Force of Nature reducing so much damage, not only from the Corki, but also a good amount of damage from the Volley Bear as well. And although 369 does end up falling for trying to get the engage here, it's still completely worth for how much JDG got off the back of this.
Yeah, again, you committed flashes as well on the side of LNG. You lost your jungler, which eventually led to the Baron being taken as well, so we're going to immediately transition back into live. That was a little bit jarring, as we can see now LNG trying to survive, but 6,000 gold down. Second Drake, or third Drake, I should say, for JDG coming up in just over 2 minutes. They've already got themselves 2 Infernal Dragons. That stacking AP and AD multiplier is really starting to hurt, and this is a game where I feel like you had a win condition for LNG, and it just kind of fell apart.
Never even got off the ground. I mean, trying to play around Light Knight Wandy went out the window very, very quickly as JDG took over from the mid and on the bottom side. Now JDG stepping confidently up. They're going to join 369 on top side as he pushes in that wave. I mean, playing off of 2 lanes right now is super good for JDG with the composition that they have. Always threatening the engage with 369 having the ultimate.
And interesting enough, to be going for the Andrews Torment instead of the Luden's Tempest. I don't mind it because you do have 2 super tanks.
Just tank killers.
Yeah, just tank killers, trying to go for something, trying to see if he can do any kind of consistent damage. But you can even see with 369 just tanking up every now and again. It's not really doing a lot against JDG, and they're just continually bullying in right now. They're kind of just saying, look, you can't cover all lanes, and you're going to have to eventually fight us.
I don't even know if they can, though. I mean, where do you try and engage? Hope is playing directly behind 369 as a bulletproof window. You got Missing, who's threatening both sides, and Kanavi's protecting Yaga, who even has the Banshee's Veil as well to stop these engages from Allah. So never really having a spot here for JDG to look for any kind of engage. Even look at the way Hope is positioned right now. He's taken the long route to wherever he needs to go because he just does not want to get caught.
Yeah, because that's how this game goes away for JDG. I will say that they have got themselves a very good cushion of meat between themselves and their carries, but if you lose one of those carries very, unexpectedly or unfortunately, that's where this game can go a little bit awry. Now Missing on 369, kind of just playing away from their team, but they're so damn tanky, they're going to commit back down on top of Iwandi, who has to get the Fate's Call to keep him safe, and again, we're seeing the power of this front line. You can't really touch him.
and 20 seconds until Dragon. So you already got all this bot side control for JDG. They get to fall back over towards that objective. 3 outer towers now going to be gone for LNG, and they're humbled in their base. And how do you even try and contest this next dragon? That's now 3 Infernal Dragons for JDG.
Yeah, and they're going to try and run down 369, but with Missing and Hope off to the sides, we're going to see the Headbutt Pulverize re-engage. The Gale Force over, they're going to try and take down Ala, and they will get their prize. Yagao goes over the wall, but the Spirit Rush not going to be able to help him land a charm. Now you're without your tank, and that's a lot of your engage. All your front line no longer there, and you're getting minions knocking at your top and mid inhibitor turrets. They're going to fall very, very easily, and yeah, JDG, they're just walking all over LNG.
I mean, easy straight through.
Oh, they landed the hook. It was really, really good onto the side of Hope, but he eventually falls down. You've lost one of your big damage dealers, but can the Callista and the Corky do enough damage? These tanks are huge, and you can see them looking for it. They're almost there, and then finally turning it back around. It was a hook of gods from Iwandi that just keeps LNG alive.
Somehow he managed to get out to Hope, squeeze it through all the tanks. The second of phenomenal Nautilus hook that we've seen today, but now LNG, can they actually try and contest on towards the objective? 369 going to TP back in.
Oh, Doinby, he goes into GA, so he will be coming back up in a second. They're going to try and take down the Tarzan so they don't have themselves a knock up in from the Ornn as he TPs back in. Doinby flashes away, but everybody's already so low. I felt like LNG, you had to go for it. You had to try something, otherwise you would have lost this game anyway. And sadly for them, despite a really good fight, they are still going to end up losing this dragon and probably the game.
Yeah, 369 pushing in the mid lane, trying to get those super creeps in towards the Nexus. You got the Ari who's moving back down towards this bottom side to get the waves in order so they can threaten onto the inhibitor on the bottom side as well while these LNG members are respawning.
This is going to be a long setup here. Both top laners just throwing their ultimates at each other. But yeah, this is going to be JDG now up to 3 dragons. He's got the Magi Soul Stealer now as well for Yagao. Kanabi making himself even harder to kill with the Anathema's chains. So this is just a difficult game. Unless you get another miracle fight where you kill off the Ari and the Aphelios. But watch this. Look at Hope. I don't know how does that hit him? I just don't understand.
I mean, that's the mystery of the Nautilus. That's
the lollipop.
That's why we pray to the depths, you know. But Corky being knocked out of this fight actually does save JDG a little bit of hurt because Doomby not able to deal a whole bunch of damage while this was going on. But still, as you said, Hope being dead means that you just got more damage dealers available on LNG side, and nobody really able to carry these fights. This is the biggest problem with an Ari. Even though you're 6-0 and you've got a 10-stack Magi's, you just don't have the kit that's revolved around dealing AoE damage. So you can single target damage Doomby, but Light is still going to be available to take you down.
Well, Power going to be started up to try to take down that particular objective. JDG, no, there's absolutely zero vision here from the side of LNG. There's no real contest going to be coming out from this. That's going to be another objective over to the side of JDG. We're coming up to 30 minutes into the game. Yeah, you've got some decent scaling onto the Corky, but the Aphelios now on 3 items. The Callista very much past her prime. She will do some decent damage, but against some of these super tanks, it's going to take a lot of spears to be able to take them out. Doodby going to finally take out that final tier 1 in the bot side, give a little bit of gold back over, but it's just going to equal it out to about a 10,000 gold lead, still in favor of JDG.
Yeah. Now they just get to push in on this top side. JDG fully in control. Yagao pushing mid because he's the one with the most mobility, so can easily join in the bot side. And what do you do here, LNG? The clock's ticking and it feels like your time is up.
Time is up. You got to pick a moment. Where do you fight? You could maybe get another fantastic ultimate from the side, or a fantastic fight from the side of LNG, but they're still going to go for it. 369 did aggress quite far onto Light, but Iwandi's already fallen down. They're going to jump straight back into this. Look at Corky and Light. They're still going very powerful, but Hope is huge alongside Yagao, and there's just too much resources, so much gold difference between these two teams, and that's going to be the game, the set, and the match. JDG up to 7-1.
JDG go with the win. LNG are thwarted, and with that, as you say, 7-1 for JDG, and an unfortunate scoreline coming through as a start for LNG. Now 5-3. They would have loved to be able to send a confident win home over JDG, but unfortunately not quite able to do so.
Not quite. JDG, they were pushed to the limits in game 1. Very much looked like they didn't know where they were going. Game 2, they brought it back. In game 3, it just looked dominant. Like bit by bit, slowly but surely, JDG were getting bigger and better and badder. LNG just couldn't really hold the dam. And honestly, that's kind of been the story of LNG, is that they might look good, but they also don't really look that great. So for both these teams, still a lot of question marks, still a lot of things to come up with if they want to be contesting for a, high spot in playoffs. But still, JDG very happy going into the halfway point with a 7-1 scoreline.
Yeah, I'm just not the biggest fan of the Corky pick oftentimes for LNG. I feel like a lot of their success revolves around when they're able to play around the early game a lot better. Like, look at game 1, for example. The Tilia pick working out super well for Doomby, roaming around the map, looking for these wall-offs. The team looks far more coordinated. But when Doomby's on something like the Corky, there just doesn't seem to be that big voice saying go in the team, or even how they want to try and play around the side lanes, because you are on a very much a pick with very little agency, apart from when those Corky packages are up and available. And the LNG were just never in a position to really play around that. JDG got big advantages in the early stages through the laning phase and just used that to snowball so incredibly well.
And again, we see issues with the side of LNG. This is a team that, have to kind of, really step it up. But congratulations to JDG. Again, 7-1. We can have criticisms about their play. Absolutely. We can kind of say, different things need to be fixed up if they want to try and be contesting for a top 4 again. But 7-1 is still an exceptional start to the split and really cementing themselves as a playoff team. Honestly, I think 2 more wins, and maybe not mathematically, but definitely very solid to be able to get themselves into a top 10 situation.
Yeah, and I think that's the big one here. It's just JDG wanting to make sure that they can take down some of the teams that I won't say are contesting them towards the top of the spot, but just proving that they deserve to be in the top spots of the LPL. And it really does feel like there's very few teams that can stand against them. I mean, FPX, I think, have had an exceptional performance recently and able to take down JDG, but I mean, I think they're kind of an outlier when you look towards like V5, Top Esports. OMG are probably teams that contest them. Maybe EDG in a good day, but outside of that, there's very few that I see them now struggling against. I'll see as we go on.
Yeah, and even looking at some of their newer, kind of like further series as well, they go up against RA, should be able to beat that team fairly handily, in my opinion. WE as well are 2 of our bottom teams. IG, not really a playoff team, so they could pick up 3 more wins. They could go 10-1 very, very quickly. All of a sudden, we're looking at a team that's maybe contesting just highly for a top 4, maybe even a top 2 position, just how they've been able to start off this split.
And that's why these best of 1s, well, best of 3s, but
single
round robins are incredibly important because, as you say, you only get to play people once. You only get to define yourself in that series one time. And as JDG kind of came off the bat swinging and had a very had kind of built on what we saw from spring, where they were able to play off this pick style, play for team fights, Hope providing your main source of damage, Kanavi looking incredibly good as well. It just feels like JDG, because they came in with that set identity ready, were able to pick up a lot of these early wins, and now it's snowballing themselves into a great spot. Even if there are some hiccups along the way and still some issues that they can solve, there's still several weeks before they hit the playoffs and they really have to worry about them.
Yeah, absolutely. And for LNG, a lot to think about. You're at the halfway point of the split. You're now 5-3. It's going to get harder before it gets any better. Next up is against FBX, RNG, Ultra Prime, V5. Those are 4 games. So this could end up snowballing very far away from you, and this is where the games start to get a little bit harder. That's where the pressure starts to come in. Still don't have Belvet into the system, as you can see her in the bans there, if you're wondering what that random no image found error is. But yeah, this is going to be a tough kind of back half of the split here for LNG. You've had the quote-unquote easy matches. Now you're going to go up against some of the bigger boys. And for JDG, still fantastic for them. I still love what we're seeing from 369. Yes, he's playing these tank players, but he can play so much more, and honestly just fitting very nicely in what JDG need to win in these metas.
It's also the fact that because 369 is taking so many of these target bans and things like the Gangplank, even the Sion and the Gwen in the second rotation, it opens up Hope to have a little bit more flexibility, Kanavi to have a little bit more flexibility. Missing oftentimes isn't getting banned out on his champions as well. Like, target bans that you have to dedicate to a certain player help out so incredibly much in a draft. And for this, I just felt like JDG had a very easy to execute identity with their composition. LNG first pick of the Corky, but not really been able to bring that to the forefront with the way their composition was set up. You can see, even though 40% of the team's damage was dealt by Doomby, it just wasn't enough.
No, it really, really wasn't. And honestly, it's going to be another kind of movement forward for JDG. I think this is going to be a great start for them, and I think for 369, he's really cemented himself into this team. And I like, sorry, I just want to go back. I like how you said, like, you know, opens up like movement or like kind of like versatility for like people like Hope who played Aphelios 3 games in a row. But it's just kind of like an interesting kind of setup for him. But again, yeah, very flexible. But again, he didn't need to be, because at the end of the day, they couldn't ban the Aphelios. They couldn't get it off the board, like you said. So why not just pick it back up? Why not just say, cool, if you're not going to ban it, I'm going to pick it and then force you into another one of those target bans coming out from the side of JDG. It does seem like they are starting to shape themselves up and pick up some of those small little errors. Still things to work on, but again, very happy start to the split. And again, we're coming up to halfway, past halfway for certain teams, and it's starting to get we're running out of games now. We were only a few weeks ago saying, oh, it's still early on. Now it's getting very late.
Yeah, now it's absolutely insane. It's like insane. And kind of absurd at how we are still waiting to see how everything is going to shake out. I think teams like LNG, we're kind of looking to see, are they going to find themselves up in the high ends of playoffs, or are things going to start panning out where there's a lot of tough teams up ahead of them, and suddenly the indication of where LNG are in the standings looks very different with teams like FPX now stepping up. We've also got to take a closer look at those guys. So I think there's a lot still to play for, and especially when so much of it ends up deciding and defining your series and who you will face off in playoffs, you need to be picking up every single win across the board.
Yeah, don't forget as well, as we look at the LPL playoffs, it's not just about getting into playoffs, it's about getting as high up the standings as you physically can, because we have one of the most grueling gauntlets available in Pro League of Legends play. You start off in 10th, you're going to be playing a hell of a lot of best of 5s. Even if you start off in 7th, you're still going to be playing a hell of a lot of best of 5s. You want to try and contest for some of those spots. And of course, we got the added little pressure of the regional gauntlet as well to try and get our last few seeds as we go into it. But this is where we kind of ask the question, how far can JDG go? And I'm going to ask your very honest opinion, having looked at them for half a split. Where do you rank them in terms of your settings, you know, alongside the likes of V5, RNG?
Well, I definitely think it's like V5, RNG, top esports are like my top 3. The big question for me is if JDG are going to hit that 4th place spot. It feels like at the moment they are probably the team that's going to take it, because I think EDG are in a very big slump. So I'd probably put JDG as the team that takes that if they're able to continue performing and they can solve some of the issues that we've seen from them. If not, it probably will be EDG that takes it, but I think they're still a step below our top 3 teams.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think there is a very definitive top 3. We'll see how it ends up kind of fading out towards the end of the split. And of course, metas change. The patches do end up coming in. God, I hope we see Azir and Corki just nerfed into an absolute oblivion. Even Jinx Aphelios, get him out. I don't want to look at them anymore. Get him off my rift. And honestly, even with the Jinx Aphelios, we mentioned at the top of the day, we weren't really seeing any Seraphine or Senna coming in for this meta, despite the 12.12b patch coming in. So very much looking forward to seeing which teams jump on that train. Is it as good in theory as it is in practice? But we'll wait and see. But we have got our MVP from that game 3, and that is going to be Yagao on this Ahri. Again, just playing exceptionally well, got the early kills he needed to get, and just was able to be a nuisance on the backside, constantly landing some fantastic charms.
Yeah, being able to threaten Light on the backline was absolutely key. Threaten Doomby as well. And having that control over the mid lane where he's able to start roaming around, getting the picks in the enemy jungle towards that, 10 to 15 minute mark really started the snowball for JDG. This even just off of, kind of compounding on the fact they had that great early game. But you can see here, like, just this pick setting up perfectly for JDG, and this is where the snowball started to get out of control.
Yeah, this is where you can see just kind of constantly catching out Doomby, constantly catching out Tarzan. And again, it was just kind of down to what we mentioned earlier on, is that when you make these mistakes against these kinds of teams, these kind of tightly knit, cohesive units, you will be just taken out at every single moment. You cannot let these things happen because they will just capitalize on them. And for JDG, that's exactly what they did.
Yeah, and the fact that Yagao was, again, kind of at the forefront of all these, making sure that he could get the picks that he needed, that were the catalyst for JDG, is fantastic. And again, this has been the Yagao style for the last 2 splits, realistically, where he's constantly finding those picks with Kanavi. So really good to see Yagao kind of stepping up as someone who was a little bit of the quieter side of JDG. Him now having these big performances is speaking volumes to how JDG as a whole, as a machine, work together.
Absolutely. You got to remember, Yagao was part of the team when in 2020 when they won their maiden split. They were able to get themselves their first championship, and now after a little bit of a quiet 2021, coming back, revitalizing the roster just a tiny bit to be able to kind of get themselves back into contention now in 2022. But we are coming down to the end of the day. It's been a long one, Dagda. We've had 6 games, all going nearly 30 minutes each, and we're going to have a look at the results. If you're just joining us, you've missed absolutely everything. I can't even send you over to LEC. It's not even on this weekend. But OMG did take down WE in 2-1 fashion. WE still hunting for that first win. And JDG 7-1 in the standings. LNG falling to 5-3. And honestly, we talked about it time and time again. That could get a lot worse.
Yeah, I mean, with OMG on 4-4, 1 game separating them between LNG. It's not exactly looking hot for LNG. JDG, though, continuing that streak, 7-1. Well, I suppose they're starting a new streak, let's say, after they fell to FPX, but definitely still looking hot stuff in the LPL.
Absolutely. It doesn't count. The first one doesn't count. You move on from that one. You keep the streak alive, despite us literally saying at the start of the day that the streak was over. But let's have a look at how that changes our standings, because again, you're kind of looking at LNG getting caught up with the likes of RNG, Anyone's Legends, Weibo, OMG, FBX. These are teams that are slowly creeping themselves up towards that top 5 position. For LNG, they got to be a little bit worried. But JDG, they're feeling pretty happy right now, right behind V5. I will say, though, the big worry for me for JDG is going to be that game difference score. They are slightly behind the curve on that, but still keeping their win-loss ratios at a very good positive.
And again, I think the game difference is going to play a pretty big factor as we start to move on to our playoff contentions. But I think for JDG, like, they will also be looking to see, even if you can just ride this wave in towards high standings coming through to playoffs, that's going to earn them a good amount of championship points. When they're already sitting at 30 championship points from spring, JDG looking at a pretty good spot to send themselves high enough in the gauntlet for that regional final. So we'll have to see how everything's going to pan out, but that's a long way away. We're still a couple of weeks out from the end of the split.
Yeah, we are very much a couple of weeks out, so we got to go to our Super Saturday. A pretty big game of, or day of games, I should say. Anyone's Legends versus Ultra Prime. That is massive for those top 10 positions. Ultra Prime desperate for a win. And again, if Anyone's Legend win, they go up to 5-3 in the standings. BLG versus Weibo. BLG kind of on a little bit of a bounce back. We'll see what roster they end up fielding. And of course, massive match between Top Esports and RNG. Both huge titans of the league. Really want to be trying to get that win there.
Yeah, I mean, either side basically defining who would kind of go into our second place, honestly, in my head, in the league, because V5 looking so incredibly strong at the moment. The Top Esports, RNG, both vying to see if they can try and compete with that, and that's going to be a banger of a series.
It really, really is. Of course, RNG having already lost to V5. Top Esports actually dropping to JDG, so Top Esports, they don't want to be dropping anything else. If they can keep that one loss to JDG, maybe beat V5 later in the split, we'll have to wait and see. But yeah, lots of games, lots to be looking forward to. And again, coming up to the end of week 5, it's flying past us as quick as it is. We're actually running out of Super Saturdays, would you believe? We only have tomorrow's and then 2 more after that. Then it's only 2 games a day.
Yeah, I mean, as our broadcasters on 7 days a week, I think I speak for all the casters. We're like, we're okay if Super Saturdays can chill out for a little while.
I think, yeah, I was going to say, I think we're all happy with that. I think you're especially happy with that, given your spring 2020 vibes of 3 series a day. That was an absolute gauntlet. But that is all the time we have today. Thank you so much for joining us on this. Dagda, thank you for bringing me through it. And of course, thank you to all our fantastic production staff. Without them, none of this will be possible. And we will see you guys tomorrow on the same channel at the slightly earlier time for Super Saturday.